Told you I was coming back. Let me set up my other camera while my stuff backwards like this. Let me set up my other camera so y'all can see who's in the house. Oh, hold on. Let me go into. About to make disaster. Um, we are into the studio. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. How the song with Beyonce go? Camera, yeah, yeah. Need the back camera. I think that's good. Hold on. Um, you want it closer? Camera, back camera. No, that's too close. Back camera, back dual camera, back wide camera, back dual wide camera. No, back dual camera. Hold on. All right, that's good. Turn it down. Shouts, come on. Nita, Nita, you already know what it is. See Murder, my buddy. You want to come up, Murder? What's up? South Philly in the house. Murder, if you want to come up, there's a link. Click at the top of the screen. I mean, at the top of the comments. You can click on there if you want to come up. See with my third eye. I know that's right. Y'all, my friends refuse to call me Ritchie, but in case you didn't know, my name is Nita. I mean, Big Red. What else they call me? All kinds of shit. Most to my face. So tonight I'm cooking Welcome South Philly C. Yeah, that's C Murder. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send a link to your phone just in case. Is this your first time here? Oh wait, let me charge this. Do y'all chargers be like one side of the charger work and the other side don't? All right, so I'm making surf and turf. I already did the sauteed spinach. I wanted to make some onion rings. That might be too much though, because I am making my hair treatment, and I'm going to do that first because I want my steak and my lobster to come out the oven at the same time and be ready to eat when they come out. So I'm gonna make that last. I do need to make some onions for the top of my steak, but I'm gonna make this hair stuff first. So my ingredients are all natural. I'm not gonna tell y'all all the ingredients, but we have bananas. We have they're organic. We got some organic honey. We got some I took Bragg's organic apple cider. Where's the mom? Well, I guess they're the same thing. Bragg. Do these have expiration dates? Because I don't see none. Oh, yes, they do. Okay, this one is cool. October. This one ain't got no expiration date. And there's some stuff floating in here. So I don't think we're going to use that. Y'all know anything about apple cider vinegar? Is this bad or is this good? Tell me how the link again. All right, I'm going to send the link to your phone. All right, let me hold on, y'all. Let me send this link to Murder's phone. The wall plug-in. When I plug in my charger on the phone, if I plug it in one way, it won't charge. But if I turn it the other way, it will. Which is weird. Which is freaking weird. Uh, Corey, click that, and it should be self-explanatory from there. If it's not, let me know. Uh-oh. I don't fuck up the thing. Google Al said it doesn't expire. Okay. So I'm gonna just, since we're using this for hair, I'm gonna just strain this because this is probably all of the good stuff, right? Because they said with mother. So I don't know what mother is. Let's see. It's made from organically grown. Reg is made from organically grown apples. It contains important mother occurring as molecules of organic acids and enzymes connected to strand-like chains. Bragg organic cider vinegar street. Well, what is mother? Refreshing at home. 1 tablespoon organic honey. Oh, it's for tea. What is mother? Let me ask. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hmm. I look it up later. Uh oh. Does anybody? I'm got a Nintendo Switch for sale. If anybody's interested. All right. So it just has the cord. Charger. No, it just has the cord. Okay, so I got a Nintendo Switch. I don't know anything about it. Oh, here we go.
Nita, can you see me?
Murder, murder.
What's poppin', baby?
Your phone is really low.
I see you over there now. I mean, Chef Boy, and
If
shut
you
up.
you gotta like something over your phone or turn your phone up because we can't hear you.
I said, can you hear me
Huh?
now?
It's
Yeah.
really low.
Let me turn the how that sound?
It's just
Um,
really low.
or
Is your phone? Is your volume turned up on your phone?
it's all the way up as far as they go up. All right. Well, continue on keeping the seats, and I mean, and I click in when
Hold on 1 second.
yeah, it's turned up. Yeah, I got the media joint and the phone on volume up, so yeah.
Hold on 1 second, murder, because I can't hear you. So what'd you say?
I said I got the media level turned up plus the volume for the phone.
Yeah, it's really low.
Like,
But
with the phone. But now I mean, go ahead and do what you was doing. Now I mean, and when I need to interject, I
or just come out and come back in maybe. I don't know. Make sure all your volumes is all my volumes is up. You can hear me, right? Y'all can do I sound low to y'all? Can y'all hear him? Just click out of here and come back in
Watch, send them.
and see if that works.
Uh,
That's another one. My homies from around the way, they've been showing me a lot of love. I love it. Here for it. Okay, he sounded low, right? Not me. All right, so maybe he'll come back. You know, y'all be having them Androids, which this is the Android that I'm on right now, but so I won't hate. So again, I'm making my hair treatment and my dinner. Should I fry some chicken too? Um, we'll see if we got time for all that. All right, so my hair treatment. This is my secret recipe. I ain't gonna show y'all so y'all can't freeze frame, but it's on here. You can't really see it. And then this is the original. So I've combined like 3 separate um recipes and refined it and made it all into one. So that's what we're doing now. We'll go to the main one and compare my notes from the last time I made it. So the first thing we got to do is put the olive oil in there. So it has a lot of good stuff for your hair, and it's all organic, all stuff locally sourced ingredients. So the first thing we need to do is put in. First thing I need to do is move my computer so I don't break it. I'm gonna put my computer right here. No, that's gonna mess up my charger. Alright, so let me put the computer over here. This got disaster written all fucking over it. Oh yeah. This really got disaster written all over it. Awesome. Hopefully that doesn't okay. Sorry for the delay. Now I can't tell y'all all of the ingredients, but oh shit. So I already have pureed the actually used the bananas. Okay, so that's not right. What is that? What is this? Murphy's Law? Anything that can happen will. I had the perfect camera angle. So this man is getting on my nerves about. All right, so let's turn this down. Um, camera, back camera, dual back camera. What's the difference? Okay, four different way. All right, that. That on that. Now, before we start, I don't know if y'all were here before. Hey, Bulicious. Are you new here, darling? Bulicious, I like that name. My grandma's name is, or it's Bellicious. So before I tell y'all about my hair stuff, let me show you what I did with the steak. I have a ribeye steak. I marinated it with soy sauce, onion powder, and um, this Montreal steak. This is a good seasoning for a lot of. I only use this for when I use my greens. I use the turkey butts, chicken broth, onions. I don't use garlic anymore because this actually has minced garlic in it. It has salt, garlic, spices, including black pepper, red pepper, onion, sunflower oil, and natural flavors extractive of paprika. So this is all I use like for my greens, and this is what I use for this, and a lot of onion powder because I love onion powder, and that's all I have. And if you don't know, Belicious, kind of new. I know you from being like a boy shadow. Well, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Um, so yeah, soy sauce is a good flavoring marinade for steak and pork chops. If you eat pork, it's a very good flavor. It doesn't taste like Chinese food. It doesn't, like my sister, she was acting funny with me because I season my chicken. One of the seasonings I use is Old Bay. It does not taste like crab legs. It gives a really good flavor. Um, so that, and then I did the lobster tail. So if I can't show you how I did it, but you just cut the tail down the middle. You squeeze the bottom. I do have MSG, but I don't really use it. Sometimes I do. I don't know. It just depends on my aunt uses this and her food is so good. So this is like it really is a good thing. I know we're not supposed to use MSG. I don't know why, but it really does add flavor to your food. Like it just really enhances the flavor. But I do believe it's salty though. So I don't. And let's see, add a half a teaspoon of accent per pound of meat. Add a half 6. I don't know, like how accent flavor enhancer wakes up food with 60% less sodium than salt. So it's like a less salty salt, but it is a good. Yeah, it is good. I'm wondering if I should put a little on my steak now, but my steak is good. But I'm telling you, like the soy sauce flavor is just try it. The next time you make a pork chop, instead of frying it, marinate it in with soy sauce, onion powder, garlic powder, pepper, seasoned salt, or whatever seasonings you like. You don't even have to fry it. You can pan fry it. Use some olive oil or some butter, whatever floats your boat. I promise you, it's a good flavoring, and for your steak too. I used to use Worcestershire sauce, but I didn't really like the taste of it, and I tried the soy sauce, and I've never turned back. But with the lobster tail, I hate when people fry lobster tails. I hate when they slather it. First of all, I hate people who cook seafood with margarine, like that fake butter sauce from the restaurant store. Gross. Lobster tail, like when you go to the restaurant, the real restaurant, a steakhouse, the lobster tail just has a splash of lemon juice. They use paprika. I use a little bit of Old Bay. And when I broil it, I'm going to put a little bit of butter on top. I'm going to put a little bit of butter on top of my steak. That way I can baste it halfway through. And I have my meat thermometer because I like my steak medium rare, which is like 140, 145, I think. And if you don't have a meat thermometer, I suggest you get one because it will save your life. It's nothing worse than overcooked beef, chicken, everything. Even when you cook your roasted chicken, even when you cook your roasted chicken, I keep messing this up. Even when you cook your roasted chicken, you should have like one of these. You know, like some of them come with the pop up John, but I would invest in one of these. They're like $10. so you don't overcook your chicken so it's not dry. Same thing with your turkey. Then I have a candy thermometer for when I make candy apples during Halloween. So yeah, um, and this is a good thing. This is for when you chop onions, you could just like scoop them up. But yeah, I need to scrape this sticker off of it. You can tell I don't really use it. Maybe I'll use it today. So I'm gonna put this back in the refrigerator because we want to keep our seafood cold, but the meat needs to stay at room temperature. And I will show y'all how to cook a baked potato really quickly instead of baking it in the oven for an hour. MSG gives some people headaches, but it does nothing to me, so I use it. Yeah, my friend across the street, she gets headaches from MSG, but don't isn't a lot of our Chinese food cooked in MSG? Tell me what you want. All right, so let's get this hair thing started. I just dropped the strainer, so you have to use really ripe bananas, which I did, and then you have to like basically puree them, and that's what I did, and that's what this is right here, and I strain it because bananas have seeds in them, so I'm going to keep straining it. Now, the hair stuff that I make, you could compare it to, I don't know if you ever heard of a caramel treatment. It's something like that, but it's not that at all. Um, like I said, I looked up like Egyptian hair, treatments. I looked up like Hawaiian, like all the different like cultures of hair. People with long hair, Indian. And then the next thing I want to try is I have an aloe plant upstairs. Oh, and I have some I might try this now tonight. I have some chia seeds. I don't know if it's chia seeds or flax seeds. You can actually make your own hair gel. And another thing I want to try is, since I've been doing YouTube, I'm wearing makeup a lot, and my face, because my cheeks are really rosy red, and my face is just starting to like break out and stuff. And with me, if you light skin, like I ride a bike a lot, and I can't now I know the meaning of biker shorts because when I'm riding and my legs are rubbing together, I break out and I look like I got like herpes or something. So let me see. I used banana and avocado in my hair. It did pretty well in my hair. Yes. Banana, avocado. Okay, so it's flax seeds. All right, so I'm gonna put the chia seeds away. Remind me to get some flax seeds when y'all see me at Sprouts next time. So the banana, so let me read you the properties of the what each thing does because it's summertime and people see I got my hair. This is just a wash and go. It's not a twist out or anything. It's kind of that's from my head. But I just got a couple of products in it, but natural hair is a lot of work. I would rather have it silk pressed, but in the summertime, silk press, Lord no, my hair will poof up in a heartbeat. But the stuff that I make keeps my hair from reverting back unless it's like drenched in sweat. So, um, this right here, it says that let's see, honey is an excellent humectant for good moisture. So that will keep the moisture in your hair. I'm sure it is. It ain't for the weak. Natural hair, right? Olive oil lubrication. Basically, what this stuff that I make does, it basically what your hair is lacking, it will put it all back into your hair and it will give it incredible shine, body, bounce. It'll just look really healthy whether you're wearing your hair in a natural a press, a silk press, or natural But with the silk press, it will, like I said, keep it from reverting back, and it's a hell of a heat protecting. Um, I silk pressed the shit out of my hair, and I still have my curl pattern. The only thing I don't have my curl pattern with is with my bangs, because I would like curl my bangs every day. Um, that's why I lock my hair, because I'm tender headed. Well, well, okay, so I'm not gonna say I wouldn't recommend this. The only reason why I say I wouldn't recommend this variation of what I'm making is because the bananas, I didn't know, because I don't eat bananas. Bananas have seeds in them. So I don't want that to get stuck in your locks. But I can use um this organic baby banana food. So I can make a lock friendly version. Just use this. But to me, I've used this before instead of bananas, and it's not as rich. Um, but yeah, unless they have like some genetically modified bananas with no seeds, I'll try to find some. But I could use but the organic baby food should be fine without the seeds. So yeah, olive oil, lubrication, that's a no-brainer. Banana for good moisture and some protein benefits as well. I believe the honey and banana put together makes the anti reversion stuff. I don't want to read this. It's this ingredient. Apple cider vinegar is for shine, and also apple cider vinegar. I don't know if you see my shorts. In some of my hair videos, apple cider vinegar is good. I do an apple cider vinegar rinse. Like now, if I was to do a silk press, when I do my next silk press, well, no, because I'm gonna be using this. If I was to just do a silk press now, I would do an apple cider vinegar rinse, because I have a lot of product in my hair. I'm using right now, what is it called? Camilla Rose, um, the marshmallow stuff. And I'm really going to get into, once I find a name for my stuff, I might just use my real name, which is Anita. Um, like I need a hair doctor or something like that, but spelled how my name is spelled. There's a lot of product in my hair, which means there's a lot of buildup, and it's not good for a silk press. You want your hair to be like, you want your hair, when you wash your hair, you want it to be squeaky clean. And a lot of times you can't get that. And I'm not going to read any more of the ingredients, but you get the point. We got oil, we have a couple different oils. We have banana, and we have honey, and we have some other things, but I don't want to give my proprietary information away. But I guess you'll know it once I put the contents on the thing. So, but I don't want to tell y'all, but one thing I use is walnut butter. Ooh, organic walnut butter. Like all this stuff is good for moisturization of your hair. And this is room temperature now, so it's kind of separated. See, look, that's at the top. It's like peanut butter, but walnut butter, but it's really good for your hair. So I need to stir this up. So let me make some room. Find out how to soften kinky curly hair with all natural treatment. So you can use it on kinky curly hair. Have you tried Sacred yet? I heard it was good. Ah, shit. Hold on. I always do that by accident. Hold on, yeah. I didn't kick Yaya out the thing. Uh, how do I undo Yaya? Shit. Uh, is Yaya back in? Can I, y'all done kicked her out by accident, and you can't fix it on here. Hold on. Yaya. I'm sorry, Yaya. Oh my God, help me. Is Shelves in here? Yaya was timed out for 300 seconds. Yaya, I'm sorry. I don't know how I did that. I mean, I hit the wrong button. Yaya was banned in the chat. No, I don't wanna put her in timeout. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. Okay. Sorry, where is Shelves? I don't know how to do this, Shelves. Um, settings, guests. Why she's not a guest? I mean, she's not banned. It says she was put on timeout for 300 seconds. So how many minutes is that? I want to undo this. 300 seconds is what? Six? That's 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, I hope you can still hear me. If you can't, if anybody can message Yaya, let me see. Go to channel. How can I message her? Uh, they shouldn't make that so easy. Hopefully she can come back. Okay. You sure, Shelves? Do you have the capabilities to undo the stuff that I be doing, unblock her and stuff, Shelves? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm gonna do this shit again. YouTube. So it says she's not banned. Um, it says she's not banned. Should I look in the YouTube studio real quick? But on the YouTube studio, when I try to look at the members on there, um, um, it just shows me everybody's phone number. What is with this? I'm sorry, here I come. It keeps malfunctioning and it keeps turning my camera around. She probably can hear, but she's just not in the chat. I guess she gotta wait. All right, in 5 seconds, if she's not in here, I'll look in the YouTube study. I mean, in 5 minutes, I'll look in the YouTube thing. But she said, asked me about Sacred. I haven't tried Sacred because it's so expensive. Okay, you're back. She's back. They need to put that button somewhere else because when I put it's right underneath show on stage, ban user and delete, or put user in timeout. I'm sorry, I made you a moderator for your troubles. Okay. So now The first thing I need to do is add the olive oil because you add the olive oil first to keep the stuff from sticking to the pot. Now, I haven't made this stuff in a while. I hope I'm doing it right. But, I mean, how could you mess it up? Right? What y'all want to talk about in the meantime? Y'all want to talk about Potomac? Are y'all DDG'd out? So what's? Let me check the temperature. The temperature, girl. We scrambling like we got red alert at headquarters. um, and I'm a mod now. Yes, yes, you are mod for your troubles, and also I thought that would bring you back in. But delicious. I hope you still with us. I know it's ratchet over here. Hey, Chanelica, why you not a moderator? How can I make you a moderator? Are you able to make people moderators? Or I have to do that on YouTube. All right, hold on. This is a mess. This show is a mess. Chanelica. My kitchen look a mess. Y'all seeing all the mess. Chanelica. Chanelica. I want to make her a moderator, not ban her. I gotta do that through YouTube. Okay, so happy birthday, boo! Yo, where's the birthday bitch? One time for the birthday bitch. Chanelica, please. Here we go. Hold up. I'm about to fuck up again. Add as a moderator. But what's the difference between a manager moderator and a manager moderator can manage block words and change chat modes in live and also has capability of standard moderator. Standard moderator can review and remove chat messages and hide and put users in timeout. So I guess the manager one is better. Okay. I hope you still here, Chanelica. When you come back, we'll sing you a birthday song. All right. Now let me get on with the show. Now I have to finish straining this and I'm gonna strain it again because I don't see too many seeds. And this is a good strainer, really fine. And it took a while to come through. I don't think y'all can see what I'm doing. Alright, that's enough of that. Okay, so the apple cider vinegar is good for your scalp and it's good for the shine of your hair. It strips your hair. Hey BGF, Miss Girl, where you been at, girl? What y'all want to talk about while I'm doing this? If anybody want to come up, talk shit about. I don't think Monique coming back is a bad thing. I missed the part on Gabor's channel. The protests in LA, I saw that, yo. I think shit about to go down in the United States of America. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, the niggas scaring the day ones. Them niggas scaring the day ones. What you mean, Shobs? Y'all want to see the stuff that's going on in LA? Ritchie, it's going down in LA. Tear gas, rubber pop house. I saw that earlier. I'm about to put it up now. Oh, I didn't hear anything about that. Well, who's scaring the day ones? I'm about to start me I need a desk that I can move around. I'm about to start not a GoFundMe, like an Amazon wish list. so that can help me out. You know, I ain't got no job right now. I don't want to mess my computer up either. But hold on, I want to be able to talk, chew gum with y'all. But I just got this computer back, and I don't want to mess it up. The War of the Sex. I've seen those desks on Amazon. I'm gonna make an Amazon wish list. Oh yes. So let me see. Let me find it because I had retweeted it because I said, and so it begins. I used the War of the Sexes earlier. That was crazy, Shub. I was just looking at the part where I had went off on Tone. Cause Tone, you doing too much. First of all, Tone, um, you can say what you need to say, but you don't have to get mad at people and start talking about, well, where's your ring? And where is your ring? And he said something, and I knew I was getting under his skin when I was saying, well, what about your wife? Or what about your marriage? Or what about this, that, and the third? Like, don't come up here talking like you holier than thou. And if we really knew your business, like, you would have to shut all the way the fuck up for real, for real. And I ain't gonna tell his business because that's my homie. He lived down the street from me. Like, they watched me grow up. Like, my big brothers for real. All right, so let me look at the LA riots. Oh, share screen. I know people hate X, but that's what we rocking with. I mean, that's still how we get our information. Um, hold on. Let me just look up LA. If LAPD trending, I should just put in LA period. Now ICE is doing all of this just to get like immigrants. Are you backstage?
Hey, Ritchie.
Yeah, yeah.
So the riots are going on because of ICE?
Yeah. They're trying to get, let's see, ICE force, and, and basically they're not having it in LA because it's a heavy Hispanic population, and they just not having it, and their friends aren't having it either. So it says ICE forced to barricade themselves inside a federal building in Los Angeles until LAPD can intervene and rescue them from the brave crowd standing up to the regime. Okay. So damn,
Wow.
ICE is hiding from the people. That's what it's going to come down to. June 6th.
Go ahead, dude. Raise that fucking gun to me again. Move. Let's move. You gotta chill the fuck out, Al. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Chill out. Back down, Adler, you little fucking bitch. You're a little punk. You're a fucking punk ass. Shut your fucking mouth, Adler. Shut your fucking mouth. Don't ever raise your fucking gun to me like that again. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Fucking do it. Do it from close range, Adler.
They released a statement. The protests remain peaceful. That is a lie. Let me just put in LA because I saw some different footage earlier. Reminder: President Biden never needed to send the National Guard troops to LA for protests, and Trump refused to send them to Capitol Hill on January 6th. This is part of Trump's fascist takeover. Look at all of these troops they have. on the ground in LA. Like for what? So y'all can get some immigrant? Hey, Candy. Yeah, they don't want it televised because they don't want it televised because they don't want everybody else starting to act up.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, as a Caribbean American, like I was born in this country, right? So I don't know how it's like to live outside this country. So I'm just thinking back on the election, like, damn, we could have avoided this for like 4 years or maybe even 8 had we made the right decision. But, people didn't vote or they voted the opposite way. So
Yeah, and a lot of these people that's getting deported voted for him. So like half
I
of me
love it.
feels bad, but the other half of me feels like y'all need to like sit with what y'all did. Y'all thought y'all were exempt or he wasn't going to do that to you. I don't know what part of y'all thought that he wasn't going to um do that to you. But for the first time they're not worried about us. Why is it not over the news? Because they don't want other people getting ideas.
Yeah.
Like here in Philly, they blew up one of the ICE vans, but the press was like, "Oh no, that's not what happened," and that is absolutely what happened. They didn't want people getting ideas,
Right.
because like Kanye said, "Oh my God, a father screams for his child inside a tiny interview room with in a basement waiting room inside LA Federal Building. The space is not a holding area, no food, no water, no diapers. Those initially detained included 2-year-old citizen and a woman with a high risk pregnancy. What the fuck?
Oh,
This is
screaming, I
crazy.
knew that. Help me.
What are they doing?
No, they're screaming, help me. Are you that?
Los Angeles came out saying no to ICE raids.
Yeah, because California is a blue state.
Yeah,
There's a
they're
lot of
not going
Republicans
for it.
there, but it's a blue state, so they're not with this at all.
And a lot of people, I don't know, people know, like LA is where shit is going down, like the Rodney King riots. And what is he talking
Right.
about? What's an ad? Well, what's this? Just in. Deputy FBI director is now publicly asking for help identifying helmeted protester caught throwing rocks at vehicles. Nope, we will not help y'all. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Those insurrectionists did worse at the Capitol. Why do you need our help to identify these people, these good citizens?
Yeah, and they got off scot free. So, like, what do y'all want us to do?
Right.
Look at this. Y'all fighting women. This is
Mm-mm.
crazy.
Yeah.
I remember the Mexican lady who was singing at one of his rallies. I will vote for. Oh yeah, I
Eso.
will vote
Yeah,
for
for Donald.
Donald Trump. When they start coming for black immigrants, my grandparents were born here in 1878. I can't accidentally get sent out of the country with no trial. Well, they're gonna have a bunch of problems when they do that. And then Donald and Elon, they let's see. The violent mob assaults on ICE and federal law enforcement are designed to prevent the removal of criminal illegal aliens from our soils. Shut up. Oh, they putting their addresses out. Oh wow, look at this.
You get all the real news on Twitter.
Can y'all see who did what? Who did what? The people are not having it, okay?
Yeah, Mexicans, they
You
going
definitely feel
in.
the heat from that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Look at this. They out. And I thought the government wasn't supposed to deploy the armed forces on us, the citizens. Hey, I've been watching this. Hold up. Hey, I've been watching this on cable all day, so it is being shown on TV. Shit, I'm surprised that they just started. The New York Times and major news publications are just showing like the kids starving in Gaza and the people in Israel stopping the aid trucks, like just regular citizens stopping the aid trucks from going past. The issue is most people are just as racist as everyone there. I live here. These people don't like us.
And the truth is, a lot of
Well,
these
I
people
know
are
that.
afraid of Donald Trump. They are, because Donald Trump ain't moving like he is abiding by the law. He does not care about the law. So you have people like just say CNN or whatever. There's people that are maybe they don't support but they're afraid of him. He's a get back type of guy. He's a New Yorker, very
Oh
staunch.
yeah. Because look at what him and Elon are going through.
Listen,
Um,
that is a beef if I ain't seen one before.
yep. Cali DGF said, "Is your neighborhood okay, Cali? Is your tank and your fridge full?" Shell said, "Yep, they've been stopping aid for years now, mostly off." I know y'all probably sick of the Joe Button podcast, but they was talking about it. They was talking about how Donald Trump is really like on some nigger shit, like New York nigger shit. Like they made Elon feel like he was cool or whatever, and they just basically played him to get what they wanted. And I guess he thought he was gonna be different, and now he's
Absolutely.
fucking around and finding out because he losing his contracts and stuff. They just played him.
That's what he gets. But I'm glad Elon admitted to he somewhat admitted to rigging it in the senses of like spreading fake news. Like he was spreading so much fake news. He made it so that because a lot of people was blocking Donald Trump, he made it so that even if you block somebody, you could still see their tweets coming up on your For You page on X. So yeah, he helped Donald Trump get the presidency. He sure did. But
Yeah,
you also got played with your dumb ass.
yes, yes, he did big time. Let me see if I can find it. Where's the episode? I just
Not
want to
yet.
play. It's not that long, like the other one was. Elon Musk. Let's see. Elon Musk versus Donald Trump. Hold on. They broke it down a little bit. I can't. Let me say. I'm in the last spot of the black community we have left. These people are not our friends. Um, I can't believe they played him. I thought it was going to be the other way around. Just rich, not smart. Um, I, um, he said jump. He was not on board with electric cars and he's not supporting it. Tesla thought they could buddy up to him and change his mind. They knew the deal. So I'm gonna play this. Play this. Elon versus Trump. I think that a lot of Republicans really
really don't fuck with Donald Trump. Like, I think they really don't fuck with Donald Trump, and they just been too scared to come public with it.
Agreed. That's been for a while.
Yeah, they don't fuck with him.
And I think that Elon is right. And I think that Elon fanboys helped him win the election this year and possibly some other things.
And some money, and
$280 million.
you know what I mean? I think that I think Elon, pardon me, did get a little big in his britches. And forgot that he was talking to a narcissistic motherfucker and Donald Trump. That you're not gonna just come in here and just keep publicly big broing me. I don't think that's gonna keep happening.
I'd like y'all to break this down for me. And like, I'm a kindergartner, but I agree with that tenfold, at least for a year. And no, at least for 6 months, Elon is seemed to be getting too big in his britches as it pertained to Trump.
Man, they was running around saying that he was the one running the country for real.
They were, because it looked like that. It did look like that, yeah.
Bro, I'm in the Oval Office. What with some sweatpants? He didn't have on sweatpants, but fam, nobody comes in the Oval Office dressed down like they going to dinner.
Right.
Like, yo, you in there with your kid telling the president shut up publicly.
Elon set this off with the debt they win or the debt plan.
He said that the bill that they just passed was trash. A lot of people are saying the bill that they
big beautiful bill.
Donald Trump called the big beautiful
bill pertaining to
everything.
bunch of shit.
Mad shit. So the budget shit, a lot of the budget shit. So Elon came forward and said, yo, dog, not for nothing, no disrespect, this bill is trash. This bill is going to add, they're saying, way more money to our deficit. Donald Trump and them said it's not. Public people that are in support of Donald Trump have come out against the bill. Kevin O'Leary, who's Donald Trump's man from Shark Tank, Mr. Wonderful, he said this bill is horrible for all small businesses. He said basically 62% of small businesses are the driving force to our economy. You shitting on them. So he's like, yo, dog, my people gonna be calling me like, yo, what the fuck is going on? So Donald Trump and them, of course, said, no, it's not. It's helping small businesses. The tax cuts to the 1% are enormous. Again, they're saying that it's some future shit that's going on where people that are making under $30,000 a year are going to get hammered in taxes. If you already at under 30 grand, no disrespect to nobody out there, like, yo, fam, you can't afford no more tax hits. You know what I'm saying? So it just, and so the motherfuckers that are being truthful saying, yo, this is some bullshit. So,
I have a brief summation from like New York Times. All right, here we go. Hold on, shit. Rewind. Come on.
You've been killing since that old Tick Fridays.
Never seen anything quite like this. Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if it went well anymore. So last week, Elon Musk left government. It was the end of his tenure as a special government employee. He got this nice press conference with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Thank you, Elon. But behind the scenes, it didn't seem that everything was going well. Over the weekend, President Trump removed the nomination of a key Musk ally from the head of NASA. And throughout this week, Elon Musk has been posting about this supposed big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump has been trying to push through Congress. And he's expressed his worry about this bill adding to the federal deficit and increasing the federal debt. And on Thursday, it became a little bit different. Donald Trump addressed that kind of rhetoric. He knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody.
So that's what I was wondering.
To explode online. Musk unloaded his full clip on Donald Trump, accusing him of being associated with Jeffrey Epstein. He talked about how Trump's tariffs were going to be bad for the economy and lead us to recession. I don't think we've ever seen someone at this level fall out with Donald Trump. You know, in some ways, Elon Musk is his equal. Someone who is incredibly wealthy and someone who has taken credit for a lot
I don't see them as
Trump's wins. Both men are known.
Right, you get his opinion now. All right, we done with. I don't see them as equal.
Why? I mean,
Elon Musk is way richer than Donald Trump.
well, richer, but
powerful.
power, influence.
Yeah, power means a lot.
Yeah, it does. I'm thinking on the power tip.
But Elon basically,
with wealth comes power. So
but Elon basically said in his tweets, he was just like, "I got this motherfucker elected. Like, I did."
thank you for your service.
Yeah. He's like,
You so rich and wealthy and intuitive.
And you ain't doing me a favor.
I'm waiting for him to say rig the election.
Well, anyway, I think he's all but said it.
Donald Trump is just a New York nigga. That's it. He's just a New York nigga. What I mean is that we'll let you feel like you inside and we all cool and chummy and it's all great. and it's all good. But in the back of my mind, I'm watching you, and I have a plan just in case you get a little bit too comfortable. I would agree. That's what Johnny played possum. Trump played possum, made Elon Musk get extremely comfortable, and then wham, and showed him that. Because he been saying things in the beginning. Elon Musk tried to run against me, but you know, he's not even from this country. He's been saying things and he got quiet. So then Trump just showed him, man, you know, I could play possum better than anybody.
I got 50 years dealing in the swamps. Yeah. Nigga, down with the mafia, from the mafia to the like, yo, dog, I've been with them. Different. I've been with them. You just a wealthy dude. That's a genius. And you're a genius. And you're a goof. You're a goof.
So when we need the money and when we need the tools and the assets and resources, then we'll call you. But other than that, nah.
You ain't.
Nah. Trump's narcissism is one of my favorite reality shows because I can bank on him
doing something
to act like he fly with Pence for the rumors to go around. Oh, when Pence take over, yada yada, and then Big T saying, "Nigga, never the case. You done." So he does this. He does. So when him and Elon Musk was acting like friendly, and Elon Musk didn't see it coming, I was like, "Oh, this is happening." Yeah, this happened. So
he didn't see it coming at all.
He was none the wiser.
I don't think so.
And I think the relationship was mutually beneficial.
Like, honestly speaking, you can't say Donald Trump was no corny nigga in the 80s. He wasn't no corny nigga, son. He kind of was him.
He was corny.
No, he wasn't. He was not corny.
I don't want to defend him.
I mean, either. I'm
in the 80s,
I'm just being honest. Donald Trump was him. In the 80s, 90s, Donald Trump was him. Like, he was running around here, playboy nigga like Iron Man or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And then his other views started to cloud. Honestly, if he never runs for president of the United States, he continues on that trajectory of being one of the cool whites, unfortunately.
Maybe true.
No, I'm just saying, because a bunch of that shit would have never come out publicly that he did. When he started running for, then people start going to search and find some of the little racially motivated shit that he was doing. But Donald Trump was a cool ass white dude running around billionaire, messing with all the baddies back when we was coming up.
If I have to pick between the which evil I like more, I'm picking Trump over Elon Musk. Sorry, buddy. I am. Sorry, sounds bad.
No, don't.
I'm not fucking with no fucking doofy ass Elon Musk. And I don't fuck with Trump, but Elon Musk. Yo, so it's funny. So he says, yo, I'm about to drop the big bomb. I think that was a mistake. If this is your big bomb, I don't think it went the way you planned. Yo, Trump is on the Epstein tapes. We knew that. We knew that. But why you didn't know that?
He did.
No, you knew that. Oh, no, you did know that. And
so you cool with it.
And you ain't say nothing until y'all start beefing. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you did, why did you keep working for him as people's question?
Your man came out. He's the king goof.
Who?
Kanye.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even doing it.
No, bros. Please stop fighting.
Yeah. Yeah, but he sucked a lot of dick.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What?
That's literally, you can't say.
He did. Don't tell me what to say. He did suck a lot of dick.
I'm not saying what to say. No, you can say what to say.
His uncle or some shit.
Yeah, talk about
Yeah,
that.
suck your fucking uncle dick and then chime in with the president.
Yeah, that's kind of
You can't do that. You can't, because now it look like you rushing to suck another dick. Mind your fucking business. You're not a politician. We're not checking the album. You lost the Gap deal. Sit down. Enough for you. Lost Amber. Nigga, move. Move. It's over. You lost the white girl. Move. We don't want to hear that right now.
White and black.
We want to see the Titans. It's a big fight. Here you come making it about you. You are a different class of narcissist. You got to move. Wait for a second. We've been waiting for this for a while. Sorry, Kanye. It's not about you right now.
How does this end? Like, what is a possible result of this?
Nothing.
Kanye ain't gonna find another.
No, not yet. No way.
I don't think he's done.
No. Trump and Elon.
I think Trump pulls a bunch of that money because that's some of the shit they got to do with some of the
government contracts.
Yeah.
Is it true he stopped signing the contracts for the Elon shit?
You start pulling my money, we gonna start beefing a little bit. Yo, you might have made some promises to me that I need you to follow through on. And now that you out, this is all speculative. Now that you out here fucking with the motherfuckers in UAE and you got some other heavy hitter money niggas behind you, you don't necessarily got to sit down and kiss my ass no more.
Trump said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Then he went on to say, hold on, what is this shit?
Politics.
Yeah. He says, I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion, and the biggest tax cut ever. Nigga, please. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again.
So great.
So great.
The bill is so beautiful. You have no idea. Fuck out of here. Yeah. Oh man, that's your man. It's your cousin. I think somebody had voted for Big T, man.
So the girls are fighting, and maybe do you think that? Let me see the comments real quick. Do you? Because I have a few questions. Okay, you like hearing this. You can't believe they played him. I thought it was going to be the other way around, just rich, not smart. No, everybody who deals with Donald Trump gets played in the end. They all go to jail. He doesn't. He said jump. He was not on board with. Okay, we already read that. The nigga got a chip in his eye. Oh wow. I spoke with a Middle Eastern pharmacist in Dearborn. He is angry and feels tricked primarily by the mayor of Dearborn. Why is that? He thought they were all going to do it. Elon is a grandiose narcissist. 47 is a malignant, dark triad narcissist. I thought they were all going to do it. Do what? Elon has already access to our business, though. Yeah. The Supreme Court just gave him access to all of our stuff. Elon is not a genius. He threw money at geniuses and acquired their ideas and marketed himself as a genius. Agreed. Yeah, so basically, Trump, like he does everybody else, used his dumbass, promised him the world, and I think it's so funny. First, half of me thinks that this is all a scheme Todd set up to come with the bullshit. I feel like part of me thinks Elon is acting and speaking out against Trump just to save some face with his board, because they want him out of there at Tesla since he tanked it. But then another part of me feels like he really got played. He really didn't see it coming. He thought he was the exception. Like Trump wasn't going to do that to him. And I think that's so crazy how he's canceling all of his contracts. But the thing that concerns me is SpaceX, because they said that we really do need SpaceX. Like SpaceX does stuff like their technology or the stuff that they do is more advanced than NASA or whatever. Don't quote me on anything because I don't really know. But SpaceX is really that girl, and we need SpaceX. So I hope they can. I know in New Jersey they said on the turnpike they're removing all of the Tesla chargers. So he's losing his government contracts with that. That's gotta hurt. And they said he's taking away that electric vehicle credit too, the EV credit. So I don't know what this nigga is thinking. So y'all can go ahead and y'all can go.
Yeah, girl, I'm with you. Joe said, what did he say? He said something about their relationship being mutually beneficial, and I disagree. See, Elon was banking on Donald Trump keeping his word or maybe swaying him another way when that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. You acquiesced to everything he wanted, and you got him in the presidency just for you to be fucked right in the ass, no grease. I love it. I love that for you.
And they just had a meeting. Like Trump just had a face-to-face meeting with Elon and the cabinet members, and they probably sat him down and was like, "Nigga, you better not say that you stole that election from me. I bet you that was the meeting."
And it's crazy because it was so obvious. Like, come on.
Y'all think he
Elon knew.
y'all believe he literally stole the election? I think the Democrats threw the election. I think it was everything on all fronts. They basically, it wasn't just Elon, it was a whole orchestrated plan to get this man back in office. That's what I think.
I do
But I
believe
think
that
they
as
did
well.
it with his technology, with his satellite tech, whatever kind of technologies that he has. Because
Okay.
I remember when I was doing Uber, Elon's jet would be parked at the damn airport at the Clearport, because it's right behind the airport a lot. And Trump said, yeah, Elon spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania campaigning. That nigga wasn't campaigning; he was up to some things. Probably with the voting machines. Who knows what
But
he was really
also,
doing?
I
You
feel like
know
the
what?
biggest part of it was him
Let us finish.
spreading fake news. I think that was the biggest part. Like, it's the rhetoric that was behind it and a whole bunch of bots on the internet constantly pushing a narrative. That's what I think. I don't know about no machines or anything like that because I like to go off like solid proof. But what I saw and what I experienced is this thing where, oh, when she was a senator, she was locking up black men, and I was just like, well, senators don't lock up black men. She was an attorney. What was it, a district attorney or something like that? Or whatever it was. She was an attorney, and when you look at the information, it wasn't that. So when people are pushing that and the fact that she's not black, we was talking about the fact that she was black. What the fuck is that? I think
Black
all those
people did not
things
get Trump
go
elected.
into. I think all those things go into the reason why Donald Trump. Yeah, I think it was orchestrated for sure, but a big part of that was Elon spreading fake news.
No, I think that the minute Biden stepped down, he was in office. If you talk to anybody that like really is into politics or any political analyst, they said from that moment on, he already won. There was no possible way for anyone else to campaign and win. There
I
wasn't
agree
a
with that.
time. And then on top of that, we are now seeing, especially with some of the other things that are going on in the news, how people really view women and they really think we're stupid. So America is not ready to have a woman in that office. They just do not think that we are intelligent and they think men control us. They truly believe that.
But
And I've
on
been
election
windmilling with some
night,
of these people in the comments because I'm shocked. I didn't know people still thought about women this way. It really has shocked me. And I'm like, oh my God, this woman never had a chance. She could have been the perfect candidate. It doesn't matter. Because they think that men control us. We're mindless robots. We have no free will. We stupid. We weak. It was no way. The only way that it could have happened, they would have had to reelect Biden and he would have had to step down. That would have been the only way. And for whatever reason, they chose not to do that. And I think it's because they were all on the same page with getting this man in office.
Yeah.
I don't believe that the Democrats want him in office. I don't, because he's about to tear apart Medicaid, public, just firing all the federal workers. Like, he really is doing a number. I don't think that they would sign up for all of that. What I think they should have done was let Biden run and then let him say he has cancer and let Kamala deem him unfit and then let Kamala take over that way. They should have just did it that way because it seemed like the Democrats are the only ones that play by the rules. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like she might have had a fighting chance if she actually campaigned for the amount of time that she needed to. If he, like you said, if he decided to, you know what, I'm not gonna run again. We're shooting for Kamala. I think that would have gave her a better fighting chance because like she only got a couple months to campaign. That wasn't enough. And I still believe that Elon had a big part of just spreading news that caused people to either not go out and vote or vote the other way.
I don't think people care.
Well,
I know. I'm gonna just be honest. As a woman, and I'm saying this as a person who's just figuring this out, they really do not believe we are competent. On a mass amount of people believe that women are incompetent. They still think this way. they should have ran somebody else if they really wanted this man to not be there. I think the problem with the Democrats is that they are no longer a they. I think they're fragmented.
Yeah.
I think that you have people within that party that wanted this man to be in office. And Trump is on an ego trip out of this world. And I don't think that there is enough time for him to do what he's trying to do. And he's just creating damage with no result.
Yeah. That's why he keeps talking about
I
changing the amendment for him to be able to run a third time. And it's like, no, fool. You can't come back.
Well, what he's trying to do, he's trying to get rid of income tax. That's not going to happen in 3 years.
It's not.
And so all of this damage that you're doing to attempt to do that is going to be done. But we're never going to reap the results of it. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom, but I don't think that the reward is going to come back around. I don't think he's going to be able to achieve this. I think he's just going to do the damage trying to achieve it.
I agree, Callie. I 100% agree, because that's why a lot of people voted for him. When they heard that there's not going to be any more income tax, people were running to that. That was a big reason why a lot of people were voting for him. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, how do you think that's going to happen? So now we're going to be feeling the effects of 25% tariffs on all of our imported goods from certain countries. Is it all countries or just certain countries?
I think they're different for different countries and different items. Okay. I understand what he's trying to do. I just don't think it can be done. He's trying to turn back the clock to where we were in like the early 60s, late 50s.
Right.
Because we really honestly have not built anything since. He is right about that. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if you can put that genie back in the bottle in 3 years. Mm-hmm. But you can do a lot of damage.
The problem with Kamala was that people did not like her. That was the problem with her. I did not like her. She did not. I don't know if she was trying to play Trump's game where he doesn't answer any questions, but she wouldn't answer questions directly. She wouldn't. She had a likability problem, and a lot of black men didn't. They felt like she was talking down to them. I know a lot of black people who just did not vote. They didn't want to vote for Trump, but they did not like her. They didn't know the severity of what was going to happen. They didn't think Donald Trump would be this bad the second time around, because let's face it, the first time Trump was in office, he was winging the whole thing, and he didn't know that he could get away with the shit that he got away with. So now this time around, and the people around him didn't know that he would. This is the first time in history that somebody like him was doing and saying anything he wanted to do and didn't care about the consequences. So this time around, they said they got in his ear. The real people, the deep state, whatever you want to call them, they was like, listen. This is not going to be Trump's reality show this time. Let's do this Project 2025 shit. Let's do this. The real people in power said, you know what? We're going to use you, even though Trump is ultimately the ultimate user. Like they said, he's the real New York nigga. He's going to let you think what you want to think, and then at the end, he's going to do what he wants. But I think the real people in power, or with some sense, or who really know the government, I bet you Trump can't even recite the preamble to the Constitution, quiet as it's kept. But just like Pam Bondi didn't know what due process was. But anyway, I think that the people who are really in power got behind him and made a plan to do all the evil shit that they're doing now. Like, how you going to tax the people making less? Increase the taxes of people making less than $30,000 just to give rich people a tax cut. Just tax them a little bit, and it was that's how we could get out of debt. Y'all crying about getting out of trillions of dollars of debt. If you tax a billionaire 1%, they won't miss it. They won't miss that money. Like Diddy paying $10,000 a month to Jane Doe. That ain't nothing for him. He's a billionaire. Like, these people won't even feel it, and that will solve the deficit. But y'all want to tax nickel and dime all the poor people, and it's just the bottom line is the real people got behind Trump, and they really had a plan this time around, and nobody knew how diabolical it was really going to be this time around. No one could imagine that
Oh
he would
no, we
just
could
lie to everybody,
imagine. We
faces like
saw it
that.
and heard
The
it.
farmers
Well,
losing money,
I
all
don't
of
think
that.
we did know. I think that people thought that he would actually help the economy. He been manipulating the stock market like insane. Like the stock market is moving in some very unnatural ways. I'm like, stocks don't even do this. Like, what is this fool is like, he need to be in jail. But
But
this is the thing. I really feel, in my opinion,
Wait, you said
that
the
once
stock market is
Biden
moving
stepped
different
down,
now? Callie, you said the
yeah.
stock market is moving different now?
it moves in very unnatural ways because he's manipulating it. So things that would
Okay.
normally happen in the stock market don't happen, or things will just happen out of the freaking blue. Like it will like make no technical sense. And it'll go in both directions. It's not always down and it's not always up. Sometimes like right now, the market is almost up to all-time highs. How with the economy the way that it is the market
Right.
jacked up that high? How is that possible? And then they talking about these jobs numbers. Now this go all the way back to the Obama administration. They're counting people that are doing Uber and gig jobs. And so now they're saying nobody's unemployed anymore. You could have signed up for Uber. You cannot even be driving for Uber because you wasn't making no money, but they count you as not being unemployed.
Yeah.
Unless you file for unemployment benefits. Well, you can't get unemployment benefits when you're 1099. So what they did with all of this gig stuff, that's a way for them to manipulate the jobs data. So now they can go and say, oh, the economy is good. We ain't got no unemployed people. Meanwhile, people are getting evicted. People are losing their homes. Everything is going on because people really don't have jobs. They just maybe
Let me tell
tried
you what
Uber
happened
for a
with the
minute and it
gig
didn't work out for them.
economy is that all of the when the immigrants come here, they don't really have any paperwork. Even if you come here illegally, you really don't have a license or anything else. But even if you do come here legally, like that's kind of like the only job you can do. Is that's why you rarely see an American Uber driver or your food delivery people or your Instacarters. Like most of them are foreigners because that's really the only thing they could do, and they really over flooded the market. And these companies, they so demonic and just like they just drop the prices. Like for Instacart, I used to wake up in the mornings because I live. Y'all see, I could walk to the store and I'm right at 5-10 minutes. I'm at Sprouts, Giant, Target. There's a shop right down, ShopRite or Walmart. I'm near a lot of stores. I would wake up early in the morning. I would get like $70, $80 orders in the morning. I do 2-3 of them a day. I have my $300 for the day, and I'll be good. But then once the more and more people started coming in, Instacart only pays. First of all, Instacart, and you pay an annual fee, right, for the service. Then they add on, like, say something at the store is I don't know, 5 ears of corn for $2. They'll charge you like 50 cents per ear. Like they add on their own tax to the stuff that you're buying too. So they get an annual fee, they're taxing the items that you're getting, and then you pay for stuff like, oh, you want priority delivery, you want your delivery to come faster. Like you think you're paying for expedited thing, but what they're doing now is they only pay you, what was it? Not even $9 whole to shop one person's batch of, they call them batches. Like if you put in an order, that's your batch. They only pay $9 per batch. Like, and then what they started doing was, when I was doing it, it was one at a time. But then they started adding it double and triple orders all at once. And you would think, okay, so we're getting $9 a bag. No. So it would be 27 if you're doing a triple order. No, it would only be like 11 or something like that. So and then I don't know if you've ever like shopped for anybody or shop. Maybe you picked up some groceries for your mom or somebody, trying to keep 2 and 3 batches of 2 or 3 separate orders in the one shopping cart, or putting 2 shopping carts together at the same time and trying to keep all the shit separate for $11. And then when they started accepting food stamps, the food stamps people 9 times out of 10 don't tip. So they'll match it with a high tipper and with a no tipper, and you don't know which one is tipping. And and they really are exploiting these workers. That's Instacart. Uber, you used to be able to leave the airport, whether you going, like one time I went from the stadium to Camden, which is not even a 15-minute ride, and got $90 like after one of the games. Now they want to pay you like $12 to go to New Jersey from the airport. Anybody has ever called an Uber from the airport? No, you paying like $50 minimum, no matter where you go. $100. We went to see my sister in Detroit. We had to pay like $70-something for a ride, and I asked the driver how much we were getting. He said he was only getting $30. We paid like $10 to $80 for the ride. When I go see my doctor, one time they wanted to charge me $126. I asked him how much was a driver getting. $26. I said, I will give you $50 to take me or whatever. I always cut a side deal with the driver. And they're exploiting these drivers, these companies. That's how they have record. You see on TV, the people are striking, but they're recording record profits in the billions. Like, it's really sick what's going on with these gig jobs. Like, all of them. All of them. I could go on and on.
We have labor laws for a reason. What they did was found a way to skirt around the labor laws, and they have people working with no benefits, no workers' comp, using their own vehicle, not the proper insurance.
You're right.
This is not a third world country. This should not exist in a first world country. Our ancestors had unions and fought for labor laws for a reason, and they look.
Right now,
it's some stuff that should not be going on. And I think one of our big problems as a society that we need to understand, these rich people are not our friends. We should not like them. We should not be thinking that they're cool and this and that, because when they get to that 1%, they're only a 1%er because they're doing something to push other people down. That's just the way the economy works. That's the only way you could be that rich. It's not possible to be that rich any other way. It's a pyramid scheme. So like when people be thinking Elon Musk is cool and all of this stuff, I'm like, that's your enemy. That's not somebody that's cool. That's not somebody that's helping you. But I'm not shocked, because Trump always said he was not for the electric vehicles. He said it from day one. So I don't even know why this idiot even thought that he was going to go over there and punk that man on an issue that he's been on for 10 years. And now he walking around with a black eye talking about his eczema.
Oh, so there's some breaking news. Hold on. I guess I ain't never going to be able to make my food. Hold on. Let me share it. It says, breaking news. This is 23 seconds ago. Breaking news. Democrat LA City Councilwoman Eunice Hernandez just incited a riot by encouraging the LA protesters to escalate to rioters, according to Fox News. She got what she asked for. Pam Bondi, give America what we've been asking for, law and order. So I don't know what that means. So let's see.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works, that's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works, and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger. They know how quickly
she gonna get all these people deported or put in jail.
Let's hope
that
no one is hurt.
I'm not getting it. I ain't got no dog in this fight.
The flag, yeah, Guy. I see
there it is. Mexican flag, and
this is.
I say, so it begins. I was scared and was locked in the building.
No,
The
but this
police
is
had to
what
come and
they
get them.
want them to do. But Richie, this is what they want. This they falling for the bull trap. They want them to do this so they can bring the National Guard in and get rid of all their ass.
Let me ask you a question. Is it more of us than the National Guard? Is it more? Do we outnumber the National Guard, like the citizens?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
tell
well
you.
then, like
I'm gonna be
Kanye
honest with
said,
you.
he said slavery was the choice.
Why are
It
we?
might be
Wait,
that
I'm not
time,
about to
y'all,
fight the
because
National
guess
Guard of
what?
this
When they
country
get
for
finished with
people that
them,
don't like
when
us.
they get finished fucking with the Mexicans and the Hispanics, they're gonna start fucking with us. You best believe. You best believe it.
With us, they've been fucking with us for hundreds of years.
I know they've been fucking with us, but it seems like. Wait, what did she say, Deidre? What you say? She said, Callie, that was me. What you say, Deidre? Callie, I'm not sure why they are flying that
How
flag
they call
though.
us the N-word, how they discriminate against us, how they don't hire us for jobs, how they come into the job and box us out and get us fired. I live here. I live with the reality of this. These people are not our friends. They're worse than white people.
So let me say, I can agree with that, Callie, because I live in Arizona now, right? And
these people hate us.
I'll go. First of all,
Let her finish.
they use the N-word more than any black people around here that I know. And then on top of that, they own all these restaurants around here, and they don't hire black people at all. At all. So I don't listen.
And then I can also say, as a person who goes to Mexico frequently, Mexico is a big
your
country.
mind, Callie.
Mexico is a big country, and it is not a third world country. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. These people are here because they don't want to do the work that we had to do to build this country. That is the only reason why these people are here. They're not running from a war. They're not running from a famine. They're not running from a food shortage. None of that. They don't want to build. They don't want to do what we had to do to build this country, because we built this country. I'm talking about Black Americans. We literally built this country, period. There is no argument about it. The problem is we're living at the bottom, and everybody else is coming here in a country that we built and stepping on us. And most of these people are very, very racist.
I know it.
And
I know
the Mexican guy, he came out, he said, look, it's part of our culture. He was like, even if you're not necessarily walking around thinking you hate black people all day, but he said it's just their culture. Even that's just culturally, they just don't like us. That's a part of their culture. Now, when you go there as a tourist, they like you because they think you got money and you gonna tip. So a lot of people get fooled by that. Yeah, they love tourists. I go to Mexico, the people treat me very well. If I can't speak Spanish well enough, they'll go find somebody to speak English to me. They love me, tell me I'm beautiful, all of this stuff. Because they want that tip. And I think also, we don't know we don't know the history of Mexico, and that's done on purpose. Most of these people are the people that colonized Mexico. They're not what we assuming that they are.
Because a lot of the real Mexicans, I hate to call them Mexicans because me living in Arizona, they look like the real natives. You can't tell the difference between somebody that considers themselves Mexican and a fucking Navajo.
No. Those are not even. Those people came from Asia. I'm not even going to go into this whole history of Mexico, but they had something that was a little bit similar to a slave trade, but not really, where a lot of people came from the Philippines. And a lot of those people, if you look at Filipinos, those are Filipino people. Even the Mexican dress, that came from the Philippines. Like when you look at the people of the indigenous people of the Philippines, not because they've been colonized too. And a lot of those people are mixed or they came from somewhere else. If you look at the indigenous Filipino people, that's who these people are. If you look at the Mayan caves, the people in the Mayan caves got dreadlocks. They look just like the people in Louisiana. Matter of fact, Mexico used to go right up next to Louisiana if you look at an old map. Those are the people that built the pyramids. These people don't even claim to have been here that long. They said they don't know where the pyramids came from. So a
Hey,
lot of times
Monique.
it's like these people are colonizers anyway. So it's like, so we gonna let them colonize this country? They already colonized that country.
GGF says, I know quite a bit of Mexican history because I've been studying Espanol and the culture since 7th grade. The flag is stoking solidarity. But right here it says, just in on LA riot in downtown Los Angeles, a garage door open and the army of law enforcement. Wait, I saw something about the National Guard. Hold on. National Guard, Trump deploys the National Guard right there. So that was like a minute ago, 3 minutes ago.
Thank God
So it's happening.
But this is
Let me
far away.
Let me repost it.
This is like
The
downtown.
National Guard.
I gotta go to the airport in the morning.
You better hope it's still an airport when you get there.
This is what, look, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm staying out of this because they fell for the trap. This is exactly what he wanted. Exactly what he wanted. He rubbing his hands
But what
together.
do they want the people to do? Just lay down and take it?
Except that you cannot be here illegally. That's what they need to do. Because because if he pulls that birthright citizenship, look.
But they said they yoking up people that's citizens. Look at the boy, the high schooler that was on his way.
My black.
Look, they said they yoking up citizens. Look at the boy that was on his way to volleyball practice. They're just snatching up people that they know are citizens. Like they are. I read that they made the man that they deported to El Salvador. They made him come back, but he's still in jail. Let me see. Let me read some of these comments.
That's because per the Constitution, they removed him unconstitutional.
She called them ants. Damn, you called them ants.
I didn't call them ants.
They may be American citizens, but they still fly flags of heritage. Americans always been supposed to live of our neighbors.
Another flag in this country. I'm sorry, I do. That's the Southerner in me.
They want us to fight one another so they can call martial law. Africans were dropped off in Mexico too. I just thought it might inflame a bad situation. If it was a cultural parade, it would make more sense to me.
That the African slave trade wasn't real or it didn't happen as big as you think, or as people think.
Hey, Monique.
Oh no, it was definitely slavery. They just didn't come from where they saying they came from, and they already know that.
So where did they come
from? The
from?
ironic thing about it is this is not some hidden truth. This is the reason why your grandmother, if you're a Black American, would cuss you out and say you ain't no goddamn African, and I bet not hear you calling nobody Black is an insult.
Callie,
was like, no, Granny, you gotta love yourself, man.
That's not how every Black American experience growing up.
What'd you say, Yaya?
I said everybody's Black American grandma didn't tell him that.
They pretty much did. If
no,
you are
a
Black American,
Callie,
and you have a grandmother that was born in the early late 1800s.
Callie, let other people talk. Callie, just let us say what she's gonna say.
All
then
right.
you say what you're gonna say.
I understand.
No, I'm just saying. Let us speak a piece. What were you saying, Yaya?
I was just saying that not everybody's Black American grandma told them that. A lot of Black people don't believe in what you're saying, Callie. Like I feel like that may apply.
Which part?
That the idea that all Black American people are somehow not from Africa.
No, that's to me.
Let her
yes,
finish.
Let her finish. Let her finish. But when you ask them,
Callie, please let her finish. I'm trying to understand what she's saying. You're saying not everyone's.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
You're saying not everyone's parents.
Right. A
Good.
lot of what I'm hearing is a lot of like new history, new pseudo history, where like the average black person, if they say their ancestry is from Africa, it's like, no, you're indigenous to the United States. And that's false. Maybe it is for some people that have indigenous ancestry, but to say black people are not from Africa is crazy. It's just crazy. And a lot of people that say that won't even get their ancestry, their DNA done. So it's like, it's so moot to me. If you're not willing to get your genealogy, we can't have a real conversation about you not having African ancestry.
Are we talking about
Okay,
genealogy? We
go
talking
ahead.
about DNA?
Now,
Those are two
your
different.
turn, Callie. It's your turn, Callie.
No, I'm saying, are we talking about genealogy and DNA are two different things? However, I'm gonna say
Okay,
this.
so what is genealogy?
Genealogy is tracing your individual family back.
To where?
To as far as you can trace them back to. They say
Does
try
that
to go
require
10
your DNA
generations.
to be tested?
Huh?
Does it require your DNA to be tested?
No. The DNA is, first of all, DNA is already evaluated on pre-assumed migrational patterns. So it doesn't work the way people are assuming it does.
So I
That's
thought
why
the
23andMe went out of business.
mitochondria DNA is what they test to trace your genealogy.
No. They are, and you could, this is general public information. They are evaluating that DNA on what is already pre-assumed migrational patterns. Also, to trace your DNA, a living person to a dead person, doesn't work very well.
Okay.
So
there's no way to test if we from Africa or if we're indigenous, right?
You don't go by a test, you go by your family.
Yeah, so what
I'm hearing from you is that you feel that this is new history, but it's not. It's old history.
Pseudo history to me.
No, it's old history. It is what older Black people tried to tell us, and we would not listen.
I wasn't watching it the whole time, so I can't tell you what was on it. You can go rewind it there and watch it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying there's a concept like this is new. You guys are just coming up with this. No, this is what our elders tried to tell us for decades, and we wouldn't listen to them.
So there's no proof, no testing, nothing, but the word of mouth. Of your
DNA tests do not work like that. You have to trace your individual, the genealogy, the history of your family.
Didn't I just say that, girl?
Yeah, DNA tests don't work the way people are assuming. That's why 23andMe went out of business.
One of our viewers said on AFN News.
Yeah, but you have a right to believe what you want to believe. I'm just saying, I know what my grandparents told me.
I have a master's degree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have a right to believe.
So I know
you have your own family history.
Wait a minute, hold on, Callie. You have a master's degree in what?
I think maybe
I have a master's degree in let's just say history. So I studied history like deeply, and I'm very passionate about it. And pseudo history has been so prominent in the last 5 years. It's so weird. People are bored as hell now. It's just like the earth is flat. Black people ain't African. It's just a whole lot of.
Well, speak your piece. What are y'all saying?
We have individual family histories. We have things that our individual families stem from. We're not all the same people, and we never ever were. I think that's a big, huge issue because we trying to stick with people that probably is our mortal enemy, and we wonder why we can't get nothing done. Them people probably was fighting us for 5,000 years.
Yeah, I agree with that part, Callie. I do believe in tribalism. It's been recorded. But there's no secret in why. I know you don't. I'm not saying you don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade, but let's just say you do. That's just if we read and we understand. People that were being sold off into slavery were prisoners of war. A lot of them.
Yeah, they were. They were.
Money.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of that going on. And it's not just specific to all the countries and tribes of Africa. When you look at indigenous people in this hemisphere, when you look at Asian people, it's tribalism is not specific to melanated people. It's everybody. That's why when you look at history, it's been a recurring theme of slavery. You know, African slave, the Atlantic slave trade is not the biggest, and some may say probably not even the most brutal form of slavery. There's been other forms of brutal slavery. So you know, that's just a little bit from me.
Well, I think where people are going is with the chattel part of it. Because I didn't study history, but what I hear when I hear people interviewing historians, they're saying that this is the only evidence that they can find of chattel slavery in history. So I think that that's what made it different, where it's like your entire lineage is enslaved, not just you as an individual that was captured or committed a crime.
Correct.
Yeah. So that I think that is what made it different in America, unfortunately, or the Americas. When I say America, I'm talking about the whole North, South, Central, this whole big piece of land. I'm not just talking about the United States.
See, I know what I've read and what I've understood was I don't think this is the first form. It was the first form of chattel slavery. What I do think is when with the transatlantic slave trade and what those Europeans did was enslave people, and they weren't back in the day. Even if you were in chattel slavery, you may have been able to get out. If you were serving a life sentence, of course you were probably a slave forever. But let's just say you owed some money, and in that form of slavery was chattel slavery, because there was chattel slavery in the Bible. There was. And so, and I'm not even one to believe in that, but that's the whole idea of why they believe Europeans use chattel slavery to enslave quote unquote modern Africans. So I think the biggest difference is it was more so indentured servitude back then, as opposed to what it was in the transatlantic slave trade. People were there was indefinite slavery out here.
Well, it was also, you know, lineage based, and what a lot of people don't know is that there are nuances. It was only lineage based through your mom. So if your mother was an indigenous servant, say she was working as an indentured and she had a baby with a black man, her kid was cool. Her kid was free. And that's what I always say. We were never, ever the same. I think that people take little pieces of history and they act, or things that happen at a specific period in time, and act like they always happen. Like, no, this was something that maybe went on for maybe 20 years and they got rid of it. And like the one drop rule. The one drop rule been gone. It was been illegal. We're the only people that still think it exists, you know. But there is a group of people that still operate as a tribe, and they're doing very, very well. You know, we can't say their names; they'll yank us down. But I mean,
you can't you better watch it. You better watch it, because boy, they move like a gang, and I actually love that.
They're a tribe, and they operate as a tribe. The problem is we are being, and I used to hear people say this, and I never understood what it meant until somebody actually explained it to me. Black is not an actual ethnic identity; it is a social status. So what it is, we're trying to take something that's a social status and identify with it as though it is an ethnic identity or a tribe, and it's not. And so that's why we constantly are fighting with each other, because we're not all of the same tribe. We're not on the same accord, and we never will be.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
We're not.
So,
yeah, I don't, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think people should be more tribal. I think that's what builds community, through just similarity in history and culture. But I think it's extremely hard for just America to do that.
No, they doing it. They live here. I think that we have been conditioned to not do that because they knew that we would spend all our time fighting with each other. If we
that's
that.
what I was essentially getting to.
Yeah,
I feel like
I think it was done by design.
Yeah, I completely agree, because they put them up. They have them sitting in great communities with schools and kosher markets and stuff like that. It's very My aunt lives in a Jewish community, and before she moved there, it took her forever to get a house in that community. So,
Yeah,
and
you almost got to marry one of them to get up in there.
I'm
And
telling
I'm
you,
not
it
even
was
trying to be
very
funny.
hard. It was
Yeah, you almost
very,
got to
very
go
hard.
convert and marry somebody of that community to get up in there.
Absolutely.
Like, seriously.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in LA, that's who got the money here in LA is them. That's who, all Beverly Hills, all of that. They might be from, now there's different countries of people that are of that tribe, but that's essentially who got all the money here. I mean, that's, you know, and it's very obvious. Like if you drive around this city, you will know when you're in their area, you will see them. And those are the areas with the big mansions and stuff, the big mansions. But I'm just saying, you know, I really feel that it's almost like you have a bunny rabbit and a hare. They look similar and you put them in the same cage and they think that, oh, we got to work together to get out the front of this cage, right? But instinctually, they can't work together. They're not the same. They don't realize that the side of the cage is open. If they would, the bunnies would just go on their side, the hares would just go on their side, they could just both walk out of their side of the cage. But they don't never do that because they spend their whole time fighting each other because we like, no, y'all the same. Y'all look alike. Y'all the same. and I think that was done by design. I think that they knew if they gave us an identity, we would spend that we are the same people and we have to be together. We would spend all our time fighting with each other because they knew we weren't all the same people. Yeah. And when we built communities, that was people that came together and they built the community together. They didn't try to get every Black person in the United States to come together and build this town. That's not how those towns were built.
And you know what? I'll give it to Black Americans because it wasn't up until like last year where I truly understood why Black Americans didn't want to be referred to as African Americans, right? Like, I don't want to hear the denial of the ancestry because I believe it's there through history. However, Black Americans have created a complete, like, I can't sit up here with good conscience and say, oh, Black Americans are just like Africans. Like, first of all, there's a lot of African countries. And okay, they say that where most of us are from the Western hemisphere or the Western part of Africa. That's still not distinctive enough because we know, like, just Nigerians, there's like a whole bunch of tribes within Nigeria. So who's to say we're from this tribe or that tribe, you know? And it wasn't even considered Nigeria at the time. So it took me a while to understand why, but as somebody that's half Caribbean, my family never called themselves African Haitians. You know, that don't even ring up. That was never said. They don't refer to themselves as African. However, within the culture, you can see the relation of the things that we eat, I guess, the way we just express ourselves. That's the familial, just certain things that I see throughout the diaspora. However, they just don't call themselves African. You know, they are very prideful in the country that they've created or built, just like Black Americans are. They built this country. Black Americans built this damn country. And if Black people want to be considered Black Americans, so be it. And I'm 1000% with that.
Well, also, regardless, even if you believe we came here with whatever, the bottom line is, even with that timeline, we've been here hundreds of years. So for us to try to identify with something from hundreds of years ago where we have no connection to, we cannot trace our families back to there. We cannot trace we can't, it's not possible. You know what I mean? So how are you then that? I don't know any, and first of all, when we left, if we left, that place wasn't even called Africa. It wasn't even one place. So it's like you said, Nigeria didn't even exist at that time.
Yeah. You know,
called Africa. 100 and some odd years is. We are totally different people. That's okay. By that logic, everybody African then.
Yeah, I honestly that
Because
was
by that belief system, everybody came from Africa, right? So
yeah.
that means that everybody African. So
I think through
we ain't
migration
no more
came
African than
like
nobody else. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And I honestly, when I'm gonna just be honest, I see that this came out of that peace and love movement of the 60s. That's when this started. And I'm gonna just keep it a buck. Myself and a whole lot of other Black people that I know that I talk to, they will tell you either, I'm in my 40s. So my grandfather was born in 1911. All of my great-grandparents were born in 1800s. They will tell you that they either had parents or great-grandparents that were very, very against this Black identity. They were against it, and we assumed that, they just don't love themselves. No, maybe they knew something that we didn't know, and we should have listened to our elders. Our elders tell us our history. That's who tells us our history. That's who passed our history to us. We have a family history that is unique to our family. We don't all have the same history.
so the thing is, what I studied is that Homo sapiens first evolved in Africa, right? So yes, the human as we know it came from Africa.
See, I don't think we came from that monkey. That's a monkey, girl. Lucy is a monkey. Have you seen? Lucy is a monkey.
I don't think you really understand.
What is that girl? Who is Lucy? What y'all saying?
I believe in science, so I believe the human race came from Africa.
Science is a lot of it is paid for by people that come from wealthy families like
Let her
Elon Musk, and they
finish.
paid to say whatever.
Okay, so how do you? So when you take, quick question, Callie. When you take a DNA test let's just say I had to take a DNA test because my mama don't know who. I'm sorry, my mom didn't know her family because she was in foster care, right, or whatever. Or maybe let's just say my mom done gave me away and she trying to find me or something like that. And I go to take my DNA test. You do know that what they test in order to find your match, right?
That's a living person versus another living person. They're not testing my DNA for somebody who lived.
Can you answer my question though?
Yes, I know that, but what I'm saying is that's not relevant to ancestry DNA testing.
Answer the question.
So what is it that they test in order to find out?
They're testing your DNA against another living person. They're not testing your DNA against a person that may have lived 500 years ago. Okay, so I'm just you can't even go back that many generations. This is why 23. This is why they're going out of business now. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work well.
I think they're going out of business.
Talk about this.
So they're going out of business because they were selling off people's information and stuff like that. And also I think they were getting hacked. So that's inconclusive.
They're not getting.
Does that even matter? That doesn't even matter.
Let her finish.
I was just trying to get to the point that the mitochondrial DNA is what's tested to be able to test our ancestry, right? So when they do that and they take samples from people that are from that region that they say that we're from, and there's a close match, that's how we are able to test it from live human beings, right? They have that information, right?
That is an assumption
that they
are making that means that you came from there. What I'm telling you is this. I will never believe in this. I believe what is passed down through my family, through my genealogy. Mm-hmm. I don't believe these white people pay to say anything. And that's the truth. Most of these scientists come from very, very wealthy families. And when you have that kind of money, you can just pay to be right.
Okay. So I'm glad that I'm a teacher and I'll make sure I teach my students the right way. Okay. Like all this stuff is being tested by real scientists that are not paid. That's why there's a lot of pseudo information. And we're in the age of like a lot of misinformation and disinformation. And I promise you, Callie, I'm not trying to change your mind or anything like that. But this is very important to me because it's like there's so much bad information and we're in the age of information, and it's a battle trying to teach, but then people are just going based off stuff they have no proof of. It's just like, I can think something, therefore if I think it or if I heard it, therefore it's true, when in actuality it's like the flat earth conversation. We can't have that conversation if you're telling me that people were paid to prove that the earth was round. That's ridiculous. A lot of this stuff is pseudoscience, pseudo math, and that's just how I see it.
But you know, there was a teacher 60 years ago having the same exact opposite conversation that you're having now. I promise you it was.
Are you talking about what?
Saying that these people are telling you you're an African. I do not look. I know what I'm telling you. This same exact conversation happened in reverse 60 years ago. I promise you it did.
Are you referring to evolution being taught in school?
Oh, I don't believe. We didn't come from a monkey. This is not.
I'm just wondering where you're coming from because I've studied a lot of Supreme Court cases about
there were teachers having the opposite, saying, I don't care what these people say, this isn't real, this is pseudoscience. They were saying the opposite. But my point is this: you're not going to convince me of anything because I know what was passed down to me and my family.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't trust these people. I know what these people are capable of. So do I think that they're capable of pushing some theories that were not really proven for whatever purpose? Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, girl, I ain't trying to change your mind at all.
What matters to me is my family that I can trace to, that I can find. Not some ancestor that might have lived in Africa 500 years ago that I cannot trace myself to. I cannot trace myself to that. I can't.
You think you can't?
No, I can't.
You think
they cannot trace you to an ancestor. You as an individual person have an individual genealogy that comes through your family. We are not just a blanket. We just all just black people and we all the same thing. It doesn't work that way. Your family.
I'm not saying we're all the same. I just feel like I never said we're all the same. And you know I didn't say that, but it's okay.
No, what I'm saying is they're saying that. That is how they're telling history to you. That this happened to some black people, so now this happened to all black people. Like they're not even telling you, well, it was a whole bunch of free black people.
Well,
you could have been one of them. They don't tell you that.
No, that's not true, Callie. Like, respectfully, you don't know what they taught me. And a lot of my education didn't come from what somebody told me.
I know what I was taught.
But sweetheart,
let us finish.
All that I'm saying is the education that I have isn't just for me sitting in a classroom and letting somebody teach me something. A lot of my knowledge comes from my own studies, right? So, and then on top of that, people would assume because I'm not like my dad is Black American, but I wasn't really raised with him. So I was raised with my mother's side of the family, and most people might think, I don't know because I'm not of the culture, whatever the case may be. But it's born and raised in this country, and being raised around Black Americans that made me like and appreciate the history so much that I became a history teacher. So I'm not going based off what some random white professor told me in a classroom. I study this, baby. I do this. I do this.
So you're going off of your personal family genealogy. Because these are blanket things that they're teaching. They're not individual to you as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I can't tell you your family history. So your family history is your family history.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that this is not new information. This is old information that we were being hard-headed about. And now a lot of these people are passing away, or they're getting very, very elderly. And so now people like, I got to go talk to this my 90-year-old uncle. I got to go hear what he got to say. You start talking to him, he start telling you some stuff like, I ain't never heard of this before 1960. I don't even know where people got this from. We came from such and such tribe over here. My great-great-granddaddy came from that tribe. His daddy came from that tribe, and we always been here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a lot of people are getting from their elders. They're like, no, I never even heard of that before the 60s. But again, if that's not your family history, that's not your family history. Everybody's family don't have the same history. And that's okay. I can't tell nobody else their family history.
And a lot of people are mixed as well. Like, you know, I simply believe if you cannot, if it's just what my granddaddy told me, it's not far back enough information that I know that I feel like is strong enough to just say, oh, DNA doesn't matter. None of that matters, and then we just gonna go based off what somebody told.
Well, they're telling you what was passed to them and what was passed to them. So that is how that's how your your family history works as an individual person. I feel like we do a lot of taking other people's identity and taking other people's history. What is the history of your family? Because, for example, slavery. A lot of people start doing their genealogy and they find out there wasn't no slave. Matter of fact, they might have owned some.
Wait.
so it's happened to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, when you,
I don't think everybody was slave.
Your family history.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There were a lot of Black people living in the North during the 13 colonies. Let's just say pre the modern United States. So when we created the Constitution, before that, right? There were the North didn't have slavery. They didn't believe in slavery. And although people up north may have had slaves here and there, but there were a lot of Black free slaves, or, to your understanding, people that looked Black but wasn't really African in the North.
Well, I mean, there's Black people all over the world.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
there's Black
we can
people
agree on that.
There's Black people. I mean, there was Black people in Europe. They just don't like to acknowledge that, but there were. They have found their remains.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. To me, you can't just make everybody the same thing because they have a brown skin tone, and we're not even treated the same because Indians are not treated like us at all. And even Muhammad Ali spoke about this in the 60s. Africans weren't even treated like us. It might have changed as the African population got larger here, but in his time, they were not treated like us. So this, I think what's happening, like I said, we're taking a social classification and we're looking at it as though it's an ethnicity, and it was never created to be an ethnicity.
Well, I vote for a new conversation, a new topic. I feel like
I'm looking for some news now. I'm on the blogs. I'm trying to find us some news.
I feel like Hallie and DDG need to get off my timeline. Hopefully,
I'm worried about the baby.
I am too. I truly
Get a load of this. The new jackpot ticket from the PA lottery with top prizes of $1 million.
You think we should say something?
Diddy has just filed for a mistrial. Now, Diddy is
Okay.
trying to get a mistrial over a couple different things, and he is citing misconduct, so let's not waste any time and let's get into it. Diddy's lawyers have just filed a motion to the judge asking for a mistrial, saying that the prosecutors have used misconduct. This motion alleges that the government has presented testimony that it knew or should have known was materially false relating to the allegation that Mr. Combs dangled Brianna Bongolan from a balcony of Cassie Ventura's apartment in September of 2016. Accordingly, to avoid an unfair conviction in this case, the court should grant a mistrial. The government contends that the alleged balcony incident is relevant because it shows Mr. Combs' violence directed not only to Cassie Ventura, but to other people around Cassie Ventura. And they use a statement that the government says she is aware of this violence. Because of her awareness, it goes to coercion. Diddy's team then goes on to say that the government has used it to depict Mr. Combs in an extremely negative light as an angry and dangerous man who terrified Cassie Ventura and her friends. I ain't gonna lie, just saying this is crazy because Diddy, did you forget that there's a video of you doing that in real time? And they go on to allege that the prosecutors have entered evidence about the allegation from Cassie Ventura and Brianna Bongolan that is false in key aspects. Then they double down using the false testimony to obtain a ruling admitting hearsay evidence about it as well, all to present a false narrative to the jury. The government started by entering testimony from Cassie Ventura about the allegation that cannot be stolen over the balcony railings. Yet the prosecutors knew that she had not actually seen what she described because they had in their possession a text conversation demonstrating that Cassie Ventura was told about the alleged incident by another unidentified person. And they quote this text that says, "Hey, I just found out some crazy." And they are talking about the text message that Cassie Ventura sent Christine Korn a few days later. Nevertheless, they allowed Cassie Ventura to continue to insist on cross that she had witnessed this incident. Question, and you testified that you saw him throw her onto the patio furniture, right? Yeah. He brought her back over the balcony and he threw her down. She persisted in this story even after she was confronted by the text messages. Isn't it true that you learned about this incident on the balcony after the fact? I saw what I saw, so I don't know. Has the government, in your preparation for your testimony in this case, gone over this message with you? Not this one, no. The government has left the jury with a false impression that Cassie Ventura saw Mr. Combs dangle her friend over the balcony, that this made her fearful of him, when in fact, if there was any incident, Ventura merely heard about it afterwards. The government doubled down by presenting testimony from Brianna Bongolan intended to corroborate Cassie Ventura's false testimony. Bongolan claimed that Combs lifted her up and held her feet on the balcony railing. This is what caused the injuries to the back of her leg, back, and neck pain. They also allege in this footnote that Cassie Ventura and Brianna Bongolan have been in frequent contact. As to key points, they have had many opportunities to collaborate on their stories. And in fact, Bongolan admitted to the two friends discussing the incident before and after Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit. Diddy's team then goes on to say that the government introduced photographs of the injuries that Miss Bongolan supposedly sustained at the hands of Mr. Combs, including a photo depicting the leg injury taken on September 26 of 2016 at 9:45 a.m. Brianna Bongolan testified that she took the photographs of her leg injury around the time or the same day as the incident that she had got the injury, being thrown on the balcony furniture. On cross, she confirmed that the balcony incident happened earlier in the morning. The photo of the leg bruise was taken later that day. The government then introduced photographs of the injuries supposedly sustained at the hands of Mr. Combs during the incident. The government knew or should have known that Miss Bongolan could have not been possibly injured by Mr. Combs on a Los Angeles balcony in the early morning hours of September 26th, or even the day before that. The government has long known that Mr. Combs was on the East Coast in late September, specifically at around the time of this alleged incident. The government knew that he had stayed at the Trump Hotel in New York between September 24th and September 29th in 2016. In fact, the government had it marked as an exhibit in the records of this hotel stay, which they are now using as evidence. And they have other evidence in their possession from some of the time showing Mr. Combs' travel, scheduling, and proving that he was on the East Coast when it told the jury that he dangled Miss Bongolan over a balcony in front of Cassie Ventura. Bears to emphasize the use of the testimony regarding the balcony incident, and it's just one example of misconduct during this trial. The defense previously moved for mistrial based on the improper line of questioning related to the 2012 destruction of fingerprints provided by Kid Cudi to the LAPD. As the court will recall, the defense argued that the government eliciting this testimony was to create an unfounded and highly prejudicial interference that Mr. Combs somehow corruptly arranged for the destruction of the fingerprints. They're talking about how the judge ended up denying that, but they say, however, it has become apparent shortly after, during the questioning of Mia, the very next day, the fact that the government's motive all along has been to suggest that Mr. Combs had corrupt influence over the LA authorities after they tried to create the impression that he was responsible for the destruction of fingerprints. The government elicited testimony from Mia about 2 incidents which the LAPD did not issue her a ticket for speeding after she was pulled over because the officers found out that she worked for Mr. Combs. These 2 incidents in isolation seem like binge examples of police giving lenient treatment to popular famous people. Coupled with the sinister implications of the fingerprint destructions, however, they create a strong implication that the reason Mia, and I'm sure that the government will argue, didn't go to the police was because Mr. Combs was corrupt and had influence over the police and the LAPD in particular. And now they are asking for a mistrial because of all of this stuff. As of right now, we do not know if the judge will grant a mistrial. Y'all know I will keep you updated, but I'm praying that he does not because I cannot go through this all over again. Y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
So he trying to get. So what is he? So what is he saying that they weren't? He wasn't there. What is he saying?
I'm not sure, but my only question is to what Monique said. Like, is it witness tampering if she's not on trial, or because I'm
not sure if that's the right word.
Yeah, I want to understand what you're saying, but is it specifically witness tampering? Because
yeah, if they are consorting, like the one girl our mom was talking about the other day. They asked when was the last time you were in contact with Cassie, and it was like damn near like today or last week or after the trial started. Like I talk to her every day, so y'all could be conspiring together. Like the prosecution, y'all didn't tell y'all witnesses that they can't be talking to each other. And it's the second time they asked for a mistrial. The first time, what did she say? The first time the mistrial, the first ask was.
The first time was initially over that stuff with the fingerprints. Because I dealt with
he had the power to have the fingerprints disappear.
Well, I can say I have dealt with the LAPD. You know, I was involved in a couple of
Child, you done dealt with everybody.
Broken into. I can tell you that they do this all the time. This is the norm for them. They just take the stuff, throw it somewhere they can't find it. They got to throw the whole case out. This is normal. Anybody from LA know that they are extremely incompetent as hell. So to try to act like to infer that he had somebody do that, for all we know, the prosecution had somebody do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was the first time they asked for a mistrial. The second time they asked for a mistrial was over this, like you said, them consorting together and trying to get piece this story together that I'm going to be honest. At this point, I think this is a lie. I think it's a lie, but it's a lie she's been telling for a long time. And so therefore, it became like an urban legend and we always believed it was true. But when she got on that stand, I was like, this didn't happen.
You know what, Callie?
Her story does not make any sense at all.
Wait, what were you about to say?
I was just agreeing with Callie. Like I'm with her on that because I personally think, you know, based on what we've already heard, and what we saw him do to Cassie. I think Diddy is a terrible human being, and he probably committed several crimes. However, what they're saying he did, I think they put 10,000 on 10. I think they're trying to make it seem as if he was out here like there was a ring of bitches, just like, because when I heard sex trafficking, when I hear sex trafficking, I'm looking up statistics on that because that's a real thing. Like people are being kidnapped and forced. And I'll even look at regular prostitution with a pimp as that. But like to me, this just seems like a bunch of willing participants that ended up in a cult. Let's just say. But is this what they're saying it is? I don't think so. I really don't.
You know, it seems like they're trying to charge the John with trafficking instead of the pimp. That's what it seems like they're trying to do in this case, and that's not what the law was made for.
I agree. They are. That is a great analogy because the pimp is the one that's doing the egregious thing, and although he has. It's not to the extent that they're saying. He got pleasure out of all of this, and most pimps are not sitting in the room having freak offs with they hoes.
No, he is the John.
Yeah. God.
He's the one paying for it. He's not the one selling it. So now trying to do is convince us that because he's helping women financially, that he's holding them hostage. Which we all like, this is, you know what I mean? Is Cher holding her boyfriend hostage if she's helping him out financially? Is he being held hostage?
Right.
Like, I mean, it's really getting. And I hate to defend a man who was beating a woman,
right?
But this is getting out of hand, and it really feels like they are trying to figure out a way to weaponize RICO so they could just start locking a bunch of people up for any old thing. That's what it seems like to me.
You know, Mark Lamont Hill spoke on this. Like, he has the same stance. Like, I feel like we all probably are in agreement that Diddy's not a good person, and we knew that. We've known this for decades, right? It ain't new, not new news that he's a freaky ass nigga that probably does really bad things. But what I'm actually honestly shocked by the feds for pulling this. I feel like this is a witch hunt. And it's not giving. I feel like they couldn't get him on what they wanted to get him on, so they built this dumbass case with a bunch of
trying to build this case, and they're not doing a good job at doing it. And to me, they're scrambling, giving people last minute immunity to testify. To me, that says the case isn't going how you thought it was. And I'm going to go back to, not to cut you off, my conspiracy theory from the beginning, when the original prosecutor, when I got into that argument with what was her name? Damn, I forgot her name. CW. When I was saying I felt like the puzzle pieces, because she was saying that the tape wasn't going to be allowed in the trial, and I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? But anyway. I felt like the chess pieces were already being moved around the board with the original prosecutor quitting like the day Donald Trump was elected. He could have waited until he actually took office. To me, that was like really fishy. And he was the one, really coming on strong, or had the hard on for Diddy, and he's gone. So we got this, as Mark Agnifilio said, this 6-pack of white women coming after Diddy, but do they have a strong case? And it doesn't seem like it to me. Like, everyone keeps saying, oh, the feds has a most of the time that's true, because people they cop a plea or they make a deal because they don't have the resources to go up against the feds. And a lot of the times police make their cases off of snitches. and not actual police work. And what I'm not seeing a whole bunch of actual police work. I'm seeing a lot of witness testimony, and a lot of it is shaky. And what we've seen thus far is the defense being able to poke holes and make these witnesses look like, is it a witness for or against Puffy? We're questioning, like, they're not doing a good job for the prosecution, which is the bottom line. Like, you're showing that he's a bad guy, but you're not showing this RICO bullshit that you're trying to do. And to me, I'll take it even a step further with the conspiracy theory. Like I said, the chess pieces, like, they moved him out the way. They have an inexperienced judge or a young judge. There's 6-pack of white women. One of them is James Comey. Just depending on who you're talking to, James Comey is a disgraced civil servant, FBI director, or whatever, depending on who you're asking. Jonathan Oddie, during his police interrogation, he had Trump's name all up in his mouth. So, Diddy and Trump, they came up together. You know how we just listened to Joe Budden and them say, like, Trump was the guy back then, and even back in the 90s and stuff, when Diddy was at his height, Trump was all in the mix of that too. So, and even the statement that Trump made, yeah, I might take a look at it, I might not. Like, you can't listen to anything or take anything he says serious. Like, so there's that with the conspiracy theory. I also think the prosecution, the same thing that happened with the R. Kelly trial, how that even came about is because they're watching the same documentary that we watch, and they said, oh, hey, we must have missed something. Let's get on this now. And I feel like the same thing happened with Diddy. Like, they saw the lawsuits and stuff and said, hey, we missed something. Let's get on it. And they're reading the comments, and I always am cussing out black people. I said, y'all make this shit so easy for white people to come after the black man. All these jokes, all these, send him to jail. Oh, Jay-Z's next. This, that, and the third, all that kind of shit. When I could go on Twitter right now and show y'all and look for the Abercrombie and Fitch CEO. We don't even know his damn name. They don't even talk about it like that. I can show you there's no information about how he actually had, I sound like a broken record. He actually should be charged with RICO. I'm not sure if he was, but he actually had organized crime, an organized system of getting these underage boys and girls, taking them to his island, shooting their penises with shots so they can perform sexually, and impregnating the girls just to get their fetuses so he could get his stem cells. This was a systematic operation with real victims. He got bail. Now he's deemed unfit to stand trial. I don't know. And he has co-defendants, real co-defendants. With Diddy, when this thing first started, I don't know how long you've been listening to me, Yaya, and the other people who are here from the Boys channel. Damn, what was I about to say? Oh, I thought when this trial started that it was going to be like, the way they were talking, I thought it was going to be Puffy was moving weight on the jet, according to Jonathan Oddie. I thought that there were going to be more Cassies, basically like how somebody said that Puffy said he was going to pimp out Danity Kane and Dirty Money. Like, I thought he was going to have a harem of bitches he was running, and he was moving drugs and guns across state and across here and there, all over the place on his private jet. And that's probably why they raided his house like that. And come to find out, it's just him and Cassie. And now it's just him and this new girl. We can't say her name, but we all know. But you know what I'm saying? It's not that. It's a man. And actually, I'm going to shut up because I'm going to pull up Harvey even saying what I'm saying right now. It's not none of the things that they hyped it up to be. And I think that's a tactic of theirs. Like, I'm about to play you. Even, what's his name? Joe Tacopina and Armand said that they keep playing this tape over and over in court. Just the fact that they have to resort to those type of tactics tells me that they don't have a strong enough case, or they don't believe they have a strong enough case. They want to play this tape over and over and over in court just to keep it in the back of anybody's mind. It's maybe somebody who's triggered by it. Just, they don't care about the case or the facts or the law. They just know that they saw this video in their mind and their brain is ingrained in them. But it's also having the opposite effect. We're desensitized to it now. And I think that the last thing I'm going to say is, I think that the prosecution has spent so much time trying to embarrass Puff or put his dirty laundry out in the street in terms of what the freak off is doing, what he's doing with as Armand likes to call them, finishings of the man. What the does that have to do with this legal case? Did y'all want to keep talking about what is he doing with the sperm afterwards? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Y'all trying to embarrass this man. But let me find what I'm talking about. Y'all go ahead.
But you're right, girl.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Callie.
I was going to say their tactic is to appall the jury. So they will say, this man is disgusting. Just put him in jail. I don't care what the charges are. That is literally their tactic as the prosecution. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and hopefully, the jury is smarter than that, because, like, I'm all for somebody, serving time or paying their debt to society when they commit a heinous crime. But let's just make this accurate. And we got to be like, oh my God, like, I'm gonna just be honest. Like, when it come to me, I don't look at everything black and white. I believe in nuance, right? I don't think okay, let's just say they find him guilty, right? You can't tell me these victims was Cassie and baby mama. Is that his baby mama?
We're not supposed to say that, but I will say.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 quarters.
Yeah, 2 quarters. So it just seems so far-fetched. And you said something, Ritchie, about like the community, the black community, black people making jokes out of this, because I be watching MSNBC and I'm gonna tell you, they're not just playing it over and over just in the court. They are making sure that they are tarnishing his image throughout the world, because they will play it over and over. And I find it funny that they would do that over and over again. If Cassie is this victim, if she is a victim, why are you guys making her relive this over and over again? Every channel, every news station is constantly playing that hotel video. Okay, I listen, it was a terrible thing and it should have been shown, but it's very calculated for it to be consistently played the way it is. And the fact that a lot of black media aren't being, and when I say a lot of black media, I look at this as black media, Gabor as black media, a lot of grassroots YouTubers that are reporting this. Like, I'm not a big fan of Armand, but even him, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about niggas like academics. He is a cancer to this society, and I want him to be gone. I feel like he's done too much egregious shit for him to still be so loud in the community. When I tell you his voice is loud, and he's the reason why people call him the diddler and all of these other names. It's like, I'm not saying Diddy should be still revered as this great person, because I never thought he should have, and we should have held him accountable as a community a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But the way this is going down, it's not right. It's really not right.
No, it's not. And you hate to defend him, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Right. And the way that black people joke and make, the memes and like, oh, send him to jail, like how they did Jay-Z. Oh, Jay-Z's next. Because that white lady that you hate, Callie, because she said she had a vision. Oh, Jay-Z was next.
Yeah.
And black people like, yeah, Jay-Z's next. Jay-Z's like, why do y'all hate this man so much? Why do y'all want to see this man go to jail? He is not, even if Jay-Z did the shit that Puff did, right? He's not on tape. He's not sloppy like that. So the fact that y'all think that he would be, first of all, that goes against like the street code that first of all, Puff ain't from the streets. Like his dad was a gangster. He worked for Frank Lucas or somebody, or Bumpy Johnson, one of them niggas. And his mom, she was they said she was a madam. That's where he learned all this freak shit with these women from. But Jay-Z is from the streets. And I dealt with, I come from a upper middle class family, but we still street adjacent. We still live like it's the hood, but it's not the hood, but it is the hood. Like it's still South Philly, But the fact that y'all think that Jay-Z would be R-ing a 13-year-old slow girl, and then the fact that y'all think that he would if they were doing this egregious, heinous act, that they would just let this girl leave the room and walk away and leave the party. Like that doesn't even make sense in and of itself. If y'all are violently R-ing a 13-year-old, y'all really think that they would have let her leave that damn room? If y'all say Diddy is vicious and is such a monster, y'all really think that if he wouldn't let Cassie leave, y'all really think he would have let this girl leave out that room like that, just go wait at the gas station for her dad? Like, just make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? But the way they championed that shit was crazy to me. It was so crazy to me. And I immediately said, I stand with Jay-Z. And I even changed my Twitter header that said, I look forward to showing you how different I am. And it's still up there like that. But the point is that you raggedy ass niggas, y'all give license to the white powers that be to come after us the way that they do. Like I said, you got the CEO, ex-CEO, Abercrombie CEO, deemed unfit to stay in trial. We don't hear a motherfucking peep about this nigga. I can even look on Twitter and not be able to find nothing about it. White people are mums, the motherfucking word, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. But black people, they don't understand when they do all of that, it gives them the license to come in and play in our goddamn faces. White people do way more heinous shit. Not saying that Puff shouldn't be charged, but why is it that only the black men are being come after like that? We'll start from Puff to Jay to Shannon Sharp. I don't believe nothing I have to say either. Especially if Tony Busby is involved. Who else? They tried to get Chris Brown. Who else? Trace. Well, Trace.
Yeah, he might need to go.
They were right. He might need to go.
That lady, like that was.
Keke Palmer tried to tell us, but
yeah.
Even Bill Cosby, I don't know what the fuck Smokey Robinson is doing or whatever. He's kind of a fucking creep. But still, like, why are only our supposedly black elite are being made to come at? Why are they the only ones suffering consequences?
Yep, I completely agree. You can't get me to believe that all those white rock stars was infected, violating young girls back in the day.
They were.
They were.
Married to a 14-year-old.
Do you guys know what Mick Jagger did to his black baby mama? Do you guys know what Steven Tyler did to a 14-year-old?
I didn't even know he had a black baby mom.
Yes. Girl, it's a whole podcast on it. And then Mick Jagger did some shit to a 14. I don't even want to repeat it because he be suing people. He tried to sue Nick Cannon because Nick Cannon was running around telling people this story. A 14-year-old. A 14-year-old. And no, Mick Jagger is not black. I don't want to hear nothing about no one-drop rule. I'm not claiming that man. Look, because I know that's what somebody goes, well, his grandmother was black. No, look. I don't want to hear that. That's a white man. And nobody said anything, did anything. He sued anybody that even bring this story up. A 14-year-old. And tried to unalive her when people started to find out about it.
Yeah.
So I think one thing, yes, it is racism, but I think it's also Black men messing with women from other communities brings a lot of heat. And they don't seem to learn why that's always going to bring that heat. It's never going to change. You know, that's another reason why they get so much heat on them. But with this thing with Diddy, I never thought in a million years I would be defending a man who beat a woman. And they have pushed me to that.
Me too, Callie. Wait, Deidre, who thought what? What you mean? Deidre, what you mean? Who thought that? What you talking about? Yeah, they making us defend Puff. As this thing carries on, and listen, if we have these questions, and if you start reading the comments, the tide has changed completely, especially with the girl, I was about to say her name, Jane Doe, when they said Puff is still paying her rent. That was like the nail in the coffin to me for the comments. Like, all of the comments was like, bitch, what? You ain't no victim. You don't sit your nut ass down somewhere. Like, the tide is changing. So my point is, if the tide is changing with us, it has to be with the jury too.
I heard one person was sleep, girl, when she was up there doing all that crying. Somebody was nodding off.
Yeah.
I have seen like Tisa come out the courtroom enraged that the jury was basically vibing with Diddy, basically that the prosecution wasn't doing a good job. When she come out the courtroom, man, that means her side is losing.
Who watches her?
I can't watch her, but during the day when I be wanting updates and when she come running out the courtroom, I will watch it for the first couple of minutes. But when she start reading the super chats, I turn it off. She stopped doing that a lot too. But I watch her sometimes when she comes out of the courtroom during the day. But as far as when court is over, I am tuned into Armand Wiggins. That's the only person I will listen to. I know people don't like him for whatever reason, but with Armand, to me, he is impartial. Yes, he's dramatic. Yes, he's whatever the things you don't like about him, but Armand's going to tell you, oh, the defense had a good day today. Oh, the prosecution had a good day today. Oh, this witness was lying. This witness had credibility problems. The jury wasn't feeling her. You know, he's going to tell you all sides. I like, he paints very vivid pictures, but I like that he's not biased. Most of the other reporters they want Diddy under the jail, and we get that. We understand that part, but let us hear what's going on in the courtroom, since we don't have any cameras in there. Legacy media, they only telling little tidbits of whatever fits the narrative they want the narrative to be. I just want to hear what happened in court. That's it.
Yeah, you guys, they really are literally like cherry picking and not reporting everything that happened in court, and purposely deceiving people. And I think that's why they kind of want the bloggers out of there, because the news, I feel, has been doing this for decades, if not forever. And I think a lot of the things that we see on the news did not happen the way that we are made to believe.
Listen,
and this really is proven.
That's the tricky thing.
That's why I love Twitter, because I used to, at a certain point, I used to realize, shit, like just how we seeing right now with the riots 3 minutes ago. We'll look on the news in about a half hour or an hour, and it'll be breaking news. The same shit we saw on Twitter, they're taking it, but they're putting a spin on it, or they're saying it in a different narrative. But we got to see it in its raw we got to see the raw footage of what was happening before legacy media can go in and put their spin on it. And I always have these arguments with one of my friends. He lives in Atlanta. He moved to Atlanta. He's older or whatever, so he gets his news from regular news. But I'll be trying to tell him, no, it didn't really happen like that. And we got to a real bad argument one day. He just kept trying to tell me with the news. I said, you listening to what somebody told you when I actually saw the shit myself. They're telling you what they interpreted it to be and what their little spin, their bias on it is. I'm telling you what happened, and I told you before they told you, but you didn't believe me when I told you.
Yeah.
Y'all, this is,
I stay on
you
Twitter
know,
because of that. Because
Yeah.
I see all the things. I see things on Twitter before I see it on the news, on any other platform. And then it's funny because you'll see different angles of a situation. And
yeah.
that's how you know it's real on Twitter. And the news just be stealing stuff on Twitter.
Well, even the
Seriously, they literally take the news from Twitter. They get it off the damn Twitter.
even the situation that happened with Kenya and all of the people that were there, they kept telling us, but we didn't want to believe it. And now we actually see that there was a picture that was shown and all of these things. So it's kind of like the situation with Diddy. I didn't necessarily believe his lawyer because his lawyer came out very early on and said a lot of these things, not all of them, but a lot of them. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little shocked that they pretty much are debunking these things that they based the case on, but these are their witnesses that they called, and they have talked to these people multiple times. So when you knew that girl was going to get up there, you already knew her story didn't add up. You already knew that there was no proof, and there was like 3 other suspects as to who set that car on fire. Yeah. But you still put those people up there, and it's really, I know people say, well, let them present their evidence. They might have something. I'm really at a point where I don't think they have a case. And I think that this woman who now is testifying, sometimes when things don't make sense is because they're just simply not true. I think he hired this woman to do exactly what she was doing. And he was nice to her. He brought her things. He paid her extra. And she maybe thought she might be able to date him. And it didn't go that way. And now she's retelling this story as though they started off dating, when really actuality, he made an arrangement, hired her to do this. Because for me to believe a 35-year-old woman just goes out on a date or a trip with a man, takes some ecstasy and starts doing this type of extreme behavior, that's not believable to me at all. I think that he hired you as a sex worker to do this. That's what that's the only thing that makes any sense. And I was telling my friend, and she said that people give Cassie a lot of benefit of the doubt because of her age and because she actually had a single out. But she said a lot of these girls, even though they may be aspiring to do other things, they will kind of do tricks if they need money.
Of course.
And so she's wondering if that might have been a situation with Cassie. If it either didn't start that way or it became that way. But she's wondering if that is, because she's like, realistically, who would do this unless you were a sex worker? Realistically, would somebody really do this? Like this sounds so crazy.
I feel like the real thing with Cassie is like her first experience with an older man wasn't with Diddy, it was with Ryan.
Exactly.
It was with Ryan Leslie. And let's just say she did want a career. I feel like she was willing to do whatever it took to get a career. And she got her fast behind into some things that she should not have, and she didn't have the guidance. Like, yeah, I don't think her mama, I personally think her mama was probably encouraging her to just, yeah, let's just do it.
Well, you know, there's a tarot card reader that I follow, and she's right about a lot of stuff, even if I don't like what she says. And if it takes years for it to come back around, a lot of times she's right. And she said when she did a reading on her, this is like when this all first happened, she said that she felt that there was somebody around her that basically made her feel that she was supposed to be doing this. And it's not him.
See,
yeah.
I'm gonna be, that's because if, first of all, if my child, like, I cannot fathom a world where my child wants to be in the entertainment business and I'm not there with them throughout it all, or they don't know what's going on. Like, your daughter came to you several times beat and battered. Like, and you mean to tell me there was nothing you can do? That's why it was just like, Cassie got herself into. I feel like a lot of the reason why she stayed was because she was addicted to drugs and she was used to a lifestyle that she didn't want to lose.
I do think she wanted a relationship, though. I believe that part. But
She
what
wanted
my
to be his
friend is
main
saying,
girl. She
Yeah,
said it.
his main.
Yeah.
I feel like she wanted some type of control, like many women do. Like, I wouldn't want my man out here, or even taking a woman out and making into the public and making it seem like. I feel like Cassie wanted to be the only one around his arms. Like, who cares if Kim was his baby mama? I think she wanted everything too, but I think it came in phases.
No, she got mad when he said that was his soulmate when she died.
Yeah,
Kim.
yeah. Oh, did you watch the episode of Jazzy on the JBP on Joe Budden podcast?
Episode of what?
She's
Which
that.
one? Which episode?
I forgot which. It's like 2 episodes ago, or was it on Patreon? Because he did an interview with Jazzy, and Jazzy is that singer, that stud singer that 50 did that. Not said 50.
Oh, I heard part of it when she said, "Baby, I want you to come on." That
Yes.
one.
Okay.
Yes.
What was
Yes.
she
And
saying?
she was basically talking about, like, her, because that album came out 2022. So when she got on with Diddy and she signed on, he was going through his love phase, his brother love phase, right? And she said when they would be in the studio, he would be obsessive over the fact that, and he said specifically to her, I hired this man and he took my girl. Speaking of the trainer, Cassie.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before too, that he was going around telling people that, like, that really bothered. He would like say that to people.
Yeah. And Jazzy was trying to say, like, yo, she moved on, she's married now, not knowing the depth of the relationship. And it sucks for her because this artist, I think she's a really, really good artist. Honestly, she captures the essence of like that bad boy sound, which is very to me, because it's like, it's so hard, because I feel like that bad boy sound is it's like a time period, and it's hard to take that into to now and make it modern. And I think she does it really, really well. She's a really good artist, but it sucks because she attached her image to Diddy, and now Diddy's image is completely
Everybody. That's why Don
So I
made up
remember
that
with the
lie.
Jazzy thing, the Jazzy thing, she was telling a story about when they were in the studio making the song I was talking about, "Baby, I want you to come on home." It was about Cassie, and she said that she had asked, she told Puff, maybe you should leave Cassie's name out of it because she's happy, she's moved on. And she said that, they were vibing, and he agreed to it. But she said the next day when she came back, somebody had gotten his ear, hyped them all up, and he was like, "No, I'm leaving it in." And he left it in. And she also talked about how when she asked him to be let go of her record contract, that she explained to him, if basically, nigga, you going through some shit. So like, if it was you would probably want the same thing. And he let her out of whatever contract they had. So she was kind of speaking she wasn't speaking badly about him. And I wouldn't say like, she wasn't speaking bad about him.
Well, he was still over there paying homegirls rent. I would have whoever's in charge of my stuff put her out, and she would.
I'm looking to teach the stuff up right now.
But I mean, he was still over there paying homegirls rent, and she got up there and testified against him.
Yeah,
and
that's probably because.
All right, so I'm I want to
Never.
play something.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. At the stage. Okay. Then I'm gonna look for the Tisa stuff because I do believe you with the Tisa tells, right? So one day, one day she was saying that the people, it was the day that the lady got put out the court. She was saying that somebody leaked the name of the girl, the Jane Doe, and she was saying that the marshals or the FBI, whoever, wasn't playing with them, and they putting YouTubers out like left and right. So, but she didn't say. People were saying, "Oh, academics," is I know academics had said the girl's name, and I noticed that 50 Cent had took down the post he made about his baby mom because he had put up a picture of the girl side by side, the drawing of the Jane Doe and picture of his baby mom, and I noticed he took that shit down. But then, as Tisa was doing her live, she slipped up and said the girl's name. So I do believe you, Monique. I'm going to actually go back to that live and look after I put this stuff on that I've been trying to make for 3 hours. But I want to play these two clips of Armand being on TMZ. I wish I could find the whole thing. I think it's on Tubi though. So let me see. Is this it?
Oh yeah, this show is on too.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus.
Guys, for having me back.
So Armand, you were in court all week. There was a security guard who testified about Diddy paying off the security people at the Intercontinental Hotel where he beat Cassie, and it paid him $100,000 to get the drive. What exactly does that have to do with racketeering?
The way that I feel like it's the pile on. I feel like it's showing like he's moving money around to silence people. It's hush money. And so I think that's the part. Like you're paying people off to hide your potential crimes.
Guys, help me out here. I thought racketeering is about organized crime. This is about disorganized crime. This is Diddy going after a boyfriend of Cassie. Diddy made headway this week?
I feel like they did good with Bono. I think that they did good with showing the $100,000 payoff to me. I think that they did good showing the proof of the funds of $20,000 being deposited in his account and returned, things like that. I think that they did an amazing job with the audio and visual forensic analysts. When they showed the audio and video forensic, and they were proving that, hey, this file was corrupted, but it wasn't corrupted because of a said person corrupted the file. It was just because it was transferred over and downloaded. And in fact, this is actually what happened. I feel like the defense was trying to say, hey, it wasn't as bad as it seems. It just was sped up. And so when we saw it put together and he explained why frames were dropping and why timestamps weren't adding up, it was very clear that Diddy beat her and dragged her. And I think the most for the people that didn't really want to understand the forensics of it all, this every way, Diddy, we're gonna remind everybody that's emotionally charged.
Hold on, because I'm trying to look for the Tisa thing and slowing my my signal isn't as strong in here. Hold on. 1 second. Okay.
Amazing job with the audio and visual forensic analysts. When they showed the audio and video forensic, and they were proving that, hey, this file was corrupted, but it wasn't corrupted because of corrupted the file. It was just because it was transferred over and downloaded. And in fact, this is actually what happened. I feel like the defense was trying to say, hey, it wasn't as bad as it seems. It just was sped up. And so when we saw it put together and he explained why frames were dropping and why timestamps weren't adding up, it was very clear that Diddy beat her and dragged her. And I think the most important part for the people that didn't really want to understand the forensics of it all, the strategy in every time we talk about it, just in case you think you might be getting headway, Diddy, we're going to play this video back and remind everybody that's emotionally charged that you yanked and grabbed and kicked this woman. So whether, everybody's not a lawyer, everybody doesn't care about legal jargon, everybody up there in the jury is not worried about that. They're going to make their decision based off their feelings too. So you see that girl get yoked up, kicked, stepped on, you're going to be, that dude's a monster, put him away. And I think that they did a great job by keep presenting that to everyone today.
Joe, that's got to be the point here, which is that, yeah, you can look at the charges, but if the jury just hates him for what they see, they're going to convict him.
That's why they played this tape, I think, a dozen times now. It's not, honestly, this is a domestic assault, a grotesque domestic assault, but he's not charged with domestic assault here. They played that. Look, all you need to do is play the tape once if you want to make a point that somehow aids the proof of the racketeering or the sex trafficking or whatever you think it ties into. But playing it so many times, first of all, I think it begins to neutralize it a little bit. First of all. Second of all, it's so clear that what they're doing, I mean, most of the evidence in this case, the visual evidence surrounds this tape. Now they have a guy to break down the tape. I mean, we saw the tape once, twice, 5 times. It's the same thing. Whatever angles you're looking at, he's a horrific guy.
Hey, Joe, you know some additional value of the tape?
I'm saying, I think this tape is them trying to do exactly what I said.
I think we know what you're saying, Joe. I just want to ask, can I ask you something? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Is it possible? Thank you, Dave. Is it possible that the tape also goes to prove those on the jury that might be thinking like you and Bill Maher, she could have left? Are they showing the tape to show what happens when she tries to leave, when she grabs her shit and tries to discreetly sneak out of the hotel room, and she gets yoked up, as Armand said, kicked in the damn back, messed up, beat up, and horrified? Could it be going to show that?
Yes, it could be to show that. That's what they will argue. That I appreciate it. I don't know if this was during a freak off or not. That's the one thing that's still a little. It was, okay. So that's evident. You're 100% right. That's what they're going to argue.
But wait, Joe, are you saying I know a little bit about the law too?
Time and place, Ebony. Jeez.
If they can prove that they were fighting for any other reason, that tape doesn't happen. And I think that might be
What'd you say, Callie?
If they are able to prove that they were fighting for some other reason other than him dragging her into the room to force himself on her, that tape is irrelevant to this case.
Well, the security guard said that the man, when he came in the room, the man was fully clothed, sitting on the bed. So I don't know.
I think the defense got a little something up their sleeve. I could be wrong, but I think that they might have a witness to what led up to that. And even I've always felt this way from the first time I watched the tape. There's something going on with that bag. And I feel like he was more interested in the bag than he was making her stay there. And he was pissed she took it.
Yeah. It could have been, he offered the man $150,000. That could have been the money that was in the bag. Because if you think about it, she's trying to get away. She needs some money to go too. Because remember, she didn't have the $20,000 to pay him back for the studio time he paid for her and Kid Cudi's romance. It could have been that $150 in that bag because he was focused on that bag a lot.
Yeah, I don't think she had her own money. I think he would give her like a credit card, and that's why he called her when she was shopping that day because she was charging up that card. And see that, like I said, her homegirl should have never got on that stand because everything she said, she was almost a witness for him. Because she talking about, I felt he was controlling. I'm like, whose credit card was you using, girl? If you keep going swiping this man's credit card all over LA, I'm gonna call you and be like, where have you been today? Why is my phone keep going off with these charges?
Let me clean my hands first. Because I want to see the Tisa, because she's been pretty quiet, I think. So she might have did get in trouble for that. Because she said the girl's name by accident on her live. Let me see if I can find it. Because she had said, I'll pay you $5,000 if you could show me footage of me saying, because she did say, like, we're not allowed to say the name, and I'm not going to say the name. I've been knew the girl's name, and I still ain't said it, and I haven't said it. But she slipped up and said it by accident, and I don't think she knew she said it. But the people in the live had caught that she said the name. So I don't know if she got in trouble for that, because people keep saying she got kicked out the courtroom. I'm about to look now.
Girl, I was following this other lady. I don't know her name. She was a black lady, and she was saying that this current testimony that we're hearing, that she felt that this was sophisticated R word. And I said, girl.
No, I don't see it, Monique. Drop it again, Monique.
I just couldn't get over that. I'm like, you really believe that this woman thought that they were dating? Why would you think that a man who's trying to date you have you do this?
Right. What?
There's nobody's that dumb. I wasn't even that dumb in high school. But I told you guys what my friend said she thinks that, she said even Cassie too, she said, I think that they were working girls on the side a little bit and he was paying a lot.
Look
because nobody was going to do this.
Herculean shape. Herculean shape. I don't know. Is that the name of the channel? Some Herculean take? Help me out, something, Monique. Monique. I don't know how to do that show. The channel is Some Herculean Shape. Okay, that's a channel. Because now I'm seeing all these cartoons. Some Herculean Shape. It should be whatever video you're looking at. It should be a share button, and then and it should say copy when you share it. Because I don't see it right here. No, she was live today. Yeah, she live from home today. Look at this channel. Maybe Herculean. Is this the name of the channel? Is Some Herculean Take? In the chat, can you see it? No. Try to put it in the chat again. I'm just gonna go on her. Let me see. Let me just search Tita Tells be kicked out of court. Wait, let me go back to the part where you said I watched a clip from her live. She tried to play it off naming characters from Scooby-Doo. Then someone called her on the phone and she cut the live. Takes. Some Herculean takes. Tita Tells. Kicked out. Let's see. Tita Tells banned from Diddy trial. Let's see. Live from Diddy's court. That was 4 days ago. All right, so let's see. Let's look at this one.
Now, child, you guys know how I feel about these YouTube bloggers. I'm like, okay, you know what? All you guys are doing is just spreading slanderous information, stealing, robbing Peter to pay Paul, and you guys are all reporting on information. But I found it so interesting because Tisa Tells, are you over here snooping on my channel? And I have proof because I investigate. I'm not a blogger, I investigate. Let's get into the proof.
Your name is Sean Diddy Combs. It looks like these rumors about Mark Agnifilo and you conspiracy. A lot of people says Diddy was already reckless. Diddy already went crazy. Now he just doesn't care, and he is paying Mark Agnifilo so much.
Now you guys definitely know I have an ongoing joke when it comes down to Agnifilo, I know, but I say Agnifilo because I've been screwed it up for this long. Why not continue? Agnifilo, yes, I know it's Agnifilo, but I've been screwed it up for this long. Why not continue? You've been covering this case for how long? And you're telling me she was covering the case before Diddy was even arrested. You're telling me that you're now saying Agnifilo too?
Gotcha.
There's actually another big YouTuber who's stealing my information, and this is one of the reasons why I started the Surviving 50 Cent series. However, I took a step back because I know.
Girl. Let's see. Diddy trial YouTuber claims Tisa Tells behind him being kicked out of court. Somebody saying that she kicked sloppy. Going on her. Tisa tells Doc some video updates. What did he say?
I'm giving $5,000 for anyone that can find any proof. I'll give you the $5,000 cash. You don't got to get a video to go viral. I'll give you the $5,000. Matter of fact, I'll make that $10,000. Anyone that can show me proof that I was the one that doxed Mia, and this that, maybe I'll give you 10,000 American cash expeditiously, right?
So we found Mia was Sarah Sneedicker. She and Diddy was executive producing a show about her life. Google it, everyone.
I'm giving $5,000 for anyone that can find any.
Let me save this. Save the playlist. I got Ritchie B. Yeah, Tisa, with it 10,000, mamas. She really said that girl's name. Now I want to see if she got kicked out. Jag is mad at Tisa Tells. See, they don't even want me to play.
Jordan, who's trying to help rewrite his.
Cause Jaguar, you said you was helping the freak off victims out of the room. Like, you, girl, shut up.
I don't know why people still listen to Jaguar. She is literally mentally
Tells is a mouthpiece for Claudia Jordan, who's.
Y'all,
she a scammer. She ain't mentally ill.
Wait, you saw something. Tisa tells Sloppy, Tisa got kicked out 4 days ago.
But I think that girl, Cassie's friend, I think that she's another version of Jaguar. She's a person that's been around celebrities and has made up stories, for, as part of to make herself interesting. Like, oh, Diddy hung me off a balcony. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I think that's what that is.
So let me look at the other charges, because I'm trying to understand what that got to do with.
They're trying to say that this was intimidation for a racketeering organization. Yeah. That this is like mob violence. This case is insane. This is insane that they are doing this. But they're hoping they can get away with it because everybody hates a woman beater. They know they don't have a case, in my opinion. There's no way they would have this particular woman that's testifying now testify for 5 days. What is she going to tell us for 5 days?
Yeah, because
I've already maybe I'm just a little been around the block a little bit, like maybe a little bit more street savvy than most people. But I knew in the beginning that this was an arrangement. You guys, you weren't dating him. You had an arrangement with him, and he was doing extra nice things for you, and you were hoping that you could be his girlfriend. Like, I peeped that very early on. I think that people are wanting to believe that she was just dating him and got talked into this. No, that doesn't happen. Nobody's gonna do that. That's extreme stuff. Yeah. I really truly believe, and it could have been with something with Cassie as well. We're just assuming because she was young. We don't know her.
What's the same?
Under Perez said, what was the jury's mood when Mia cried in the stand after speaking about SA? The jury's mood, it was a really disgusting, gross day. Like, it was just a disgusting, gross day. I literally was talking to a few people, and I was like, I feel like I need to go home, take a shower, maybe an Epsom salt bath, and put a bathrobe on. Like, it was really, really gross. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how to describe it, but it was just gross. Everything was gross. It was just really, really gross. Under Perez said, what was the jury's mood when Mia cried in the...
I'm not going to say they're not going to convict him or find him guilty of anything, because you just never know how this will go. But I don't know. I don't feel as strongly as I like. I really thought they was about to like show us like I thought they was getting ready to show us like layers where the women are and stuff like that.
Rambunctious and the Marsha had to.
Yeah,
Let me
I
see.
thought so too. I thought that there would be people that would be saying, I was just drinking at a party and I woke up in a room with some men over me or something.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing is this sort of a veiled working girl, like somebody turning a trick and they think that they gonna make this trick their boyfriend. That's what I'm hearing. And then with Cassie is this abusive relationship. Who knows? Maybe it didn't start that way, or maybe it did. But I do think at a point their relationship became him paying her to do this. And I think that's what she was referring to when she said that was my job. I think she literally meant that. I don't think she was being forced. I think that their relationship they may have had a big falling out. And he was like, well, you know, if you want to keep doing this, I'll pay you.
Drag you out by your ankles.
But I definitely think he was paying this
and he
right
pinched
here.
it on the way out too while I was back here.
So he pinched your arms on the way out?
He had it pinched. He didn't live in Mark. I'm allowed back. Judge Honorable Submarinian sent a special message out with the marshal with the button-up denim shirt. So right here, he said, Jacqueline. I said, yes. He said, come here. He brought me out right here in the middle. He said, this note is sent through. You're not allowed in his courtroom. However, you are allowed in the over courtroom tomorrow. Like today, you're not allowed back in the courthouse, but tomorrow you may go in an overcrowd room.
So they said you stood up and said free Diddy and said Tisa Tell was a liar and just attacked everybody.
I didn't say that in there. I don't remember Paul saying, if I said it in the courtroom, I said it. I know I said it out here for specific.
Oh my goodness.
I told her that she's a wicked witch, and spiritually speaking, if I had that spiritual power, I would ask the birds to pick her eyes out with their beaks.
And you said that Tisa
she's
Tell
a wicked witch of the West.
You said Tisa Tell and 777 screwing?
I believe it's under my impression because who does that in an elevator? If you got on what you got on, a man is gonna. If I put on what she had on, a man's gonna be one. I got
but
on
what did she do
right now.
Girl, she hating.
Right here, and he pays me too to do interviews on his podcast on YouTube with Sonetta. So, but not with Sonetta, it was Candace Kelly that day, and I'm there with my little my orange Kango. So,
All right.
and that's scarf.
I had y'all want to see Armand or Nancy Grace. I didn't see this one yet. Yeah, Nancy Grace is, I don't know.
This case has become a zoo and a breeding ground for all walks.
Armand Wiggins, entertainment legal affairs commentator, host of podcast The Armand Wiggins Show. And I want you to see what happened to him outside the courthouse.
Oh, okay, clock that. Clock that. Let's go viral in this. Let's go viral.
This is crazy.
Or what?
Okay, that from our friends at TMZ, Harvey Levin. You know, Armand Wiggins, please don't laugh because you never know when somebody comes up to you on the street and starts screaming at you, whether they are high on meth, whether they have a gun. So, you know what? Next time, please just don't engage. Don't be the hero. Just say, thank you, and walk away. But yet you engaged. Armand Wiggins, what was she screaming?
Honestly, she just was trying to go viral. She was screaming, let's go viral, mother. She was saying a bunch of flagrant obscenities to me. And I think it was just because she saw me going live. This court this case it's become a zoo and a breeding ground for all walks of life, and people are just coming. They're trying to get their piece of the moment, their piece of the viral moment, and just shouting out and making stuff up. So there was a woman that got put out of the courtroom. This woman was heckling. So it was actually, I didn't even know who this woman was. She just saw me on live camera. She figured, okay, this is a content creator. He goes viral for his Diddy news, and let me go and trash him in his live feed, and hopefully I'll make the news.
A lot of people are, well, they've been Diddified, and without knowing any of the evidence or ignoring the little bit of evidence they do know, they're convinced that Sean Combs is innocent. You know, I got into it with Ray J again, but I want you to hear, you mentioned a woman that got dragged out of court by armed guards. Well, listen to her.
Diddy, everyone thinks this is a joke, laughing at Black man legacy being destroyed. Everyone has been laughing. I don't care if it sounded funny. It's not funny.
No, it's not funny for women to get beaten, raped, drugged, dragged over and over and over. And it's not just one woman. It's not just Cassie Ventura. It's one after the next, after the next. That was from our friends at BBC on TikTok. Back to you, Armand Wiggins, who was assaulted outside of the courthouse.
I had enough of her.
I just heard her talking about
Literally just made that shit up.
the legacy of Sean Combs and wrapping it into the legacy.
Bye, girl. He actually had a good interview with the white lady with the blonde hair. I thought Nancy, I never watched Nancy, but I didn't know she was so extreme, I guess you could say. Or just lying.
I feel like she got a noose sitting on the desk in front of her. I can't stand that white lady.
You feel like what?
Like she got a noose sitting on the desk in front of her. Like it's just like a noose right there, and she just like to look at it.
She said, I can't stand Nancy Grace bald-headed. Not bald-headed. The podcast of Soul Page.
Her hair is fried to hell.
The thing is, Nancy, she when it comes to like crime, she's heavy on that. So if it's anybody that's accused of a crime when it comes to like sexual assault or SA, I'm sorry, and all the things that they're accusing him of, she's gonna be all over that. Like she is ready for them to prosecute him and find him guilty of all charges.
I think that is wrong for people to continue to report this stuff without reporting the holes in these people's testimonies. And they're very obvious holes, and the jury is not sequestered. So I don't know. Hopefully they have enough sense to discern, but I'm gonna just be real with you. These R-word accusations, I don't believe none of them at this point. I did believe that he forced himself on Cassie when they broke up, but after hearing what actually happened in the sequence of events before and after, I think that was a lie she made up for her husband. Because she kept sleeping with him after that. Ian texting him, talking about I had the best night of my life.
Yeah.
Ian named a kid after him.
Yeah.
Ian got up in court and said, I will always have love for what we have.
Yep, sure did. When
so
I heard that,
he forced himself on her.
But the thing is, Cassie, I feel like Cassie wanted compensation for what she endured in the relationship. I don't think she was looking for them.
No, I don't either. I don't think she ever thought this would happen. No, I think this whole thing spun out of control because her lawyer put the word trafficking in that lawsuit. That one word caused this whole thing to happen.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he should have paid her from the beginning. He should have never let it get out of control. In fact, when they broke up, he should have sat down with her and worked out a settlement and had her sign an NDA. That's what he should have done.
Yeah.
That's what smart, wealthy people do.
At least give her something for all that hard work, all that dick she was sucking. Come on, Diddy. You know, it shouldn't have got to that part.
Even if she was saying, no, I don't need your money, you should have insisted because you should have known that if she ever needed money, this was going to happen.
Right.
And that's what happened. COVID, it was Pan, I don't know what happened. Something happened to her. She had to move back home with her mom. She didn't have anywhere to live. And she decided to do this. I think she sat down with her mom and her crew, and they all came up with this together. And I don't think they ever had any idea this would be a federal case.
You know what, Kelly? They're saying that it was really so they're saying that it's her husband that dropped this in her ear, because remember,
I think it's her mom.
Her husband is his Diddy's ex trainer.
I think it's the mom, because all this came about when she went back to go live with the mom, and the mom was the one that was taking the pictures. She was the one that was setting up the extortion.
And she's
because
a paralegal.
She was extorted.
Oh, she's a paralegal?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, we're definitely playing that.
Yes. Cassie had been living
Her mom was playing the long kind, like the long game. Like, when you finish with this nigga, we gonna get his ass.
Ugh. Kind of mother argument.
I also, before I play this one with Armand, I like this one. They got this thing going on. I see it on Threads a lot, where they're saying Janice Combs was putting his sperm in the macaroni and cheese, and it reminded me how they say with like black women will put like period blood in the spaghetti to get like a man hooked on you forever. So there might be some validity to that. I don't know.
And then he kept wanting to do stuff when women were on their period. So it was some kind of weird fetish.
That's voodoo.
With that.
No, that's some voodoo shit. That is some voodoo shit.
Yeah.
You
It's
got
something. Well, you know, he has a tarot card tattooed on his back, I think. Is it a tarot card? It's some type of deity it's huge. It's his whole back. So he definitely is spiritual. He may pretend to be a Christian because that's part of the whole hoodoo thing. You cover it up with Christianity so people don't judge you. But no, he practices. Beyonce practices too.
All right, I want to hear that.
Mama.
He's a journalist and author who moved to New York just to cover the Diddy trial. My friend, you're the most dedicated guy I know. You literally moved so that you could be.
I don't think my signal is good over here.
Single day. I should tell our audience, by the way, Armin, that you recap the whole trial on your YouTube show and your podcast called The Armin Wiggins Show. Listen, I couldn't wait to talk to you about it now. He's a journalist and a most dedicated guy I know. You literally moved so that you could be in this courthouse every single day. I should tell our audience, by the way, Armin, that you recap the whole trial on your YouTube show and your podcast called The Armin Wiggins Show. Listen, I couldn't wait to talk to you about this today because I felt like this witness, Jane, was not meeting the mark that Cassie did, was not meeting the mark that those assistants did. It just didn't feel the same. Am I off?
I feel like she did meet the mark. I feel like I think maybe she didn't meet the mark because we're used to hearing the violent part. I think that she may tell a different story. However, it's still early. I think what they're doing with her is showing how he was using the money and the fact that she was a little bit of she was kind of I don't know if we can say hoe.
You do not just say hoe.
Yes,
so for showing how he was using the money and the fact that she was a little bit of she was kind of I don't know if we can say hoe. She was a little bit of a hoe, you know? So for her, I think she was in it for the money. He was paying her bills. She was an influencer. She wanted to be an OnlyFans model. I mean, you got to think about it. The way that she met Diddy, she met him in Miami while he was dating her friend. So she kind of backstabbed her friend and got with the guy. Her friend ended up getting engaged to another guy, moving to Europe, and she moved in on Diddy. So the whole thing that they're setting up with her is he made her do these freak offs for her rent to be paid, because when she didn't want to do them, then he would suggest that they would just break up. And then with them breaking up, then he would say, well, you know what do you need, about 3 months in the house? Because I don't want to, pay for someone's house that I'm not talking to. So in her mind, it's like, oh, he's now saying we need to break up because I don't want to do the freak off, which means I have to move out of this house where he's paying $10,000 a month for. So I think it's that type of coercion that they're trying to show, like the mental control.
It's not coercion.
Well, okay, so I listened to that and I just thought the guy's a D-bag and you can leave him. You came into the relationship with a life, you took on the lifestyle, and you easily could have left. You know, you'd lose the fancy apartment and all the things that you got as a bonus by being with Diddy. But this wasn't the kind of situation where Cassie felt if she left, he'd come after her. He'd send his staff after her. He'd send his security agents after her. That Diddy would come after her and beat her senseless if she did just the least, tiniest thing that didn't involve him or was out of his control. I'm not getting that sense with Jane, and I want to be real clear. In order to establish that this is coercion or sex trafficking, you have to say, I don't want to cross that state line. I don't want to go to Turks and Caicos. Get on the damn plane, girl. Now you're talking coercion. Now you're talking she didn't have a choice. I felt like she had a choice in all of this. She just really liked the fancy money and the life.
Well, and she also liked him. That's what I thought would have been different, because she came a little bit different versus like, oh, he did all these bad things to me. She came like, I loved him. I wanted to be with him. He's a great guy. He was an amazing guy. He was affectionate. He had an alluring personality. All I wanted was him, but he didn't just want it to be me and him. He wanted me with all these other things. And when I didn't want to do that, then he would hold the money over my head. So I don't feel like she ever did not want to be there. She actually said she enjoyed it when it was him and her.
Yeah. I keep going back to the time I dated a-holes, and I'm like, I'm out of here. I do not like them. I am out of here. I'm going to get my own life. And so I tell you what, I am waiting. And you tell me if you think this is where the government's going. I am waiting to find out if he started to get violent with her, because then all bets are off, right? Now everything changes. Now there's violence, threat, coercion, control. You can't just say it's controlling because he's like, I don't want you if you're not going to live my kinky lifestyle. I'm not going to pay for your apartment. That's not coercion to me. But do you think that's coming? Do you think that they're headed towards some testimony from this witness, Jane, who might say the beatings started?
I feel like that's what we're expecting. But let me ask you, with your expertise, do you think that we could have kind of now been violenced out? And maybe if she comes in a place where I really liked him and I really wanted to be with him, but he still was looming the money over me, and I have my receipts, I have the text messages where I didn't want to have all the sex, because her testimony doesn't sound that far off from Cassie's. It's just not the abuse, but he's still manipulating her and kind of gaslighting her in a way. So I think that it might be a little bit more refreshing to say, okay, everybody's not getting up here claiming that they're being beat, because a lot of people saying they're getting beat, they're not really coming out to be truthful witnesses, from Mia to Bana. So
certain aspects, and you're right, that's what the defense says. They chip away things when you say, I don't remember, I can't remember, whatever. But I'll tell you this, when I was listening to everything that Jane was laying out, it sounded to me like a divorce hearing for a settlement. It didn't sound to me like racketeering. And I also didn't get the impression that Jane was an employee. Okay, he's handing her gifts and money. My husband gives me a nice watch every so often too. That's not, I'm not on his payroll. I'm not his employee. So I got a very different sense, but I sort of feel like if she starts testifying about how things, they started with the love bombing and then turned to the beat bombing, then that will change the metric. Let me ask you something else, though. What about the jurors? Because I know that you've watched them on occasion. Today, one of our staff members said there's one juror in particular who is like smirking every time Diddy's lawyers make a good point and, dress down one of the government witnesses. And then today, that juror was like beaming when this whole Bana Bangalan, was caught in what looked like a lie, because her dates didn't line up with the abuse that she said, was exacted upon her on the balcony, being dangled. What's your impression of how this jury's reacting?
Okay, so for me, like, I was in the overflow today, but I think that, everybody, was like kind of gagging a little bit, because when Westmoreland gets on that stand, or when Brian Steele gets on that stand, they put on a performance jacket like none other. So I don't know if the juror smiling was more about a nod to Diddy versus it was like, hey, she's really grilling her and this girl is sitting up there stuck, because it was like Bonham was over there looking like she had seen a ghost with those lies. And then she was like, she asked her, she said, a person can't be at one place, two places at the same time. And then Bonham goes, I guess that's right, by theory. And everybody cracks up because it's like, yeah, girl, you're kind of caught in this lie right now. So I think it's more of a lighthearted thing versus like, oh, I'm rocking with Diddy. Because Bono was sitting up there like a deer in headlights, and then she was stumbling over herself, and Westmoreland was really grilling her. However, I do think that this will boil down to what men think versus how women see things. And I think that's going to be the issue with the jurors, because I'm hearing a lot of men are not really thinking Diddy did anything wrong, or at least it's not being proven. Whereas women are a little bit more emotionally charged. So all they have to do is see the domestic violence video and they've made their decision.
Yeah, and listen, jurors might just hate him for that and say, I don't even care whether he's a racketeer. I don't like him. I want him going to jail just for that. And sometimes that happens. It's not right, but sometimes it happens. Armin, will you please come back to this show?
Yes. Will you please have me back? For sure.
Absolutely. I want to have you on my podcast, too. I think your insights are really good on this trial. And I've enjoyed listening to you as well. Also,
Yeah, so he's making his rounds. That's cute.
I like this.
No, she was gun ho. He's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty until she heard this particular woman's testimony. So I can already tell that this is changing people's minds.
I think because Callie, we were all under the impression like. So you remember when they raided his home and they said they found like a ridiculous amount of baby oil, and they were speculating there was like GHB in it or some type of drug in it. Like when I heard that, I was like, whoa, this is bigger than I thought. Because why does he have a whole bunch of baby oil and drugs in it? And then
it's all personal use drugs. It's all like little bags. He's a bad addict, man.
Yes, he's addicted to drugs. He's addicted to sex. He like
you saw his bedroom. It was this little bags of drugs stuffed everywhere.
Yeah, he a cokehead. You can always tell.
No, meth. It's not. That's meth. That's why he can't go to sleep and stuff. That's
anything that keeps him up and alert. Like he's an upper guy. He's not a downer guy. So
ecstasy and meth, and it's packaged in different drugs, but it's the same combination. Coke, and some of it might have coke in it, some may not. But what I mostly saw was different combinations of ecstasy and methamphetamines, and that's why he can't sleep.
Yeah, like he's a drug addict. He's a sex addict. And he's committed crimes. He's also beat his women. But when I'm looking at the evidence and I'm hearing things, if Diddy is going down for this, nobody is safe. And I don't know what that does.
They can just come and just literally make any crime a RICO. And they can also come back and get you for something old that happened years and years ago. So like a lot of these women are saying, well, I was abused. Okay, was you abused by a dope boy? Because now they can go back and say, well, 20 years ago, you was with this dope boy. We about to put you in that RICO too.
Oh, yeah. I remember what Mark
So, yeah.
So Mark Lamont made, like he made a connection to the case in Georgia where a bunch of teachers were charged with RICOs because it was a cheating scandal. And I remember this like it was yesterday. But he was basically saying like when it comes to RICOs were created to stop organized crime, and
okay, we're gonna.
And the way they've created or just put RICOs on like people, it's not being used properly. And because the verbiage around the charges are so like ambiguous, that it just makes me feel like like you could do and like I'm saying, like I said, I think he committed some crimes, but what they're charging him for, it doesn't make sense.
Well, this could also, that means that they could just make anything a RICO. So what they can
Correct.
start doing is putting co-conspirators in stuff you know nothing about. Like, say, for instance, my friend unalived his boyfriend. This is a true story. We were still talking to him because we did not know that that had happened up until the time he got arrested. What if they then go and say, we're just going to say this is a RICO case and we're going to lock all your asses up? You know what I mean? Like things like that. What if you work at a company and the CEO is doing these types of things? You just work there. You're a designer, you're answering the phones, whatever. You don't know nothing about this. They come get all y'all. This is very, very dangerous to allow the government to start doing this. Not only that, they can seize the company and you can lose your job.
Right.
Yeah. And as far as those teachers, I have to research that more, but I believe that there was some type of funding that was given as a result of what they did, and that's what made it RICO. Because RICO is made for illegal businesses.
And you know what? I understand them being charged with a crime, but to give a teacher 20 years of prison time,
that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's rigging tasks. Yeah, that's
let's be honest. I'm a teacher. And I make a good amount of money right now because I've been teaching for some time and I have a master's. However, let's just say a teacher that just started with a bachelor's degree, and at that time, maybe teachers started at $35,000. Their bonus was maybe $2,000.
Yeah. But also, I think to take this man's business and say that it's a criminal enterprise and seize it, when this is very clear that it's him, his bodyguard, and his stupid assistants running around doing this stuff. This is not, the business is not a criminal business. I'm like, are we in Russia? Like, this seems so crooked.
Yeah, they're trying to murder ink them, sort of.
And then you have people, and I'm gonna just be honest, some of these people don't even live in America. They don't care about American laws. They don't care about our rights. Going, yeah, it's a RICO. He had an employee do this. And I'm like, that's not what RICO was made for. RICO was made for you having an illegal business.
Right.
He is paying. He is the John. He is not selling these people. He's paying for them. Yeah. So I don't understand how this is trafficking or RICO. Maybe the transport a prostitute, you could argue. I think at this point, they should go on and just let him go, period, because this has gone so far.
Right.
Instead of trying to give him 5 years or whatever for transporting a prostitute.
Right.
Which he's probably going to win on an appeal anyway. Because technically, these men are being hired as dancers, and then when they get there, it's like a whole thing. They were working around the law. Diddy has attorneys. I'm pretty sure KK had some crooked attorney tell him how to get these men. And this is the same thing with this girl that's testifying. You ain't about to tell me this girl is not an escort. This girl is an escort, but they rigged it up in such a way where it wouldn't be legal.
Right. That one right there, that's that second quote unquote victim. That is the joke of the century. Like, and that's how you know the feds, like they
literally have an escort up there claiming that she was dating him and was talked into doing something this extreme. And we're supposed to believe that this woman who's nearly 40 years old, grown-ass woman with a baby, was this talked into this because she just wanted to be with Diddy. She just wanted to be with him. And then last night we played the recording of the voicemail he left for her. And to me, that voicemail was extremely telling because it first of all, we knew that she had been aggressive with him, that he found her being jealous of another woman to be weird and strange. In my opinion, is because she was an escort. Like, why are you acting like this?
Right.
And then he was like, I don't even understand why I'm explaining myself to you. Like, what am I doing? Again, because she's an escort. You know, and to me, sometimes the most obvious answer is the answer. This whole, oh, she was brainwashed. This is a cult. This is emotional R word. No, he just hired her to do these things.
Yeah.
And she thought because he was paying her extra and nice that she could possibly date him. And he met someone that he did want to date, and she started losing her mind. And a blind person can see that. You know, like anybody with a little bit of street smarts could be like, this is not, there's no, even with Cassie, I kind of question if it wasn't something else going on from the beginning. It's just that I'm sure as women, we've all met guys that are like ask us to do some kinky, weird thing, and we just stop talking to them. We just go like, this guy ain't really trying to date me. I'm not talking to him no more. Because if somebody's trying to date you, they're not going to ask you to do that. That's common sense. For me to believe this woman would continue to do this because she thought she was going to have what man's going to have a relationship with a woman doing this?
Yeah.
To me, it's almost like you thought maybe because you was able to get him balloons and stuff, get him to give you balloons and stuff for your birthday, maybe he would start dating you and not just only do this. But this was this arrangement from the beginning. Even when she was talking about we had a love contract and all of this stuff, to me, this is you guys coming up with a contract for your services and you're masquerading it as this because, you know, escorting is illegal.
Right.
So you're calling it something. Because you know, she kept saying my partner. She didn't say my boyfriend, none of that. She kept using these words where I felt like she had been coached to talk about it in that specific way, because they're trying to kind of confuse people into thinking that, oh my God, this girl was just in love. She just wanted to date him. She just wanted to please him, instead of people going, wait a minute. Were you hooking? You know?
This makes me, man, you know, I hope the jury is looking at this grown woman like a grown woman that made grown woman decisions.
Also, her argument doesn't work.
It doesn't.
That he was holding her captive by paying her rent because he's been in jail for months and her rent is still paid. She hasn't been thrown out. And he even said that he would give her 90 days to find another place. So this argument that they're trying to make doesn't work because we already know how the story ends. The same thing with Cassie. This argument that he was going to release this video or that she was afraid that he was going to harm her, it doesn't track because she left and we know what happened. Nothing. Except she came back years later and sued him for $30 million. So no tape. If there were tapes all over the internet of Cassie with these men, I would be like, okay, this fool really was like forcing her and holding these tapes. I personally, because of the way that he flaunted Cassie around as a trophy, I don't think he would have ever released those tapes because they would have made him look stupid.
Yeah.
And I don't believe her. That's the one thing that she says. I just don't believe it. I don't believe he told you that.
Yeah. And also his image, because honestly, like now that we know Diddy used to have Cassie catch it and then spit it up on his chest, like the black community is stuck because now we don't know if Diddy gay or not. You know?
Well, no, he Top Shelf was up here and he told us what it is. It's something else.
What
you know,
is-
I think we get so stuck on thinking everybody's gay that sometimes there are other sexual deviancies that people have that are on a whole nother level.
Mhm.
And I don't even know if we're supposed to be saying that word, but it's a specific word for what he is. And if you look it up, they say like it's textbook everything he's doing. So this is like a known, I guess, orientation that some men have.
You know what? It's news to me because I ain't never heard of nothing like that. Even amongst gay men, I ain't never heard nothing like that.
No,
That's
it
why.
has nothing to do. It's not gay. It's a different
Oh,
orientation.
no.
You
I'm
see
not
what I'm
saying
saying? It's something altogether different.
Yeah, I hear what you're
Yeah.
saying. I'm not saying it is gay. I'm just saying like people are having this conversation if it is or not, and it's because it's so taboo and so unheard of that it's like, well, if it's not gay, what is it? You know that.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you another thing. Remember, Mem said he was having those machines. I think the machines were for the women that wouldn't be with the men. Like, I don't think that this was something that he was forcing them to do. I think either they were hired and paid to do this, or they wanted to do this because they wanted to beat the other women he was seeing. It was like one of those two things. Like if Cassie would have said, I'm not doing this freak off, I think she would have been the red carpet girl. He would have still kept her around until she met somebody else, and that would have been the end of it, and none of this would have ever happened. I don't think that she had to do this.
Yeah, I agree.
And this particular woman, I don't even think he liked her ass. From what I've heard, how he be looking at her in the courtroom. So I think that this was like, when he met her on that boat, he was like, look, I got some work for you. This how much I'm paying. Time went on, they started negotiating more, adding more things into the job. I think this was for hire from jump.
And
he
it
might
made
have
it
been
better.
paying the friend.
And it
He
made
might
it
have been
better.
the friend's client.
And I think it just stroked his ego that she was to ooh. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's why he did this. Because I don't even think he liked this woman.
Of course not. And it's just
Yeah,
like
I think
the way I'm
he
treating
did this
you
for that reason.
Yeah. So what's his name is he's very embarrassed because it's like
he should be. He should be, but in my opinion, 50 Cent does not understand manhood. Like, I don't even think he really understands how weak this makes him look. That you had a child with a woman, one who would do this, but B, you couldn't even set her up so she ain't out here doing this. So she at home taking care of your kid.
Right. But you know what? I'm curious because he's the same one that just straight up disowned his first. Now, I'm not going to say I know the ins and outs of that relationship. I just know if somebody is willing to disown their own flesh and blood, their first, then
he has this weird sort of mindset. And it's so strange that, and there's some black, and I maybe there's white men that have this mindset too, but I notice that there are some black men that have this really weird mindset when it comes to like kids and having a family. And then there's some that have a mindset that's more of, and I see it more in the Latino culture, Middle Eastern culture, where that's actually like a bragging thing. That's like having like a Lamborghini or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like their kid, how many kids they have is a flex.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's how I knew, even before somebody told me, that Nick Cannon was mixed, because that's that Latino, that's that Mexican culture. That's why they have a lot of kids. I knew it even before somebody told me his grandmother was Mexican. I was like, I should have known. They from San Diego. That's where all of that comes from, because that's how they show their wealth. That's why they be having 10 and 12 kids. You know.
Yeah,
but
that is
50 Cent seems to have this. Like, he don't care about a legacy. He don't care about making sure his family is good. None of that. It's like he from a totally different mindset. And I wonder if there's something tribal, if you like he's from a tribe and that's how they were in that tribe. But I don't even think he understands how bad he looks for this situation. I think that he thinks that she just looks bad.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that he really fully, and a lot of these Caucasian men that he's trying to do business with, they're going to be looking at him like he crazy. Some of them might not even want to work with him.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't take care of this woman so she could be at home taking care of your child.
Right. And to hear it was only $10,000 a month he was giving that girl. 10,000?
Girl, a lot
well, she
of
was
that
getting
before
40.
taxes.
She was getting 40. She was getting 40,000. from 50 at one point, and I think she went in to get an increase and wound up getting a reduction of 6,700.
Oh.
So she just screams money hungry.
Oh.
Mhm.
How sad. How
You know
tragic.
what? Because of some of the comments I've heard 50 make, I really think that he is one of these sort of black men that just automatically think anything is better than a black woman, or maybe black people in general. And he did not look at this girl's character at all. He just saw that she wasn't black.
Right.
And the kid was already here by the time he realized, because I don't think that her doing this type of work is new. I think she's probably been doing it off and on ever since she's been around the industry. Like whenever she need money or somebody proposition her, she do it. That's just my personal opinion. I'm sorry, I know I'm older than her, but she's old enough. And there's just no way you're gonna convince me that this woman was just talked into this. This is too extreme. It's too extreme. But the stuff she was saying was this. It was so outlandish that to me you had to either be a worker or a corn star to do something like that.
Yeah.
You don't just start doing that at almost 40 years old.
I completely agree. Completely agree.
Girl, Diddy would have been a story I would have been telling y'all. I would have been like, y'all, I went out with Diddy and this fool was up here trying to get me to do da-da-da-da-da.
Okay.
And I never talked to him again. That's what he would have been.
Like, wow. Like, girl, yeah, where we could lend Cassie maybe the benefit of the doubt because she was young, whatever. There's nothing to give you, girl. There is not a tree branch that I could give to you to help you out of this water. Like, you are not a victim.
I'm not buying what she's selling. And
I think this is all the prosecution's doing to avoid charging these people. Like, they don't. This case is crazy.
But you gonna try to say the man was holding this over your head, but the man been in jail for months and you still ain't been put out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and because God, this is bad.
And again, with Cassie, you talking about, well, he said I was going to do this and that. Well, then how were you able to leave? And remember on Gabor's channel, I kept asking you guys this when this all first happened. I said, if he was doing all of this and she was so afraid to leave, how was she able to leave? And she not only left him, she left him in an embarrassing way. She embarrassed the hell out of that man.
Yeah.
So there was no tape leaked. No one tried to unalive you. Your parents weren't fired from their jobs. None of these things that you're alleging or your friends are alleging, none of these things happened. So we already know what would have happened had you left because you left. Right. So this argument that you were unable to leave does not work.
Yeah. It doesn't work, especially with if you'll leave with the leak these quote unquote leak tapes. I don't even think that would have truly happened because that would just lend to so much of his business being put out. Because I don't think I would have ever seen a lifetime where I find out all these things about Diddy. Like I said, I know he was unscrupulous. I know he was a criminal and abusive and stuff like that. But like I said, not on his chest. Like I didn't need to know.
Well, he's not on the tapes. Well, no, he is on one of them. I take that back because Charles saw it. He is on one of the tapes. Charles from TMZ, he described everything on the tape, and he's on the tape, but he's like directing. He's not interacting with people. So, but my thing is this: he literally had Cassie hopping out of a car talking about she was black excellence and all of this stuff. That would make him look like the dumbest man in the world had he released those tapes.
Right.
And I don't think his ego could take it. He was never going to release. I honestly think she's lying. I don't think he told her that.
I think this was all a part of the plan. I feel like, I'm not going to lie, I feel like they made a good plan. It just went a little too far. Like they should have better verbiage so that it can only stay in civil court. She would then turn around, go and have her third baby and live happily ever after with her 30 million dollars, however how much it is.
Well, you know, even the thing with the pregnancies that you know, unfortunately, you know, I live in the hood. There's a lot of people used to be on drugs. And they said that sometimes it's something that happens to the brain when they're pregnant where they don't crave the drugs and they have like a euphoric. And that's why a lot of crackheads will keep having baby after baby after baby. So I think that that's what's going on with her.
Yeah, because she had a couple under the age of 5 years old. So when she's on her third under 5 years.
No, it's that drug brain. Because that's the only thing that makes them feel better other than the drugs. But then once they have the baby, they're right back to their hormones go back and they're not in that euphoric state again. Because even if you look at like Krishan Rock's mom has what, 15 kids, something like that?
Oh my God.
12 or 15. And she's a bad addict. I think she might have schizophrenia on top of being an addict. But yeah, I was talking to this lady and she said that that's why they keep getting pregnant, because it's almost like they get a high off of being pregnant. I don't think any of these people are going to come back from the drugs that they were on. The stuff that they was taking, I think their brains are fried, including Diddy.
Cassie's brain gotta be fried because she wouldn't sit up on the stage on stand as if she was a victim neither. For you to fix your lips to know this man is in prostitution, I think that was the bone that she threw him when she said that I will always love him. I think that was a little bone she threw him because she didn't want this to happen.
Well, and then I think she knew that Croft was gonna tear her. I think she knows the situation she's in. She knows what she did. Yeah. But she was rolling with it, you know. But she solicited a lot of S workers. And if they say, well, we're going to charge you with 20 counts of soliciting, if you don't get your ass up here, you're going to get your ass up there.
Right.
And then I think for her, because she feels like she won the relationship that she never got, I think she feels that she's a victim. Maybe not of trafficking, but I think that she feels that he broke her heart.
Mm-hmm.
But even in her own post, she said it's about DV. This is what she wrote. She ain't mentioned nothing about being trafficked nowhere.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where I give her my sympathies. Like, is he was an abusive ass man, and let's just say he put a little pressure on her to do some things, or maybe not even pressure. We were on drugs. This is what I like to do, and I wanted her to satisfy me. So you know, he was willing to do it. I think I was talking to a man the other day that said if a woman is willing to swallow, she's a keeper. And I feel like Cassie acquiesced to a lot of stuff because she loved him and wanted to be everything to him.
But you know what? That's where you're losing me. Because to me, and maybe it's a cultural difference, I don't know what's happening. Once a man asks you to do something like that, you know that he don't want to date you. That's like him telling you, I don't like you like that. It's this ain't what it is. That, you know what I mean? Like the moment he would have said anything to me about doing something like that, I would have been hurt and I would have been disappointed, but I would have known this is not going to be a relationship. We're not.
I think people look at it like I think you can look at it that way, but men are, I wouldn't say men are monoliths, right? So the conversation I was having was with a black man just like Diddy that fixed his lips to say, if she swallows, he's a keeper.
No, that's you. That's you being with him. He's not trying to get you, look at you being with another man. If you want to see me with another man, you don't like me like that. I'm sorry. There's no way you're gonna convince me of that.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You guys
Yeah,
have
see, for me, that to me is like, okay, we not dating. You just trying to F.
You know it.
Yeah.
If now, Callie, if a man approached me with that, I'm on the same vibe as you. But I do know that there are some men out there that if they find that woman that is willing to do all the things that they like to do, then they probably will keep them around and continue to do all the things that they probably wouldn't be able to bring around another woman. I feel like he wasn't.
But are they gonna have a real relationship with them? Or are they just gonna keep you for that and then have a real girlfriend or a wife over somewhere else?
Is that
and that's what ended up happening?
Okay, but not really, because what was Kim? How did he treat Kim? He never really.
No. They said that with Kim, there was no baby oil. There was none of that weird stuff when they would go out.
Right, but
they never asked for any of that type of stuff.
And he also didn't treat her right neither.
Well, I don't think he's capable. See, that's the thing. A person can only love you for in the way that they are capable of loving you. So I think that was the best you was gonna get from him. He's a messed up person.
But I have to come down and give you a Diddy supporter was just dragged out of the courtroom. On top of that, a YouTuber was banned. I think he's a YouTuber. Content creator was banned for doxing Mia. Y'all, the prosecution is not playing. We haven't even gotten to the first witness, who is going to be Eddie Garcia, who is going to be proven the RICO, okay? We haven't even gotten to that. I was just in the courtroom, and when I say this scene was out of control, they were violently dragged out of court, and literally was screaming, James, come. James was there and he saw it. James, come say, did we do in the court what just happened? I'm gonna give y'all, wait, hold on. I'm gonna give y'all the dramatic reinterpretation in a second, but James.
Because you know this is iconic.
But listen,
okay, it was scary. So listen. So the lady was there and she said, she was like, you know, they're making fun of your name. It's not a joke.
You laughing at a black man's legacy. They laughing at their legacy, Diddy. And I was like,
she said, listen, I'm ready. I dare you. And it took like 3 guards to restrain
4
her.
guards. And they was like, and then she said, she screamed, she screamed, pull your gun out, ninja. When they said that, because it was happening right behind my back, I got up and tiptoed 4 steps over and turned around.
It was a lot.
Literally.
It was a lot, Tisa.
Yeah.
It was definitely
a lot. It was a lot. And this was a Diddy supporter. I know Diddy was sitting there like, oh my God,
but
why
he
are you
turned
doing
around and you could see that his eyes were kind of almost beckoning to hers.
Isn't that weird?
It was so strange.
Isn't that? Oh my God, there is like something going on. Okay, so hold on. We're gonna have to walk and talk because there is another argument. What is going on? It is the witching hour today. People are going crazy in this Diddy trial. Like literally. Anyway, listen. Hold on, y'all. This is going down. Hold on. Listen. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, there is ish is going down in the courtroom. It is the witching hour. Oh my God. Okay, this bitch better leave me alone. I know that much. Okay, so let's get on the steps where the marshals are, where we are nice and safe. We're in distance. We're going to be.
So that was the day our mom was arguing.
That lady kept calling him the N-word over and over again. And I'm like, see, that's why we need a hate crime bill.
Yep, that's like the
I want to see the one where she got a phone call in the middle. So that would probably be her latest live. So maybe this one, 5 days ago, no. 4 days ago. I guess this one. Maybe this one.
In America jurisprudence, a lot of people don't say, if we don't know each other and I saw you being murdered, right, whatever, and I'm not participating and I'm just looking across the street being nosy, there is no duty for me to report that to the police. You cannot persecute me because I didn't help. It's sad, but there's no duty to care, which means appreciate it. But if you are MAGA, would you still support Trump if he pardoned Diddy, or would that be one of those things that you would be?
Now, I actually wanted to show, what is it called? What Alex was saying about what's her face? Britt Eady.
Oh gosh.
What he was saying about what is it? Britt Eady.
She was a terrible pick for the show. Oh my God, what were they thinking?
Okay, here's this one. He made some good points.
Hello and greetings from I'm Rightville.
Greetings from New York. I mean, it looked like we going to Jennifer's wedding.
Oh my God! Would we never be at an affair that tacky?
I know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, the theme is black right now. Clearly.
Yeah, black good summer clothes, yes. And we didn't plan this. We did not plan to dress up. But you know what? I feel like it's appropriate wearing black. This is Kenya's funeral. She's officially dead to Bravo.
Interesting perspective. You know, we will get into this, y'all. We will
get into it. But first, do you want to tell them? Or you want me to tell them?
It's your channel. Why not? You do it.
We got our BravoCon tickets, and we were able to get them the day. This is the first time in all the years we have gone, we were actually able to get tickets from the damn website. I am so excited because it is always this nail biting. Are we going to be able to get them third party? It's a pain. It has not been a nightmare.
My head was spinning this morning.
It is a nightmare every time to try to get these tickets. It's like the freaking Hunger Games.
I had you as well as 3 other people on the line. I'm gonna just let y'all know, like, just be very transparent. So when tickets went on sale, even though we didn't know that the pre-sale was yesterday, which is insane. Like, I think though, like 10 minutes before it went on sale or something. Like, somebody messaged me. It was just like, oh, the pre-sale, did you see it? I was like, I did not. I didn't even get an alert. But what are you about to say?
I said neither did I. And we're both signed up for Bravo Insider.
Like, yesterday, I was just excited to see what was the seating chart. The seating chart comes out.
And that's arisen. I don't think it's wise for them to even speak with Kenya at this point, but to do an on-camera interview with her. One, Britt Eady's not going to be there to defend herself, which will add more fuel to the fire. I feel like it's time for Bravo to move away from Kenya more.
Interesting. Like, I just thought that, you know, after Kenya's statement, because they both put out statements, Kenya said, I'm disappointed to not be a part of the reunion season 16 taping today. Please know I take full accountability for my actions and deeply apologize to all those affected, including Britt, the cast, crew, guests, and viewers. I look forward to seeing you all back on Bravo soon. So the door is not closed. The door is not closed. She already told us this without even saying it. So I was just thinking, okay, at this point, before the bomb dropped today, I was thinking, okay, so they're going to potentially have Kenya back. They're going to potentially have Nene back. And season 17 might be on a roll. But I think Britt might monkey wrenching things. So then after Kenya's statement later that day, yesterday, Britt comes out with her statement. As everyone is now aware, I'm not attending the reunion. This was my decision. The events of this season have devastated me, and while I cannot say much right now, I do want to set the record straight about one thing, which was another bomb drop yesterday. The graphic sexual photos surrounding the events in episode 5, it was not her. I was just so confused by this. like the entire time. Like, did she just find this out? And then she's like, as the episode makes clear, I did not see the photo at the time. Rather, I was made aware of the photo being presented at the event. And based on what I was told, assumed that it was somehow a photo of me, which is why I reacted in the way that I did.
Video?
I do not know who was in that photo, but upon seeing it for the first time recently, I now know it was not me. I look forward to seeking accountability and moving past this dark part of my life.
And now we know what she meant by seeking accountability. In her lawsuit, she says she asked to see the picture several times, but was denied by defendant.
Yes, it was dropped today that she is now suing Bravo, NBC Universal for $20 million. I mean, what a way to like, it's real DEFCON 5 energy. I don't know if that's the smartest thing. I think she's underestimating high-powered attorneys. I think they're gonna Bravo might settle. They might settle, or might be like, okay, well, let's just take this bitch to court and drag it to the point where she's gonna be begging for us to settle. So I don't know. Because you know she ain't got
there are because there are sexual aspects involved. Bravo isn't going to be able to drag this out forever and try to use their largesse to put her out. Also, the lawyer is probably not even charging her anything because I read over her complaint and it is very cut and dry. There's not a lot of room for interpretation. The picture isn't of her. Bravo said it was of her. That's defamation, plain and simple. That's a lie. You put it out there that it was her. You implied that it was her. That's what the network has done. The fact that she's asking for the episode to be taken down is bold and hitting them in their pockets. But that's a pretty strong ask from, because the thing, it's not Britt doing this, it's her lawyer. The lawyer knows, okay, look, if we didn't have a leg to stand on, they're probably not even going to take the case like Brandy's lawyer. She probably got Caroline Manzo's lawyer, the reason that we never saw Girls Trip, probably gave her a call.
I just want to thank people for our super chats. Thank you, Brandy Palacios. And then thank you, Max V. Will Britt still attend BravoCon? Y'all funny. Because she is still on the BravoCon website as a guest.
I wonder when they're going to pull that.
Right. I think it's just very confusing for the fans right now because, like, I think everyone's still mad about Kenya. People are saying Kenya is vindicated in all of this. What are you saying? Like, she was right about Britt. Like, I do think Britt is a grifter, though. I think that's a fact.
How is she? I can't even call the woman a grifter because Kenya put out an image, said that this image was her sucking the dick, and it's not. You defamed me. Bravo, you allowed her in your workspace for your profit to defame me. You quote unquote did an investigation and either through willful ignorance or gross negligence, it doesn't really matter which, you allowed this untrue statement to air about me for your profit.
I feel like we need some legal eagles in the chat.
I already called. Is Lauren your lawyer? I'm waiting to hear back.
Because I'm just trying to figure out, like, well, let me say about Kenya. I still feel like there's for her to be back on the network. I don't think the door is closed. But I do think that however you sit, which fortunately with Kenya, the intent was still, that's what I think people are looking over right now because Kenya still did what she did. She didn't have to do it. And look, I still think this is all Angela Oakley's fault. Turn Kenya's ass around, coming in that party with the green dress, and just turn her around.
I don't get that part.
None of this would have never happened. The gun incident, and then the following events that led to Kenya doing this. Like if just Angela would have just turned her ass around at that damn bank party, none of this would have never happened.
If Kenya wasn't on the season, none of this would have happened. If they had found another interesting woman who knew how to do something other than be cruel to women, this wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Kenya has made a career out of being cruel and nasty to other women, and now it's come to bite her in the ass. I hope that Bravo shuts, seals, and burns down the with Kenya, because why would you want to work with someone who's going to get you these kind of legal troubles? Now Bravo, NBC, yeah, they pay a hefty retainer fee, but now they got to get their lawyers on the clock with those hourly rates, those $600 to $1,200 hourly rates. She's costing Bravo a pretty penny. And the fact that she wants that episode down, that's going to be really tough, especially if she gets some other victims to stand with her. That's going to be tough.
I was going to read some comments from the audience. Jim Gurley asked, why did it take so long to come out? Brianna says, Bravo investigated the claim and said they didn't hear her threatening Kenya when she clearly did. So they investigated the news and it wasn't her either. Who is on their investigative team?
Clearly no one from Pinkerton.
Kenya said it was a public image, so it wasn't revenge P.
That's the thing. Now, that's a very, very male-coded way to skirt around the law. However, now that the image isn't her, it's defamation. So you were so happy that, oh, no, I found it through this. It was commercially available. It's not revenge porn. Well, you didn't do enough due diligence, and now it's defamation. You defame that woman by saying this is you sucking a dick when it's not you dry. That is cut and dry. If it's not you and said it was you, it's air. That's defamation all day, all night. There's a reason that we're not getting Girls Trip with Caroline Manzo, because they're like, they don't even want to mess with that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this is going to affect Atlanta from filming in the future?
I think this is definitely going to up the morality clauses. I think that whatever they said about her at the reunion is now going to have to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb and even more heavily edited, because you don't want to give more fuel to the fire of the hostile work environment. She's suing for defamation, which we've already proven the elements of that crime. She's suing for hostile work environment, which I don't think will be difficult. She's suing for emotional distress. That's not going to be hard to prove either.
So you think production orchestrated for Britt to like have that reaction towards Kenya? Like, you think they knew that the pictures weren't of Britt?
The problem is it's not whether you know, it's not whether you knew or didn't know. You let the shit air. And then when there was an investigation, you didn't go deep enough to find out the truth. She said, I asked to see the photos several times and was not allowed. The second she can prove that, all you got to do is have some old emails. Can I see the pictures? Oh, then get the him and hawing response that you always get from corporate white people. And you know they gave her the runaround. You know they did.
I don't know. I feel like they handled episode 5 like to the point where they blurred everything out. We didn't see anything.
But the insinuation was still there. You still said it, which still makes it liable, slander. It's still, you still slandered her saying, I have a photo of her sucking a dick. I'm going to blur it out because it's television, but also the people in the audience saw it at the event. So it was broadcast to people at the event and then on national television.
Someone says Bravo literally used Britt to get rid of Kenya because, let's be real, they didn't want her back to start with. Yeah, because Kenya's been complaining for seasons. I think people forget about that. It wasn't just with Britt as well. So you think production played both of them?
I I think that because of the legal situation, legal said, you got to get rid of Kenya, point blank, period. This woman can sue. I think Britt thought the women were going to rally around her, and they weren't. They were cruel to her. They wouldn't film with her. They didn't like her. And the truth is, the only reasons you can say you didn't like Britt Eady, or she can say, well, everybody stopped really trying to like me or get to know me once they found out that, you know, I was accused of being a sex worker, and I was treated as such. I was shunned. Style work environment. How many scenes with her with the other ladies? How many one-on-ones did she do? As note, she's been taking behind the scenes of how others and other staff and Bravo people were treating her as well.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
I don't know. Like you giving Britt a lot. I can't give her that much. Like she's still like we still haven't seen the rest of the season yet. And you know
she ain't suing for what happened in the rest of the season. She's concerned about episode 5. Fuck the rest of the season. Kenya did what she did. Here's the thing. Somebody asked, well, can Kenya sue for being threatened? She can, but that case isn't going to go anywhere because what Kenya did to Britt is much more lasting than what Britt did to Britt. Threatening Kenya does not affect Kenya's ability to get a job outside of Bravo. What Kenya did to Britt does. And the fact that Bravo allowed it to air also affects her for the rest of her life. Nothing happened to Kenya that will affect her for the rest of her life.
But is there proof that these photos aren't of Britt? Because that's the only person who's saying this is Britt. What if it comes out that she's lying and the pictures are actually of?
Even if they're actually of her, you'll still have emotional distress. But if they're not of her, then she doesn't. If they are of her, she doesn't have a case, or at least not a strong defamation case. But I mean, and we never know. People will lie, but I believe for the lawyer to take the case, because remember, somebody's putting their law license on the line here, and they probably represent her ass for free. They probably represent her ass for free. For free.
There's a lot of ambulance chasing lawyers out there who will do anything for like a high. It's spread like wildfire on social media right now. But I'm not putting it past Britt to lie because she already lied about her insurance license. Like messy ass Claudia Jordan already pulled up that receipt, like saying that she'd been ended her firm before the season started. So I'm just saying, I think we need a little bit more information because now we're just going by Britt's counsel and her side.
That's all. Well, because that's all we have to go off of now. If Bravo can prove that that is her in the picture, then they did their due diligence. If Britt can prove it's not her in the picture, then Bravo did not do their due diligence, and they were either willfully ignorant or grossly negligent.
So thanks for someone in the chat for reminding me Portia's role in this, because she added even more like gasoline to the fire. Because remember, she said in her YouTube that Britt was allegedly underage in the photo, and saying that I think she basically said it was Drew that gave the photos to Kenya, and now it seems like both of these are lies. So what do you think about like Portia this part? Because it's with these photos, like this is just like a random wrench in
it all comes down to, because here's the thing, Portia ain't getting sued, Kenya ain't getting sued. Bro shouldn't have let this whole storyline air.
I agree. I mean, look, a lot of people are saying if they would have just cut Britt in the beginning with the pow none of this would have, excuse me, ever happened.
True. But because they allowed it, but here's the thing, because they didn't give a shit about Kenya, and this is why Kenya couldn't be like, oh, I'm not going to show up to film if she's still there. They would have said, okay, tools toots. We were looking for you for the trash to take itself out.
So then someone's saying Drew Sidor in an episode confirmed that she knew the person in the picture, adding validity to it being her. Production included that in the episode.
Drew can be mistaken. Drew also is an adroit liar who could be mistaken. And again, was it a whole picture of the face? Could we see the face, or was it just the mouth? Can we tell by the background? Because I think somebody told her, oh, they used this video to get the still image from it. And then you find out, oh, that ain't me in the video. I might have been sucking dick, but I wasn't sucking that dick. And also, and hold on, she also has, this is a gendered attack in her lawsuit, which it is. This is classic slut shaming. This is classic misogynistic anti-woman behavior. An anti-woman can come from another woman. A woman can be a misogynist. See Kenya.
Just Jonda says, all Brit's attorney filed was a summons, not a full complaint. It merely lets you know I am suing and why. If Bravo is smart, they will just cut her a quick check before the full complaint.
If they're smart. And the fact that she did this before while they were at the reunion, she said, I'm gonna go to court while y'all talking about me. I'm gonna go to court while y'all want to sit down and tee-hee and ha-ha and kiki about me, and Brit ain't about to be broke no more. We about to call her a whole lot of things. Ain't gonna call her broke no more, I'll tell you that.
So what do y'all think, chat? Like, someone brought this up. If Bravo purposely withheld proof of Brit being the subject in the picture, then Brit should sue. I can kind of agree with this. Like, if the network, if production knew it wasn't her and they didn't want to show her until the very end that, oh, well, this photo actually wasn't you.
Anybody still here? What do y'all think about this? This lawsuit.
I feel like if what we're hearing is correct, which it sounds a little off. So you mean to tell me Kenya exposed you to all these people when you never saw the footage? That just seems suspicious to me. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, how did you not know all of a sudden that's not you? Really, girl?
Yeah, like that doesn't make any sense. And the way she was just peddling the issue, like, oh my gosh, what's her Kenya did this and da 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 da. Like, there ain't no
And you
way.
supposedly lost your license or under investigation for a fake picture. So all of that is a lie. More lies from you. What are we supposed to, which lie are we supposed to believe, Britt?
Yeah, Britt, I don't know. It's not giving valid to me. It doesn't say this is valid.
So, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I have my ribeye steak right here. Put a little thin piece of butter on it so I can baste it when it melts. And also, the lobster tail right here. And those are just some grilled onions I'm making to go on top of my steak. My potato is in the microwave. I could have made it in the oven. So I'm going to put this in a broiler. I hope my thing doesn't melt. Just in the broiler.
Everything looks amazing. Oh gosh.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my lobster tail in after the steak is done. and close to the flame as possible. Get that let's check this in 7 minutes. And go back to, so this is the hair stuff. This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can really see it. It's like over here. Right here. That is consistency of it, and basically you sit it once it cools off. It should get a little thicker, and you basically just paste it in your hair and let it sit for a couple hours. The longer, the better, and rinse it out with a. I have a list of shampoos that I use to rinse it out. We'll wash it out, and then wash and condition as normal. And there's a few other you really don't have to put much in your hair after that. But there's a few things, but I'll show you when I actually do it. But yeah, that's how I made my. I didn't want to show all the ingredients, but you saw the honey, the banana, olive oil. Yeah. So I'll maybe tomorrow I'll do my hair. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's gonna rain tomorrow here, but that's that. Let's see. Let's check the potato. All right. So do you want to listen to any more of this?
No, I've heard all that I need to hear about Miss Brittany. I'm done with her.
Okay. I'm just diddied out. We can listen to anything else besides Diddy.
Yeah, I'm diddied out too. I can't believe they doing that to that man, but I'm diddied out.
What else? What else can we talk? We already talked about DDG to death. We can check up on the riots.
Yeah, that's what I need to be doing. Let me take my ass.
All right, let me see what's going on in the LA riots. LA riots.
Oh, it looks like Brittany Renner is divorced in Islam. Yeah.
She wasn't really married to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most Muslim marriages aren't legal marriages.
Right, they're not. I learned that. I'm like, what? Man.
Yeah. Trump to send National Guard. Anything live? This is live. CNBC.
I'm hollering.
Building your online business? Go to web.com and set up your store on a single.
Yeah. Well, they really rioting. They destroying stuff. Oh, you can't see it. My bad.
Damn, it got homie. Ain't that a miracle? That donut.
Oh wow, like they really
So
out
you wait all
here.
this time just to come and hang out and say something to them. You don't just leave. Why not just leave? I don't get it. Why don't you just leave? I hate The View. I don't ever watch it.
I know they're disgusting, anti-American, cackling cunts. Each and every one of them. Each one's a bigger twat than the next. I know that, but I don't watch the show. I just know it. But it's weird that way. It's just weird. You know, it's almost like they like to torture themselves or something. You know? The perpetual victim. The perpetual crybaby sniveler. That's what they are. They're perpetual snivellers. Constantly sniveling about something.
I don't know who this
Sniveler. That's the word of the day. Sniveler. It's always my fault, Biz.
What else can we get into?
I'm just trying to figure out how their OIQ brain works.
Let me look. I can't use my other phone. Now this is the guy. Let's see, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago was
High?
what?
I'm tired more than I'm high, to be honest. I should be really high.
What's her name? Hold on. Brianna Bunglin. Share this video. The whole story is a lie. Puffy was in New York City for the Bad Boy Tour starting on September 24th through the 29th. He was staying at the Trump International Hotel. Go put that in the comment section. Brianna Bunglin. Cassie's lawsuit is a fraud. Brianna's lawsuit is a fraud. The whole
Let's see, who else? What else? ABC News. Podcast. Let me check mine. All right, so let's hold on. So let me do this main solo layout. Let's check this. Yeah. See the I was telling you about the fat on there. Really much. So let's check the temperature. Oh. First, let me baste it a little bit. It's dry at the top. Not much butter though. Oh, this looks good. Where's our thermometer? Where's the damn thermometer? They're about 1:30. We got like about 10 more degrees to go. We want 145. Right coming out. a little higher. I think this is she might be we got a few more degrees to go. Just gonna put her back in for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna put the lobster tail in there too. Her, here, her, here. Let's do 3 minutes for that. Now, what can we listen to? So I'll just put back on Alex and Chris. Did I mess it up?
Even on an antidepressant, lingering depression symptoms can make it hard to break through. I wanted more from my
Of Brit being the subject in the picture, then Brit should sue. I can kind of agree with this. Like, if the network, if production knew it wasn't her and they didn't want to show her until the very end that, oh, well, this photo actually wasn't you, I can see her trying to get like a penny or two out of this.
Also, if they did an investigation and did not find out that was not her in the investigation, that is gross negligence, and you should be sued and punished anyway. You don't have to have intent to commit gross negligence. You can just be haphazard, you can be uninformed, inexperienced, or just not give a shit. All of that is covered by gross negligence. And the fact that you had an investigation and didn't even find out it was or wasn't this woman and cannot confirm or deny, gross negligence. Now, if it comes out that they do have evidence that it is her and they watched the video and they said it's her, but also it could have been some white person watching the video that thinks all of us look alike. Gross negligence.
I don't know. I still, however, about, if Brit is right or wrong, I still think she's one of the worst casting decisions in housewife history. And I think she's in the running for worst housewife of all time. Like, she's sitting up there with Jenny Wynn from Salt Lake City, as well as racist Diana from Beverly Hills.
Now, you see, somebody said Monica Garcia showed up to the reunion even though she knew she wasn't coming back. Monica Garcia, however, knew, I'm a lovable villain and I will be back in this reality show game, somewhat by hook or by crook. And she had, she knew she would be able to capitalize off of receipts, timeline, proof, evidence. I want to look at me after this.
Well, it's funny that you speak of Monica. Literally just posted on her Instagram. She's saying, "Cheers, Brit takes the throne, suing for $2 million. The audacity. Burner page doesn't sound so bad right about now." Like, she's kind of laughing about this.
I hope gets every penny. What Kenya subjected her to and what Bravo decided to air was disgusting, despicable, deplorable, and unforgivable. And I would have to put everyone involved in the ground if someone did that to me. In the ground.
Yeah, but I would say in the beginning that like, well, I saw this recently on one of your videos. You said Britt at this point knows she's not coming back. Like,
exactly. She knew. And I'm telling, now here's how I feel. I feel that Caroline Manzo's lawyer called Britt when the filming break took place and told her, baby, don't get upset now. Don't sue now. Let everything air so that you have real damages. If you sue now and don't let it air, Bravo ain't really done nothing to you. But once you let it air, once you let them slut shame you nationally, once you let it all unfold on television and say, take the episode down, the damage is irrevocable. The toothpaste is out the tube. There's nothing they can do but pay. I think that's what somebody told her, and that's why she didn't put any money into that party. I'm telling you, when I saw that party, I was like, she don't give a shit. She is here for another reason, and she gave me help me with my car. I'm going to let you break a femur so that you can really pay for something.
It was a scheme.
It was a scheme set up by Kenya. Kenya started it, and Britt is clearly. If what Britt did to Kenya was that damn bad, then Kenya would be taking Britt to court. Ain't no judge in the land gonna worry about somebody that said, I'ma kill you while you're drunk. And here's the thing. Bravo couldn't give Britt because of the whole threat comment. You know why? Because she was in their workplace drinking as they were giving her drinks to amp up a scene. So if Bravo tried to fire her, she could join the Leah McSweeney, Bravo tries to get you drunk to get a good show train. And then wants to be upset when drunk people act like drunk people. What happens when somebody has too many drinks? They say stupid things. They say things that are out of character. They say things that they don't mean because they're drunk. And this is what's dangerous about being drunk in a workplace.
It's really funny how like just the parallels of like how Kenya handled the situation and how Britt is now handling the situation. Kenya clearly wants to be back on TV, wants to be back in Bravo's good graces and get that check. And I think before this lawsuit happened, I was thinking, okay, she's going to be back. But now, since this lawsuit, I'm kind of afraid for Kenya now because it's like, okay, now that Britt is suing for $20 million, like you've now become a liability for anybody else coming on this show. We don't know, like you're a loose cannon. So even though you just did this accountability shit, finally, like she's suing us now still. In the end, she still sued Bravo. So now
she let it air. So now she's messed up the continuity of their season. She's messed up the continuity. Kenya, exactly. Britt said something while she was drunk. Kenya did that sober and became a $20 million liability. Alex, you should have gone to law school. I was a paralegal in the Army, which is why I know the elements of a crime.
What does it mean to provide medical care without borders? It means we never ask patients which side.
Yeah, that was my job for 4 years. Like, I drafted all these legal papers. I worked in courts. I worked for the military judge. I had an account on LexisNexis where I could come up with good law and bad law and court precedent and all that. So I do have legal experience. And that's why I'm like, I looked at the elements of defamation and that's what they've done. Like that, it's very cut and dry. You aired the episode and you said it was her. It wasn't. And you even did an investigation. That is defamation with negligence, either gross or regular. Probably gross.
So with Britt, I will say, like, let's just take the lawsuit out right quick. Like, she was always going to be a one and done housewife. Like, she was terrible on this show. Like, she tried to go for Kenya and failed. She said something really stupid. And the thing is, like, she should have, like, all Kenya had to do was just give Britt enough rope to hang herself. Like, I just really wish, and because I wanted Kenya to be on this season, and I want to see Kenya back, but I just really wish Kenya did not try to take this into her own hands.
Diana wants to say a threat is a threat, drunk is not a defense. It is a defense if you are drinking in the workplace because your employer has asked or incentivized you to. Also, if they continue to provide you with alcohol, like any bar, you know how a bar has to stop serving you when you're drunk because then they become liable if you go home and hit somebody? But you keep serving somebody alcohol when they clearly have had enough, you are liable. As a business, you are liable. That is how the law works. So they should have seen that Britt was too drunk and they should have removed her from that situation as the employee into play, because at their workspace, as their employee, their contracted employee, she was at dinner, she got too drunk, she was saying stupid stuff. They should have removed her. Like any bar is not allowed to let you drive home when they see you drunk and somebody gets hit. You can sue that bar. Happens all the time. That's why bars call you cabs and Ubers because money off for your so drunk.
The situation. Like, they basically, I mean, they didn't fire Britt, but they at least, sat her down clearly and say, you know what, you can't be saying this on the show, and we can suspend you for this. So why don't you make it right with Kenya so y'all can move forward? And then unfortunately, production didn't know that I guess Kenya was going to do this. And then they had to now cover their ass with that. And I don't know, I feel like they're going to say in court that we reprimanded Kenya. Like there was consequence.
But Kenya isn't a part of the lawsuit. Mm-hmm. She don't care about Kenya no more. She's going after Bravo for them putting that out, that she was engaged in that sexually explicit image when he was not. That's what she has Bravo by. You said it was me and it wasn't. And you did an investigation and still didn't find out. So we have gross negligence. Once you say it's me and it's not me, that's it. That's all. There's no more. You did that. We all saw you do it. You did it ad nauseam. Bye, Ashy. Bye.
You and Britt, I'm not sure who can't stand Kenya more. You see what I did there? I don't know. Like, we'll see what happens. We'll just have to watch what happens, because I think there's still some holes in Britt's lawsuit. I think she's really she's underestimating Bravo's attorneys. I think she is. But anywho.
How are Bravo's attorneys going to prove that it was her if it wasn't her?
That's assuming that it wasn't her in the photos. And
Let's say it wasn't her in the photos. How is Bravo going to get out of that?
It's just like her actions still on the show. Like I think
no, that's not what. That's that the judge don't. That's not what is being sued for here. We don't care if she's likable. We don't care if she's good TV. Bravo, did you put that picture out and say it was her when it wasn't? Okay, it wasn't her. That's it. That's all. There's no way to wiggle out of that. You did it, and now you have to take responsibility. That's it. It doesn't matter. Shit. The judge doesn't want to hear shit else about. Well, she did this or she. What did you do? Is what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Brit ain't getting sued. The network ain't suing Brit. She's suing the network.
I work and learn from some of the smartest in the industry. It's awesome. And
we'll see. I cannot wait. I really cannot wait.
I just pray that they can prove that it ain't her, because then I want to know how you're going to get out of that.
Well, good luck to her, because she won't be on television ever again.
Why would she want to?
I mean,
actually, she could be on a show. I could see her being on a show after the settlement arrives.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she might get like a nice little penny, but I don't think she's getting anything over $1 million.
Now the damages, we'll have to see what they'll be willing to offer. We'd have to see what the damages will probably remain forever private. But I would cut her a check now just to move on from all of this, because it ain't looking good. But once you've aired something that isn't true and it's affected someone's life and now they want the episode taken down, I don't know how you're getting out of that. I don't know. There's no lawyering, because this isn't a case of opinion. It's not it's not purely emotional damages. It's, you said that was me and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. We can take that comment down now.
And yes, what Kenya did was premeditated. Also, the fact that that they allowed it to air, that they allowed it to happen, that there was no checks and balances with production just to stop Kenya from doing something like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Well, there you have it. It is Kenya Moore's motherfucking fault. She will not be back on Bravo. The door is closed. Brit will run Bravo's pockets. She's going to get a good payday. Atlanta is over.
I don't think Atlanta's over. I don't think Atlanta's over. I think Brit will. I hope that she gets something out of this. I hope that she gets something significant. I hope she gets something significant. And if somebody if somebody made you go hire a lawyer, are you going to hire them back?
Ask that one more time, because I had a question for you.
If someone you were working with made you go hire a lawyer and spend good money on attorney's fees, do you want to work with them again?
I mean, Nene about to work with Bravo again, so
they get desperate.
Yeah,
but Nene also settled.
So you're saying that you're going to say here that Kenya will not be back on Roa or back on Bravo after this?
I'm hoping.
You confidently say that.
I never said that. I said I want the door to be burnt and shut. I never said that it may not be. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They may still bring her back. I think it would be foolish. I think now that they've got to spend extra money and have yet another case in this reality reckoning area. I wonder if I hated Kenya from the jump or after. I think that what she did was really horrible. What she did was psychological warfare. People have killed themselves over things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really, you don't know what you could do to a person doing something like that to them. That was awful. That is unforgivable in my book. I wouldn't want to work with nobody that made me go to court. That's all I'll say. I ain't saying she ain't never gonna be back. I'll just say I don't want to work with people that make me go to court.
Thank you, Haley Madison, for the super chat. Listen now. You Atlanta. I mean, to hit a lick real quick, paint, however.
I don't call it hitting a lick when someone has done, like, if she had like maybe had a slip and fall incident and wanted to walk around in a neck brace, that's trying to hit a lick. Kenya went out, hired an investigator, found sexually explicit pictures of you, and tried to slut shame you on national TV, and Bravo let them, basically. That's not hitting a lick. That's a whole bunch of people did shit to you, and now you want your pound of flesh. With interest.
Is anybody still here? I'm just cleaning up. Cleaning. Wrong mess.
Well, I do agree with Alex. I think that they're gonna settle with her. I think they're gonna pay her off.
Yeah, just for the simple fact that they aired that episode.
Yeah, I don't even think it's gonna go to court. I think they're gonna reach a settlement and they're just gonna pay her to go away and shut up.
You know, I feel like they kind of knew she was going to sue. Maybe they were hoping she wasn't if they let her stay on. But she did anyway. She could have not wasted all of our time and just got rid of her. Well, I guess if they kept Kenya, she could have got more money. They had to get rid of Kenya. They did their due diligence with getting rid of Kenya. The question is, could they have prevented what happened? Maybe, maybe not. But they did air it, maybe. I don't know. Because let's say they didn't air the episode. There were still people there that recorded it. It was still being reported. But I guess Bravo authenticated it by airing that episode, even though they didn't show anything. The allegations of her being a fraud and a hoe they weren't rampant, but they were still in question before Kenya did that.
You know what I think they should have did in hindsight? I know that they pretty much kind of had to get rid of Kenya because of human resources issues. I think they should have got rid of both of them and continued the season with the people that they had and just never aired any of it. We would have just heard about it on the blogs. And then they could have just picked up the season from the people that they had. I don't think they should have ever aired any of this stuff.
I honestly think that if they would have, they hate Kenya so much or whatever, the threat that Brit made, they would have took that serious. Forget Kenya, they would have saved themselves a lot of money, a lot of lawyer fees and stuff if they would have took that threat against Kenya serious.
You know what
they
was trying to say? It wasn't technically a threat because she didn't say, I'm going to use it on you. Like they were trying to nitpick because they didn't want to get rid of this girl. And to me, I think it was somebody who was in their ego, because they might have even been told that this girl is not a good fit for the show even before this happened, and they didn't want to be wrong.
You see her. Top show.
Hey, we was talking about you a little
there.
What up? What up? What up?
It was all good.
What up?
Sorry, I've been MIA. I've been having some personal stuff going on, but we here. What y'all talking about? Can you hear me?
Oh, Real Housewives.
Oh, you talking about brisket plate.
Uh-huh.
Fish platter.
I don't care. Listen, let me tell you something. I don't care what nobody say. My opinion, I really believe that brisket was a plant to get rid of Kenya, and she literally. This whole season should have been called Lapdog, because there's so many lapdogs that we've seen. And I think that brisket was a lapdog for the producers to get rid of Kenya, because Kenya was the longest running housewife on that show, even with Portia being on the show, because Portia got demoted. Kenya was never demoted.
Right.
So Kenya was the highest paid housewife on that show. And they said, okay, let's save some money. Let's get rid of Kenya. I want you to go at the big dog, because we all have to admit, brisket came at that girl for no reason. All this would have never happened if production would have fired Britt originally.
Yep. That's what I just said.
They should never hired her. Britt
Kenya did what she did. No, all I'm going to say is Kenya did what she did. So you didn't fire Britt, so you fired them both. And so I'm okay with what's the name getting a lawsuit. Bravo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it, because they have been doing stuff for the longest time. And Miss Andy over there, we all know Miss Andy is not in control of Bravo. His position is not that powerful over there. I don't think that he's just the face. I do not think that he has that much say-so over there like that.
Well, whatever the case, it's a mess, and I feel like as a fan, our time was wasted with whatever was going on, whatever the plot was, whatever the scheme was. If they even knew Britt was going to sue, they could have just gave her I don't know. Maybe she did give her less money. I don't know. But they just wasted all of her time. Like, she wasted her time with all of her lying. Her storylines are fake. The mom moving away, it's fake. She was getting evicted. The husband is weird. It's just so much fake stuff going on with her. The country club thing, she didn't want to pay the bill for that. They're broke. They don't have any money. They went to the car place, couldn't buy a car. Like, she's not a housewife. And I knew that from the moment they announced her freaking game.
I actually do not think. I don't think she's gonna win this lawsuit. The reason why I don't think she's gonna win this lawsuit, because all this shit is on camera. Remember, she did a full after show talking about everything that happened. She did confessionals talking about everything that happened. She went before the show aired. I remember her doing an interview talking with some chick or whatever. It was her and her husband talking with some chick, talking about how, I got the big dog out of there. I was that girl and all this other stuff because she came from me and all this stuff. Like, this, you did all this stuff on camera, mama.
Yeah.
They're gonna throw this out and say this is just some reality TV type shit.
And then nothing about her saying that the picture was her being underage. Like, what was that?
Exactly. I think even if the picture wasn't her, she played along with it because she wanted to be on the show. And so it's almost like you were in on this whole thing. That's my opinion. Whether if the picture was her or not, she went along with this storyline because she wanted to be on the show.
She wanted to be on the show, and then I say this: I bring all those bitches down. I'm sorry. Peach Juice. You got on your platform and you said those photos was underage or what? You gonna be a part of this lawsuit too? Yeah. Because your stupid ass don't know how to shut your damn mouth. What did Nene say? You should have shut your damn mouth. because we would have never known no underage stuff. So if it was who told you it was underage? Did Britt tell you
You
it
know
was
what?
underage?
That's a good point. I wonder if Britt is well, they were taking pictures together, but does Britt is she mad at Portia for having a tidbit? Like, is she not fucking worship? Like, is that part of her lawsuit?
I mean that would be interesting to see, because they were all hanging out and Portia was the only one who was riding for Brett, saying, yeah, give her a chance and all this other stuff. And now you have this
How do you feel about Monique coming back?
Monique, I'm gonna be honest with you. Monique gave me nothing until she whooped Candace's ass. I never thought that she was she I didn't tune in for her. I think all these fans who so-called are Monique fans are bought and paid for, to be honest, because I don't think she's a good housewife at all, personally. But I do want to see that chapter closed, meaning that I do think that the fans deserve a little sit down with Monique and Giselle just to see what's what.
Giselle will sit down with that girl. Well, she might, because they got to save a sinking ship. So,
well, they already filming together. They were just the photos just released today of them filming for Pride.
Wait, who's filming together? Giselle and Monique? Or
yeah, they're on the same.
Oh yeah, I don't think Giselle care about that no more.
I don't think she care. I do. I think that. Let me say this: I am not a Candace fan by any means. I do not want to see her back on the show, but I will say this: I think fans want to see that reconciliation between both of them.
Yes, I'm not a Candace fan either, but I want her back on the show. Well, maybe they got to do baby steps for Monique there first.
Yeah,
and then maybe we can get Nene back if this works.
Well, Nene, I mean, I think if we get Nene back, then I want Kim back and I want Sheree back.
Yeah,
I am hearing some stuff about Nene coming back, but I don't know if it's just a rumor, but I'm hearing stuff.
Real talk, y'all. I don't see Atlanta coming back after all this.
I think if Nene does not come back, if they're not able to do that, I think that they might put the show on pause and do a different city, like they might do Houston or something. That's what I could see them doing.
Well,
because they are chopping this franchise down. Even though Andy is in denial about it, they are.
You said they're chopping it down?
Yeah, they're getting rid of all these different cities.
Yeah, they're definitely making, because hold on a second, I'm trying to.
Where you coming in? You tipping in from the club?
I'm getting off of work.
Get that
money. Because when you really think about it, why do we have a Rhode Island? We got New York, we got Jersey.
Because it's New Jersey. New Jersey. See,
exactly.
That's what Andy don't want to tell people. New Jersey gone. This
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Jersey's going.
And I saw what's the new show? The Gen X, whatever.
Yeah, that was like watching paint dry.
I liked it.
It was alright. It's you know, I look at it like this. There's two types of people in the world. It's trying but you can't, and then it's trying but you ain't. Okay.
Okay.
And I feel like with some of these kids, put it like this. I like Riley, but Riley gives me nothing on screen. I like
And I like Candy. I like Meredith Marks. When Meredith Marks gets activated, she gets activated. But her son gives me nothing on screen.
I
He gives me
love
nothing.
Brookie.
But and the thing is this, I like Brooks, but and the thing is, Brooks is actually the he's the center peach. If you really look at it.
Yeah, he is.
But the thing is, I need you to be a backbone and open your motherfucking mouth and get these bitches together. Like,
Well, he's Mormon. He just, comfortable coming out. That was a big thing.
No, I think they're Jewish.
Oh yeah, they are Jewish.
Yeah.
Well, she just turned Jewish. But still, they're of that community, the Mormon community, and it was a big thing for him to come out.
Ritchie,
they go there for skin.
Ritchie, if somebody texts you saying that they gonna if somebody texts you saying, hey, I may sleep with your sister tonight. If not, then we'll go out for drinks. You're not gonna bite a hole in your jaw. You're gonna speak up and say something like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh yeah, my brother.
He's not built like that. Not yet, but it obviously bothered him. And he got Riley and Gia to rally around him to speak on it. So he did confront it. I don't like that kid. Those are those frat ones.
You know what I think with Riley? I think she takes after her dad's side of the family. She doesn't have the personality of Mama Joyce and her sisters and her mom. I think she's more like the other side of the family, and they're probably very like blah, reserved,
Child, that grandma traumatized Riley and Mama friggin' Joyce.
No, if she was a little mini Mama Joyce, she would be entertaining.
I said she traumatized that damn girl.
Well, Candy left her with that crazy woman.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's true.
No, I mean, I'm glad that she's cool with her dad now, but I didn't like that shit that her dad was trying to pull on Candy. And I think he's jealous of Candy's success. And he's trying. First of all, he wasn't even with that girl when Candy met him. So now you go back with the girl, and all of a sudden you're married. Gone somewhere, and they were not married. There was some girlfriend. So that type of stuff is not. Ugh. I mean, he just to me. That block dude, like Candy. What were you thinking?
Shit. Oh well, I haven't been on been in these streets in a minute, so I want to just mention one thing that Nico McKnight.
Oh, yeah, that was your friend, right?
Yes, I knew him. I wouldn't say that we were close associates.
Met him several times. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I knew him. I knew him before. I knew his brother before I knew him. And then, I remember when his brother Brian McKnight Jr. got with his wife, and they became married. And because I used to, I know this is still the internet, so I don't want to give too many details out. But I used to work with his wife, and then I met his brother before he married his wife, and then before the pandemic and stuff like that. So one thing I would say about Nico is this: he was always a soft, sweet soul. Him and his wife, and you really feel the love. They're a very talented family. And the thing is, they never brought up the McKnight name. You would never know. And that shows me that the dad trying to make it seem like they were trying to clout chase off of him or whatever. That was not the case at all. It's so sad because he wasn't as sick when I knew him. You know what I mean? And he had been battling and dealing with what he was dealing with. But you know, the pandemic happened, and you love people from a distance or whatever. But all I would say is this: I think that his dad is a piece of shit, and
lower than that.
He's a piece of shit, and I don't want to hear no book. I don't want to see no interview. I don't want to see no "I'm sorry" later on in life or anything like that. You chose the road, and you can't come back from it. I'm sorry. It is what it is. You know.
He already ruined his career. He can't even sell out any shows. Remember he had to cancel his shows and stuff?
You know, to me, he got the same mentality as 50 Cent. And I'm trying to come up with a word for it, but there's a certain group of men that have a very strange way of looking at children. And it's just very odd. Like most men, especially successful men, they see their children as their legacy. And they see their children as an extension of their success. But these men almost feel like I don't have anything to do with this kid. This kid is a loser. Like there are men that even if their kid was a loser, they would die before they tell you that. Like their kid could be
also it has something to do with the relationship with the mother.
Yeah.
Like 50 Cent, it's ironic that he cherished the son he had with Daphne, and look what Daphne's out here doing. Embarrassed the shit out of him.
I really think that he's one of these black people that is a racist and just happens to be a black person. And we just don't want to see it because he panders to us because he makes money off of us. I think that there's a subset of black people that feel like anything's better than a black person. They don't even look at that person's character. They just assume that because this person is not black, they are automatically better than. So I don't think that he vetted this girl, and by the time he realized what she was, the baby was already here.
He was loving that girl,
paying her off, and so she would be quiet and go away. He tried to play this game with her, and she went right back to hooking, which is probably what she was doing when he met her.
When you wealthy and black, the pussy is better than when you broke. And that's what I feel like he is. That's what I feel like he looked at it. You know, when all
But you know what? I have a friend, I don't want to get in trouble. My picture up here, who had some acquaintance.
Your pussy is wait, what did you say, Top Show?
My picture
your pussy is what?
My picture is up here. I don't want to get in trouble.
No, she's asking me what I just said. Oh, let me clarify what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you are rich and black, the pussy is better than when you were struggling, you trying to make it up. What I mean by that is this. There's gonna always be a black woman who's gonna support you because she believes in you probably more than you believe in your damn self when you coming up like a 50 Cent. But then once you make it big, you have that hit album, you get success or whatever, you'll drop that motherfucker to the side and then have resentment for her while you go get somebody else who you think is your prize. That's what I'm saying. So you think the pussy is better because you rich and you famous and all this other stuff. And you still trying to seek that support that you had when you was trying to come up. That's why all these dudes talking about, that's all they do. Talk about what they had and we trying to come up in this whole struggle life and everything because that's what you know. But you've been rich your entire life now, for the most part.
You was poor for maybe 16, 18 years.
Exactly.
Of your 40-something, 50-something-year-old life. And yeah, I agree. But I also, can I just tell you that I know someone who kind of had an acquaintance with this girl, and she was not this girl. The guys were not checking for her. And this is a man, straight man, that told me this. And he said, I'm surprised she was able to get either one of them because nobody was checking for this girl. But when you are anti-black, you just see this is a non-black woman. You're not vetting her. You just, in your mind, you just think she's better because she ain't black. And I'm gonna just be real. I think that's why she got away with a lot of stuff. And I think that this whole situation, even with Cassie, is blowing like a lot of black men's minds, because they were like, oh, she look exotic. I can't believe she would have an escort pissing on her and all of this stuff. And I'm like, you guys don't even talk to these girls to know where they been or what they doing. Y'all just see she ain't black. She got good hair, whatever. You know what I mean? This girl could have slept with half of Los Angeles, literally. You're not even checking to see. You just hopping on this girl because you see something that's not black.
Well, a wise man once told me, and I believe it, that they said a black man's fantasy is a white woman. That's what they think the prize is. Because if you have a white woman and you accept it in that white counterpart, then you think you made it. Just turn on Shade Room, turn on Instagram, and you see it all the time. And then they quickly remind it.
But
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him
sorry,
finish.
I thought you were finished.
No, I'm just saying, you just quickly remind it. Then when something happened, oh damn, I am a nigga. Damn, I am black. Hey, Kanye, or just name.
But Kanye was the one that said the prettiest people do the ugliest thing on the road to riches, the diamond ring.
Somebody else probably wrote that. but this is my whole thing as a woman who has other female friends. I'm gonna be honest. It's the type of woman who isn't black, but is the woman that quote unquote dates black guys. It's something up with her anyway. So that's not a normal non-black woman. That's a non-black woman that's in a certain mentality. And I always say this with interracial dating. You got to understand they dating out too. So you got to figure out, why are they dating out? It's not always about you being black and you want to be accepted. Why are they dating a black person? What's up with them? And a lot of these women, they target black men because they know they can get a black man. And they know that oftentimes the white men that have the money, especially if they're good looking, they're not going for this. I used to work with, I've always worked with a lot of white men, but I used to work with this really good looking white executive. And some of these women would try to like holler at him, and he would be like, this bitch, this hoe. You know what I mean? Like he would just know it like right off rip, like what these women were. Like he was not feeling those type of women at all. And so that's why they go after the black guys, because that's what they're able to get. It's not that they respect black people or that they even really prefer black guys. It's just that them dudes in their community that have the money, especially if they're good looking, they're not interested in this type of woman. And sometimes it's not her look, sometimes it's the way she thinks.
I think that's so interesting, because if you flip it and you have a black woman who is successful and who is, as they say, that bitch, where she steps in the room, she owns it, and she is smart, business smart, and she knows what she wants, then in particular, I'm talking about black men. Black men say that, oh, she's too intimidating, or she's too it's always something else, where it's like, well, I don't she needs to be the woman, I need to be the man, and we ain't coming to be on the same level. No, how about this black woman is at her A game, and the only thing that she can do is raise you up to be on the same level, because clearly you're not on the same level. If you got to compare and say she needs to lower herself in order to, it really is a slave mentality when you really look at it.
I think they just don't like black women, and they find any excuse. And then a lot of times, if they don't prefer black women,
I think they're just weak ass niggas.
It's very unrealistic for them. Like they want a black woman that you know, makes 300 grand a year, comes from a good family, looks like a supermodel, has no children, wears a size 4. That Black woman is never going to talk to you. I'm sorry. Is this not? She'd rather be single than talk to you.
I know Black guys who have literally said that I like women with daddy issues because they easier to get.
I could believe that because my dad gave me a lot of game, and a lot of this stuff don't work on me. Like, I mean, they don't even really get past the first conversation. I'm like, this bullshit. You know, like I could just smell it.
Because when you have a Black women, if you have a Black father who's present in your life, who's always behind you, who's always there to support you, they're not gonna let fly just anybody coming into their house and taking their daughters away or making them believe or do anything like that. First off, the daughters have to see the example in their own household. Now, if your dad is cussing your mom out every other chance he gets, or this or that, or all this other stuff going on in the house, then you know what? You're going to go out and you're going to try to find that because that's what you relate to. That's what you used to. But if you see a real standard of love of how your father is treating your mother and he's treating you and how he talks around you and to you and to your mother, then when another nigga, I don't care how fine he is, comes up, it don't feel the same. That may be a fantasy world, but it does exist. I've seen it. It does exist.
Well, you know, my parents were divorced, but I can tell you something. My dad never needed no help from no woman, ever in his life. He started working when he was 15. My mom did not help him out, pull him up, or none of that stuff. My dad paid all the bills, and he helped my mom out when she needed. He actually bought her a house and everything. So for me, this stuff that a lot of these women are doing, I literally wasn't raised like that. And I almost feel like I almost have to date a man from a different culture. Or I have to go back to the South, try to find a guy that's divorced, that's similarly culturally to me. Because this stuff that these women are out here doing, I just wasn't raised like that. And it doesn't matter how much money I have. That's just not what went on in my family.
So, Top Shelf,
come on
what do you think about what's going on with DDG and Halle Bailey?
I think that
have you seen the text messages?
Yeah, I already saw the text messages. So my first question is, whose princess is this? That's my first question.
Is this your princess?
I believe that that's why you can't make these people your idols, because you don't know what's going on. First off, DDG, I don't know the kid. What I see of him, I'm not a fan of the kid. I really don't care about the kid. I don't care about Haley like that either. I really don't care about. I think they were force fed. I think they were force fed to us by Beyonce and her team. That you could have it back, because at the end of the day, they had a couple of bops. You know, when they were do it. You know, and Unholy Hour, 2 songs. I like those songs, but real talk, Chloe would never make it as a solo artist, because she just doesn't give what needs to be given. She gives a repeat of Beyonce, and we tired of Beyonce. Real talk. When it comes to DDG, at the end of the day, that's your baby. That's your baby's mother. To release these, I don't know why this was released. I don't know why we know this. Now those messages.
It's a part of the court documents to try to fight back against the restraining order she has against him. She wants to take the baby and leave the country, and he's trying to stop her from doing it because she's clearly unstable.
Well, listen, you fight for your kid. I don't care if you're the mother or the father. You fight for your kid. Release it. Let's get it out there. Come on, let's go.
Because if it was me and it was my kid, trust me, I'm fighting. So releasing all these, I don't care how you looking at, the erratic. I don't want to say erratic because I do know that there's some people who send texts like back to back to back to back. So I'm not even touching on that. But the part where she's talking about she's gonna kill herself, bitch, you would never see my daughter or my son ever again. I don't care because I don't trust you. And I love that he played silent on that situation.
That's a lot of text messages.
I love that he was silent on it too. She says, do you hear yourself? Do you see how you sound?
Yeah.
You sound crazy.
If she's got a mental health crisis, she needs to go get treatment, and that baby
That's
needs
a
to be
long
with the
process
father.
for a long time.
Yeah, this has been going on for years. She needs to be in a facility for a while. And I'm not even saying this to be mean or because I don't
She
love
don't need
her.
custody of that baby. I don't care what nobody say. You keep talking about you want to kill yourself.
Over some DDD dick or whatever.
She might have mental illness. I'm not trying to shame a person with mental illness, but she needs to be somewhere in treatment. And these women pumping up her head to pull that baby away from his family is not safe. Anything could happen to that baby. And I feel like a lot of these women are so stuck in being in a gender war, they don't care about this baby.
Right. Because you don't care about the baby. You want to get people on your side. Because I remember he had the baby on live stream or whatever, and she was up there talking about how don't have my baby on live stream and this and that. Now, could they have talked about it? Yes, but at the end of the day, that's 50%. He has the same right. It's his baby.
This is a mentally unstable person who is isolating this baby. And I do worry that something bad will happen because there are people online gassing her up and making this situation like it's not a big deal, and so stuck in their own emotions and their own feelings and wanting to have a gender war and all of this stuff, when I'm gonna be honest, she should not have that baby. And she definitely shouldn't have that baby up in the house by herself.
So she wants to go to a foreign country with the baby, with staff. From what I understand, she's not close with her family. I don't know how true that is, but we haven't seen anyone in her family stepping up. So you rather have staff watching your baby instead of his father?
Maybe her older sister gonna watch him. I don't know.
Wait. Let's bring it back. Do they even have money like that to have staff?
The movie probably gonna pay for it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe she got a Little Mermaid money. I don't know.
No, she probably put it in her contract that she had to have childcare.
Either way, do they have money? Her money. They sold a couple albums, and she got a movie. Damn, if something came up, I need to go to sleep.
I'm waiting for my mom's Uber to pick her up. I'm gonna make sure she's okay before I go to sleep. Then I'm gonna take a nap, and then when I wake up, she'll be here.
I hate when I do this because I don't want to get my 8 hours like this.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. Did y'all see A. Marie's Tiny Desk?
A little bit, little clip.
Well, clip, but I feel like I'm not doing A. Marie slander. I love A. Marie.
Me either, because I enjoyed it. I don't know where people was like saying it.
It's a couple of snippets on the Joe Budden podcast, and they sounded good to me. Now, the one I saw on the Shade Room, the actual clip, it looked a little wonky, but the rest of it sounded good. I'm actually going to listen to it when we hang up.
I've already listened to it like 4 or 5 times. I was listening to it at the gym. A. Marie, I miss hearing her voice. You know what I mean? Because her first album was fire. I don't care what nobody say. That was as fire.
I miss so much of the music. I feel like the music has gotten so bad, you guys.
I do believe that Beyonce did steal her sound. I don't care what nobody say. Is the
Well, they
evidence
said
is there?
Beyonce had Crazy in Love out before One Thing. So how?
Okay, I'll tell you how. So, A. Marie released her first single. I think it was at the
Why
end of
is it called Love?
2001 or 2002. Why Don't We Fall in Love? Then her first album was all produced by Rich Harrison. Rich Harrison created that sound based off of A. Marie, and they were working together. That was in 2002. It's reported that he mentioned that Beyonce heard that album and said, "Oh, I want that type of sound." He produced Crazy in Love and gave that sound to Beyonce. Then the next year, A. Marie released One Thing, which Crazy in Love, if you listen to the songs, Crazy in Love and One Thing are very similar with the instrumentals and stuff like that. And so then that's when he did Sugar Mama, and he did like stuff for B-Day or whatever. And so that's why she couldn't really, I don't know. I believe it.
But
I like A. Marie.
as him as a producer, is he just supposed to be like beholden to one person? Like we have Timberland, he has a sound. He gave it to Aaliyah. He gave it to Genuine. He gave it to all the people that Timberland has worked with. So like,
Well, it's okay. It's a good point, but I give you a difference. Even back in the day with the Mariahs, the Whitneys, the Tonys, they worked with certain producers. They never worked with the same producers. Timberland always worked with Aaliyah. Dallas Austin always worked with Monica, and Darkchild always worked with Brandy. Totally different sounds. Respect.
But you limit yourself as a producer. Timberland has worked with a lot of people.
Well, I think if Beyonce would have never brought Beyonce, no one would care. I think people only care because she got so big. She got so much bigger than everyone else. If she would have been on the same level and stayed in 2001 with everyone else, no one would care.
But the thing is, as much A. Marie is like one of those people who has a special place in my heart forever. Like I, grew up on that, and I loved it. She had a unique sound. Why Don't We Fall in Love? Still bang bang. It gives you like summertime feel, summertime vibe.
Oh yeah, I like.
We can't ever, That's why I won't tolerate. I won't do any A. Marie slander. But she was never going to be a Beyonce or get as big as Beyonce ever was because she can't sing.
Well, hold on.
Kanye does sing.
Hold on.
She can't sing. Not like that. She can't sing.
I'm just saying this.
The soul ain't there.
Beyonce, we have to start at point A. Beyonce was not the Beyonce of today back in 2001 because Beyonce was doing 17,000 runs within one song, and her voice wasn't like that. And if you look at even Rihanna, her voice wasn't. People said she couldn't sing.
She still can't sing.
She cannot sing at all.
I mean,
actually, Anne Marie can sing better than her.
Yeah.
I just feel like when you have money put behind the record and all this other stuff, you never know what people can, Hey, people say
Beyonce work ethic is just unparalleled. She's gonna give you vocals and she's gonna give you a whole body of work, and she's going to work into the bone. Like you can see it, the work that's put into what she does. It's not just singing with Beyonce.
Yeah, Rihanna. What really blew Rihanna up was that Umbrella song. That's what made her a superstar.
It was this song, and then it was that Great Star album when she cut her hair off with all black girls on band or whatever it is. Like that whole I remember the girls were getting bobs and dressing like how she was, with the makeup. Like she had like a whole like movement, a look. It was like fresh. She wasn't looking like she wasn't cookie cutter like everyone. Like when she first came out, Music of the Sun. She had the long weave and the sexual, well not sexual, but like scantily clad clothing. But when she did Rated R with like the black makeup and she chopped her hair off and the mohawk, like it was just different and edgy. And we loved it.
Yeah, she always had an alternative slant. It wasn't like she was just doing R&B. She was
That's
more.
what made Rihanna pop. That's Umbrella song. That was good. That was her song, but her whole thing, like that's what made her pop. She was different. Because nobody paid her any mind on the world with what was her first Ponder Replay? That was alright.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico was good. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
good.
it was alright, but
it was not a
Umbrella thing and like I said,
juggernaut like
Rated
Umbrella.
R, Bangor, or
Like a
whatever it was.
single.
I just
That's
wish
the
we could.
cookie.
I wish we could go back to the days where we lived in a world where we had a bunch of black R&B singers who had different voices. It wasn't about like, oh, you could sing this, but it was different like styles. Like you had Ashanti on the radio, you had Khalif on the radio, you had A. Marie on the radio. Sound completely different, but it was like it was giving us like art and like different shit. You know what I mean? Like.
Yes. We had totally different sounds on the radio. Now we have, just even with the rap girls, everybody is doing and saying and looking and talking about the same.
They all look like Lil
shit.
Kim, and they all sound like Lil Kim. They're
I
all.
wouldn't even give them that. That's too much to give them, honestly.
But that's what they're trying to be.
It's sickening to me. Like it's just gross. Like Cardi B is gross to me. Meg Thee Stallion is gross. I don't even acknowledge anybody else. I guess this Doechii chick is supposed to be something.
I mean, Gorilla is okay. The thing I don't like about Meg Thee Stallion is that she could actually rap. And for her, I think they could have done so much more with her than this same old vulgar. It's like, really? How many times can we hear this?
Mm-hmm.
Right. We get it. You got good pussy. You got
exactly.
You got some money, you know.
Yeah, put some clothes on.
Please stop fucking twerking. I'm tired of seeing ass
Put a
cheeks
gown
everywhere.
on.
Seriously, I'm tired of ass cheeks. Like, what else do y'all have? Like, we didn't have any twerking when we were growing up. With our music.
Well, I think Lil Kim, and she wasn't really twerking, but she was the only one that was like sexy like that. You know,
who?
Lil Kim. That was it. That was her thing.
And it was really her lyrics that were vulgar, but
yeah,
she had that whole bad boy thing. Like she had all the fashion. Like they was fashion killers, like Versace and Black. You know.
So okay, let me say this. Let me have to watch what I say. Okay, let me just say it like this. So across from the place that I work at, there's a restaurant, the oldest restaurant in LA. I'm not gonna say the name on it, but
tell.
it's oldest restaurant in LA. And so some of the people came over to my spot and they were telling me that Christina Aguilera came in tonight. And I said, well, you know, how does she look? Like, you know, how was she? They said she looked like literally a young girl. She was so thin, like skinny thin. Ozempic down.
And I hope it's just Ozempic.
And so we looked up her Instagram and like she's so skinny. And it's like, what happened to, I don't know, we don't have that anymore where it's like back in the day in the 90s, you grew up with Brandy, Aaliyah, Monica, Usher. You grew up with TLC. You grew up with the Britneys, the Justins, and all this other stuff. Nowadays, I feel like everyone's trying to reminisce and go back to where they were.
Yeah, where is their era?
Yeah,
the era that they have now. Who is that?
Yeah, who? I don't know.
I feel like they're still living in our era, and we should be their parents. You know,
they're
we
trying
should
to
be the old
compete.
people, not the cool people.
They're literally trying to compete with the early 2000s and the 90s. Like if I lived around when Beyonce first, this is how I would do. What? No. What do you got going on now?
You know what I think happened, Top Shelf? Screaming. I think that the money is not there to build another Beyonce. I think the money is just not flowing anymore. Like they can't recreate these people. I think we're looking at the end of these stars. Like once these people get too old, that's gonna be it.
I agree with that.
They're not creating any new ones. Like I feel like the cutoff was like Justin Bieber, Taylor Swift, Adriana Grande, like that. That was the cutoff. That was the end. There's nobody that came after them.
I agree.
Think about it. Who came after them? You can't say, well, Summer Walker. Summer Walker is not that young.
Actually, she's not.
Yeah, I think she's of their era, really, in all honesty.
She's a fucking stripper, too. I'm proud of that, too.
Yeah, I'm tired of that as well. Yeah, she's almost 30. Like, so.
She named her kid Bubbles.
Yeah. No, like you said, she's a stripper.
I'm bringing back Shame, okay?
Well, you know, I don't understand how we went down the road that we're now down. But it's this very it doesn't match our culture. It feels so artificial because culturally we actually don't accept this type of behavior. So why is it all over the entertainment industry?
Because there are some Black people, a new generation of Black people who embrace some of the old generation of Black people who like to get by being, they never could excel to the Whitney Houstons, the Michael Jacksons, or at least try to do that. So they settle with being mediocre. And we give prizes to people who are mediocre. You know, somebody do one little small run, or somebody do one little dance step, or do one little thing, and we say Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. No, that shit wasn't good back in the day.
Wow, I didn't know SZA was 35 years old. You're right. There's no young generation.
How old is her?
She might be around the same age as Summer Walker. Let me see. But I kind of feel like, even though she's 27, I really like her, but I think she's flopping a little bit. Like, I don't think nobody else like her. I love that song she has with Usher. I love me a good piano ballad.
Even with Usher, like I like Usher, but at some point, Usher, when are you gonna do what Michael Jackson did for you and Usher in a new generation of male R&B artists? When are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he did find Justin Bieber, but I don't know why it stopped there. Like you said, where are the other Justin Bieber? Like, where are the rest of them? Like, you just found this one white dude and that's it?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, that is strange. I think the money's not there. I think that once they stop selling physical music, the money is not in it anymore. It's not worth it for them to do this. So what's happening, you kind of have to almost be like a YouTuber and build your own following. Like, you're never going to be a superstar.
For some people, they put money behind.
Young people, though, these people are all been around for a while.
Like, I could see they put money behind Tyler. They had put money behind Cardi B.
Well, she's from another country, so that's a whole other, that's other people's money.
They had put money behind Cardi B before she started crashing the hell out. Who else? I guess we still have Kendrick Lamar, Drake. I guess they from the old school.
You know, they talk about Drake being a plant. Hell, I think Kendrick Lamar is a plant too. If you ask me, shit.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna say this about Kendrick Lamar. What happened was Kendrick Lamar was already extremely successful. He had 19 Grammys. Now what has happened, they put the machine behind him. So to people that weren't into him or weren't following him, it seems like, oh, he just came out of nowhere. His career was already solidified before he had this run. They just decided that we're gonna put the machine behind him. We're gonna take this money, this budget, and we're gonna push him. Because I think Drake pissed somebody off behind the scenes. I'm gonna just keep it real. Because Kendrick Lamar didn't need this. He was already extremely successful. I love Kendrick. That's my favorite rapper. Hands down. Like, actually, he's my favorite rapper behind Tupac ever. But he's my favorite living rapper.
Yeah, if I told you something, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me. But I'm going to Vegas to see I can't.
The Dalmatian?
I'm going to Vegas to see a 2-night for one night. I'm going to see Ashley Simpson. She's doing a residency at the Venetian. I don't even know why the fuck I'm doing this, but
wait, who?
Ashley Simpson. On a Monday, I'm wasting, and a Tuesday,
But she could never sing the songs live. I don't know if I want to pay for that.
I don't know him like that. Let me first say I don't know him like that, but I met Evan a few times, and a little weird, but I get it. You know what I mean? He's a little weird, but I get it. But my friend, we end up getting tickets to. She just released a residency, so we're going to see the show. But I'm like, okay, I like a little nostalgia, you know. I mean, you know, I wish Green Day. I don't know, Maroon 5.
Well, Green Day, they were superstars.
Yeah.
Ashley Simpson had a really well-produced album. It was produced by, I think, Ryan Cabrera produced it.
Yeah.
But she could not sing the songs live.
Yeah.
The album was great, but then she couldn't perform them.
Remind me of some of her songs. I'm drawing a blank.
She did Pieces of Me. On a Monday, I'm waiting. On Tuesday, I'm fading.
This is when alternative music was really, really big.
Pieces of me. She did You Make Me Wanna La La on the kitchen on the floor. I'll be your third.
Well, her moment only lasted for like 6 months. Ritchie probably missed it because once they found out she couldn't perform those songs, it was over.
Didn't she have like a big scandal or whoops or something? Did she fall?
Yeah.
Oh, SNL.
Perform the songs live. Yeah.
On SNL,
she know the words to the songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was it. She had a good 6-month run, and everybody was loving that album until that happened.
Yeah,
and then they started pulling up clips of her performing.
Yeah, he was going to shit all over Top Shelf Dream. He going to go see the girl in concert. He was going to talk about the girl like
she
a
right.
dog.
No, she right. She right. She right. I'm gonna see how it is. But I will say this: she had better sales than her sister Jessica.
You know, they did that to Jessica. I remember watching this behind the scene things with her, and she was singing the song like an R&B song. And this white man came in here and told her, "Oh, you making the song too challenging. People can't sing along with that. We want you to be more breathy." So they did that to her. They wanted her to be a Britney Spears. They didn't want her to sing. So they ruined that girl's singing career.
Well, you know, even with Britney Spears, Britney actually could sing, but they wanted her to do like the baby voice, which ruined her voice. If you go back and look at Mickey Mouse Club, Britney actually could like sing. She had a very deeper tone. It was more like country, but deeper tone. But
It's sold more if you did the whole, the fried vocal fry and stuff like that. But look, I don't know, man. I guess like even with Ariana Grande, when she came out, she sounds just like Mariah Carey, and that was her thing.
But you know what? With those girls, they are playing on this sort of like pedo fetish thing with both. You know what I mean? Like they wanted Britney Spears to kind of appear to be a kid, and they do the same thing with Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande is like 30-something years old. Why is she still walking around with that ponytail in her head?
Even with Ariana Grande, like I don't know, it's weird to me. That's why I won't look at the film, because Ariana Grande, she got so skinny, but you look at her 5 years ago, she was like kind of thicker, even though she was young.
Yeah, she lost a noticeable amount of weight. People were saying that to her, and she got mad and started cussing people out. But some of these people, let's just be honest, and we're starting to learn this from this Diddy trial. Some of these people are on that stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's not always Ozempic. That's, I think a lot of these people are on this stuff, but they get the new teeth, they get the face fillers, they get the fake boobs, so you don't see that they're like rocked out until you find out about it some years later when they have a breakdown or get a DUI or something like that. Then it starts like, man, this person was like strung out like that. I didn't even know, because they're getting all these like fillers and fake teeth and all this stuff to like cover up so they don't look like the rockhead in your neighborhood. You know what I mean?
That's when you losing teeth, and then you can just go to the dentist and get new false teeth.
Yep.
People never know.
I think that's what would be going on. And now people just think it's Ozempic. Like, oh my gosh, she lost all that weight. She must be on that new Ozempic. Nah, some of these people, that pink Coca-Cola, they selling it to somebody and it ain't us. You know what I mean? Like people are buying, and it has like meth and all kind of stuff in it. So
wait, did you see Kenya's new video?
Is it on her Instagram?
Yeah, it's called The Life Twirls On or whatever. It's on her Instagram page. She just released it, like literally 10 minutes ago or something like that. Maybe not 20 minutes. It's like a 30-minute video of her.
I see she has stuff that's like pinned.
Yeah, it says Life Twirls On episode 1.
Is it in her stories?
So
no, it's on YouTube.
So she's a YouTuber and a
it's on
content creator
YouTube.
now.
I'm in the wrong thing. Okay.
It's a YouTube. It's a 31-minute video of her. It says Life Twirls On episode 1 spills on social salon drama facelifts in her dream RJA cast.
I think, this is just my opinion, that this is what reality shows are going to go to. It's going to be YouTube and podcasts.
Yep.
And the reality shows are going to go away. And you're just going to create like your community with your podcast or your YouTube. And that's what it's evolving to. Because people are actually making more money doing podcasts and YouTube than what these reality.
And what people think is a bomb in a bag, and you still talking shit.
Oh shit! So I'm
James.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna hit you guys tomorrow. I know I'll see y'all. Much love. Be safe.
I'm falling asleep myself.
Me too. My mom was just picked up, so I'm about to go take a little nap before she gets here.
I'm going to bed. I don't know if I usually do my Sunday afternoons, but I gotta get me at least 6 hours. I don't know if I'll be on later. I'll try.
All right.
Girl, ain't nobody worried about no housewives, so.
All right, guys.
Hold on, before you go, did you guys see the clip of Britt throwing up?
No. Throw her up because what?
It's a preview they released a couple of days ago, but it's supposed to air tomorrow. Where they're leaving the dinner from the last episode, and she gets out the car and she throws up
outside the truck.
So annoying.
Yeah, let's see
Why
it.
did they let this girl on the show?
She's so like just wrong and just like no.
She
Like
gives.
even her like way of being dramatic is just weird. Like
It's fake.
leave
It's
us
a fake
alone.
personality. She has a what I call a persona where she has the fake Valley accent, although she never lived in the Valley, don't even live in LA. But she talks like
It's
she's from
not
the
even
Valley.
a good one though. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
It's a mess.
Like, aren't you supposed to be
Like
from
you've
Georgia?
never been around any
you talk
white
like
girls like to really affect that you know with
Thank
that
you.
Valley girl thing. Like you don't know any white people. Like girl, which means you haven't been to
I
private
cannot.
school. You are just not it. Like everything about you is just make believe. It's pretend. You're a poser.
Yep.
In the words of
That's
Drew,
what it
she's
is.
just not that girl.
No, she's not.
I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later.
All
Bye.
right.
All
Good
right.
night, guys.
See you later, guys. Good night. Good morning. Good night. Good evening. Bye bye, y'all.